Once again, stations, this is your countdown until airtime on the LSU Sports Radio Network. Coming up, it will be your 5-minute mark. After your 5-minute mark, we will count down every 60 seconds until 30 seconds until airtime, when the network will go silent. Stand by for your 5-minute mark. Coming in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. 5 minutes until airtime on the LSU Sports Radio Network. Stations, this is your countdown until airtime on the LSU Sports Radio Network. Coming up will be your 4-minute mark. Stand by for your 4-minute mark. Coming in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. 4 minutes until airtime on the LSU Sports Radio Network. Stations, this is your countdown until airtime on the LSU Sports Radio Network. Coming up will be your 3-minute mark. Stand by for your 3-minute mark. Coming in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. 3 minutes until airtime on the LSU Sports Radio Network. Stations, this is your countdown until airtime on the LSU Sports Radio Network. Coming up, it will be the 2-minute mark. Stand by for your 2-minute mark. Coming in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. 2 minutes until airtime on the LSU Sports Radio Network. Coming up on the 1-minute mark until airtime on the LSU Sports Radio Network. Stand by for your 1-minute mark. Coming in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. 1 minute till airtime on the LSU Sports Radio Network. Coming up, stations, your countdown until airtime will be your 30-second mark when the network will go silent. Stand by for your final 30-second mark until airtime. Coming in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. 30 seconds until airtime on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
The following is an exclusive presentation of the LSU Sports Radio Network. It's football time in Louisiana. Today, the Tigers return to Atlanta in the 2022 SEC Championship game, taking on the #1 ranked and reigning national champion Georgia Bulldogs. Time to set the table for LSU Fighting Tiger football. from the LSU Sports Radio Network, this is LSU Game Day, presented by 3 Olives Vodka.
50-10, buckle up, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, touchdown, Tigers!
Live coverage of LSU Fighting Tiger football, brought to you by the 7 partners that represent Team LSU. Cox, the official communications provider of LSU athletics. McDonald's, official sponsor of the LSU Tigers. Our Lady of the Lake, official healthcare provider of LSU athletics. Albertsons, the official grocery partner of LSU athletics. Hancock Whitney, the official bank of the LSU Tigers. People's Health, the official health plan of LSU athletics. And by Coca-Cola, official beverage partner of the LSU Tigers.
Give me the sign! Give me the sign! Touchdown, Tigers!
LSU Game Day and the roar of LSU Fighting Tiger football lives here on the LSU Sports Radio Network. From inside the Capital One studios, with former Tigers Brandon Taylor and Marlon Favorite, here is your host, Hunt Palmer.
Good afternoon. Happy game day, Tiger fans. This is Fighting Tiger Football. You're listening to the LSU Sports Radio Network. Hey, everybody, I am Hunt Palmer, your host for LSU Game Day, presented by 3 Olives. From over in Atlanta, Georgia, it is unbeaten number 1 ranked Georgia against 9-3, number 11 ranked LSU for the Southeastern Conference Championship. They will kick it off in Mercedes-Benz Stadium about 2 hours from right now. It's our job to get you ready for it. We'll preview this SEC championship game, get you scores from around championship weekend, get you the keys to LSU's upset victory today. Jordan D. Hill from Dogs 247 will jump aboard from inside Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta. He covers the Dogs for 247. We'll see what Kirby Smart's team looks like. Here's the Tigers set to do battle with them in a couple of hours. Mike Denbrock, LSU's offensive coordinator, has a huge test on his hands today. We chatted with him earlier this week, and that'll be our assistant coach interview of the week. So buckle up. We got 2 hours to get you ready for the SEC championship game. It's LSU Game Day, presented by 3 Olives Vodka, and it's right here on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
He's got a seam. He's down the near side hash.
Tiger fans, if you've ever wanted to listen to the LSU Sports Radio Network while watching your Fighting Tigers on TV, now you can, and it's easy to do.
Just pause the TV. Use the LSU Sports mobile app to stream the audio on your smartphone or tablet. Connect to a smart speaker, then wait for the audio to catch up to the point your TV is paused. Push play, and you are all set.
Watch the Tigers and listen with the LSU Sports Radio Network and the LSU Sports mobile app.
15-10, 5, touchdown, Tigers!
The passion, the tradition, the rivalries. SiriusXM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got your school covered. On SEC Radio, there's complete coverage of every school in the conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along online or on the SiriusXM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now, as a college student, you can stream your first 3 months of SiriusXM for $1. Fees and taxes apply. See offer details and subscribe now at SiriusXM.com/SEC Sports.
It's 4 a.m., Monday, and you're literally sucking baby snot through a tube because she's congested. Man, that's love. And if you love her that much, love her enough to make sure she's buckled in the right car seat. To make sure your child's in the right seat for their age and size, visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Show them you love them. Keep them safe. Visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
The passion, the tradition, the rivalries. SiriusXM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got your school covered. On SEC Radio, there's complete coverage of every school in the conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along online or on the SiriusXM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now, as a college student, you can stream your first 3 months of SiriusXM for $1. Fees and taxes apply. See offer details and subscribe now at SiriusXM.com/SEC Sports.
The official radio companion for LSU Fighting Tiger football.
Caught at the 23, near sideline 10-5, touchdown Tigers!
This is LSU Game Day, presented by 3 Olives Vodka. On the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hunt Palmer with you from inside the Capital One studios right outside of Tiger Stadium. All quiet here in Baton Rouge, but the intensity ramping up over in Georgia. It's the Southeastern Conference Championship game between the Bulldogs and the Tigers. And we are fired up to get you ready for it right here on the network. Look, it has been a remarkable season here in Baton Rouge. When you consider the team that walked off the field in Houston to end last year with 38 scholarship players and a wide receiver running around trying to play quarterback, to where we are now has been a journey really unlike one I can recall in my time following LSU football. Brian Kelly took over the first true rebuild of this program since the turn of the century. What Nick Saban inherited was not great. It was not it was tough. But when Nick Saban moved on to the NFL, Les Miles inherited a pretty strong roster. It had Jamarcus Russell, Dwayne Bowe, and Craig Davis, and LaRon Landry, Andrew Whitworth. There were some good players. And Les took Jimbo Fisher with him, and Tommy Moffitt was still around, and that was just kind of a continuation of what became the golden era of LSU football. And Les took over and did a really nice job for an extended period of time, but the clock kind of ran out there. And Ed Ogeron took over mid-season, made a change at offensive coordinator, and really kept a lot of the pieces in place. Kept Dave Aranda around, kept Steve Ensminger around, kept Tommy Moffitt around, kept Corey Raymond around. It was really just a continuation, and they tweaked a few things and brought in a decent quarterback, you might remember, and they kickstarted it again. But those two were not rebuilds. This was a true rebuild. And I can't quite recall an August around this place that was quite like this one, where there was really no expectation. And I kept thinking, no, it'll get kicked into gear and everybody will say, no, this could be a 10-win team. This could be a team that challenges for the West. This could be a team that challenges for the playoff. It never got to that. And it usually does. But it did not. This time around, everybody kind of went, well, we got to see. This may take some time. And in this era of a transfer portal and the way things go, you can rebuild it pretty quickly, but it's going to take some time. And then you go to New Orleans, and you realize, okay, you lost the game to Florida State. No, and nobody was really it was not like the Wisconsin loss in Lambeau, which ultimately signaled the beginning of the end for Les. It was not like the loss to UCLA where everybody went, oh no. It was like, well, yeah, we're not quite there. And then you've got the Mississippi State game where they look pretty poor for the first half, and you're like, man, this could be tough. I literally said at halftime in that game, I went, man, this may not be a team that can win a conference game. The league's really good. They don't look like they can do anything on offense but have Jaden Daniels run around. Like, it's rough. And then you kicked it into gear in the second half against Mississippi State. Tennessee comes into town. Whoa. That looks like a team poised to maybe make a push for a national championship. LSU's nowhere near that good. And that's what we said after. You never expect to walk out of Tiger Stadium after getting your tail whipped by a team that's not wearing crimson and say, yeah, we're just not quite there. But that was kind of the attitude. And then they started getting better. And, man, they just absolutely annihilated Ole Miss down the stretch, 42-3. And it set up a great environment inside Tiger Stadium for Alabama, and they took it to them and took care of their business. They didn't have their best stuff at Auburn. They didn't have their best stuff at Arkansas, but they got it done. And then all of a sudden you start going, mean, myself included, I talk on the radio 5 days a week and come in here, and I'm like, man, we have to start like legitimately talking about whether or not they can win the national championship. It sounds foolish, but we have to have that discussion. And all of a sudden you look up and, man, it was worth the discussion. And then what happened last week happens. And you just got absolutely whipped by a bad Texas A&M team. So that discussion's over. But you start a new one this week. You got an opportunity to go to Atlanta and win the best conference in college football against the program that has kind of taken the reins here. They beat Alabama last year in the title game soundly late, and they've rattled off another perfect season again in the regular season. They've won 30 of their last 31 games. And LSU's a 17.5-point underdog for a reason, but they got a chance to go out there for 3.5 hours and lay it on the line to win a conference championship. Yes, last week stunk. Yes, losing on a blocked extra point in the opener stinks. It was not a rapid ascent like 2019. This was a roller coaster. It had ups and downs. You've reached the end of the regular season at 9-3, which just about anybody down here would have taken as a fan. I certainly would have. And you got a chance to win the conference championship against the best team in the country. What an opportunity for LSU. And I don't know that we'll say that a lot moving forward. What an opportunity this is, kind of a free shot, house money, those kind of terms. In year two, there will be expectations to be a contender. There weren't those, and you were for a long time. Now you're got a chance to win the league. And this doesn't happen all that often. 7 times LSU has gotten there. They've played this game since 1992, 30 years. LSU 7 for 30. Great opportunity for the Tigers to go out there against a really, really good football team. We're going to preview this game inside and out, give you a lot of matchups, give you a lot of statistics, give you our keys to win. But it's an uphill battle for the Tigers. But they got a chance. We're going to get you ready for it. Kickoff from the Georgia Dome Central Time just after 3 o'clock. We will be with you until about 2:30 from here in Baton Rouge. Very much looking forward to that. So lock us in wherever you may be. Let's get ready for LSU and Georgia. It's sweet, it's spicy, and it's made hot and fresh just like you like it. It's the Whataburger Sweet and Spicy Bacon Burger, and it's an all-time favorite for a reason. So stop by and taste for yourself only at Whataburger. And getting paid up to 2 days early with direct deposit, another reason banking with Capital One is one of the easiest decisions ever. That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank. Capital One, NA member, FDIC. Hunt Palmer here with you from the Capital One Bank Studios. We'll be back with more LSU Game Day presented by 3 Olives right here on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hey, it's Jan from Toyota, reminding you that Toyotathon is on and here to help make your holidays extra magical. How? Maybe it's driving in a Tacoma in search of the perfect hill to sled down. Or surprising loved ones in a RAV4 hybrid.
You made it!
And seeing their faces light up when you pull up to their home.
Dealer inventory may vary. Current offers on these vehicles end November 30th. Offers are subject to change throughout Toyotathon, which ends on January 3rd. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Toyota, let's go places.
With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Even easier than choosing Slash to be in your band.
Next up for lead guitar. You're in.
Cool. Yep, even easier than that. With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, is it even a decision? That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA member FDIC.
Louisianians are strong and resilient, but that doesn't mean we don't get tired. If you need help, try Blue Care, Blue Cross's telehealth service for online visits with doctors and counselors. Just download the app at bcbsla.com/bluecare. One word, and get access to care 24/7. We'll make it through the tough times. We always do. And Blue Cross will be here to support you.
Louisiana pests can be a formidable opponent, but J&J Exterminating is ready to tackle them on their own turf. J&J Exterminating is Louisiana's largest independently owned pest control company, and we know what works in Louisiana's climate, from ants to termites and everything in between. J&J Exterminating will protect your home or business with 100% satisfaction guaranteed. Get the shield.
J&J Exterminating. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Brian, an employee at BASF in Louisiana. Our team, made up of more than 100,000 employees from around the world, create chemistry every day that help make our favorite sports possible, like football, basketball, and baseball. Whether you're in the game or in the stands, look around and see BASF in action. From the turf, cup holders, and seats, to players' uniforms and protective gear. Learn more at basf.us/LA. BASF, we create chemistry.
Talking, fighting Tiger football.
Intercepted Jay Ward at the 45-yard line, far side.
Back with more LSU Game Day. Presented by 3 Olives Vodka on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Great American RV Superstores connects you with one of America's greatest pastimes. Visit greatamericanrv.com for one of the largest selections of top RV models and floor plans for every type of camper. Great American RV Superstores, making memories one weekend at a time. Hunt Palmer here with you inside the Capital One studios. LSU in Georgia from the Mercedes-Benz Stadium over in the ATL for the SEC Championship. If you follow me on Twitter, at HuntPalmer88 is where you can find me. You'll find earlier this week I tweeted out, man, doing a deep statistical dive on Georgia, and it's not a lot of fun. If you're looking at it from the other perspective, Kirby Smart has built an exceptional program over at Georgia. When you lose as many guys as they did to the National Football League and to the transfer portal, and you come back and rattle off 12 more in the SEC, that's impressive. In fact, it's unprecedented, really. They're a really, really good team. So LSU will certainly have their hands full. But how did the Tigers attack? Well, it started offensively with Jaden Daniels all year for LSU. For better or for worse, he has been the engine of the team. Certainly his athleticism has been a huge key for LSU this year. And we'll see just how mobile he is today. Obviously, he was hobbled pretty significantly in College Station. He was in a walking boot for a couple of days this week. Was able to go a little bit more in practice later in the week, and we expect that Jaden Daniels will give it a go. How effective he's going to be, I'm not sure. Jaden Daniels playing the quarterback position without great mobility is a little bit terrifying, because he uses it so frequently. Now, if LSU's going to win this game, you're going to have to put the ball in the air. Georgia doesn't really allow you to run the football on them. They're number one in a lot of things, but they're number one in rush defense in the nation. They allow 79 yards per game, and it's not like LSU's offensive line has been dominant all year. They've been better than we might have expected once they shuffled some pieces around, got the freshman tackles in there, plugged Turner in there at center. Things moved a little bit more smoothly. But it hasn't been a team that's run the football great this year. At times when they've had to, Josh Williams has made some plays. John Emery has made some plays. Noah Cain later in the season. Even Armani Goodwin early in the season. But it hasn't been a consistently dominant ground attack by any stretch. So you would figure it'd be tough for LSU to run the football much on Georgia. But Georgia's pass defense is very good as well. They only allow 191 yards per game. And what's really impressive to me about that is that teams throw the ball on Georgia a lot because they're usually losing. So this Georgia team is pretty good in the secondary as well. But LSU can line up with anybody in the country at wide receiver against defensive backs, period. And so Georgia's advantage in this game becomes more magnified when you get closer to the football. When you start getting towards the perimeter with Kayshon Boutte, with Brian Thomas, with Malik Neighbors, with Jeray Jenkins, with Jack Besh, with Mason Taylor, all those guys give LSU a chance. So if I'm coaching Jaden Daniels this week, the ball's got to come out. If you stand back and just allow LSU's wide receivers to run around and Georgia to set its defense, and you play patty cake behind the line of scrimmage like he's done at times this year, and then try to take off, that's not going to work. The ball's got to come out, and it's got to come out early and often. It did in Gainesville. And LSU scored long touchdown drives, their first 6 possessions of the game. But it was because they threw a jump ball to Brian Thomas down the field and he went and made a play. It was because they got a free play when Florida jumped off sides. Jaden Daniels knew it. He just took a shot one-on-one to Jeray Jenkins. Jeray separated, made the catch, touchdown. Those plays don't happen very frequently against Georgia, but they're never going to happen if you don't throw it and you just rely on your feet. Jaden's going to have to put the ball up to Kayshon Boutte, to Brian Thomas. That's the way LSU's going to have to do this thing offensively. Georgia doesn't rush the passer as ferociously as you might think statistically. Now, stats don't tell every story, but they're first in the country in scoring defense, first in rushing defense, fourth in total defense, first in red zone scoring defense, first in red zone touchdown defense. Like, they are first in the country in a lot of statistical categories on defense. But then you start to look at sacks. They're not an elite sack team. 91st in the country, just 1.8 per game. Tackles for loss, only 68 per game. They don't fly up the field and cause a bunch of havoc. They're just a brick wall. So Jaden may have some time. The pass rush has not been elite for Georgia this year. Nobody on their defense has 4 sacks on the season. Nobody. Now, Jalen Carter might if he didn't miss a few games for injury. But they're not as ferocious rushing the passer. So he may have some time. Ball's got to come out down the field. That is huge for LSU's offense in this game. Keely Ringo is a really good player on the back end. He had the pick the pick 6 that sealed the national championship last year. He had a big pick against Kentucky as well. They've got good players back there, but LSU has plenty of talent at wide receiver. They have got to get the ball down the field to those guys today in this game if they're going to have any chance at all. Mo Hall, lift and cut with a powerful Kubota. Visit LSUKubotaDealers.com for the Kubota dealer nearest you. We're getting ready for LSU in Georgia here. Lots to get to on LSU game day throughout the course of our show. We're going to get you some scores from championship weekend. Keys to victory. Jordan D. Hill from Dogs 247 is going to join us from inside Mercedes-Benz Stadium. You don't want to miss our interview with LSU offensive coordinator Mike Denbrock either. So lock us in. Stick with us. It's LSU Game Day presented by 3 Olives right here on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
This is Fighting Tiger Rewind. Auditory highlights from the last time out for LSU Fighting Tiger football. As heard on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
We come to the final game of the regular season, and for the first time since 2019, so much to play for as the Texas A&M Aggies host your number 5 Fighting Tigers of LSU. Ball placed on the far side hash. Daniels again working with Emery. Motion Jenkins just off the right side of the formation. Here's the snap. Give to Emery. Emery straight ahead. Falls into the end zone. And waiting for a sign. Looked like they're going to say he was down at the 1-yard line. His knee came down before he was able to reach the plane. So it'll be second down goal to go now from the 1.
After video review, it is a touchdown.
Fighting Tiger touchdown as John Emery falls into the end zone. 4-yard score, his 3rd rushing touchdown of the year, and the Tigers a point after away from tying this one up. So LSU will try a 34-yard field goal try, kicking left to right. Damian Ramos. Snap a little high, the placement is down, kick is on the way, and the kick is good, and we are tied at 10-all. As Ramos hits his 9th field goal of the season. And with 5:38 remaining second quarter, tie game once again. Wegman steps up in the pocket, grabbed and pulled down. This time could not get out of the grasp of Jaquelin Roy. Looked like he was going to step up and run. Loses 2 yards as Jaquelin Roy going to be credited with the sack, his 3rd of the year. Now Besh motions right to left. Handoff Emery up the middle. Huge hole. Emery inside the 10, the 5. Touchdown, Fighting Tigers. 2nd touchdown of the night for John Emery Jr. And the Tigers a point after away from tying this up. 19-yard run right up the gut. At Texas A&M, the C's parted. Emery does the rest. Little high step inside the 5. 4th rushing touchdown of the year. 9:40 remains third quarter. Excellent drive by LSU. First down goal to go at the 3. Handoff Emery up the middle. John Emery Jr. with his 3rd rushing touchdown of the night. The Tigers moving quickly. And it looks like they'll line up and go for 2 with 6:21 remaining, making it 38-23. Clock again stops. Now they'll start it again, and here comes the mad rush. They'll storm the field as Texas A&M and Jimbo Fisher and LSU, their 3rd defeat on the year. Horn sounds, this one's in the books. Aggies 38, Fighting Tigers 23.
That was a Fighting Tiger Rewind. LSU Game Day, presented by 3 Olives Vodka, continues after this quick break on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
GOAT, G-O-A-T, acronym, stands for Greatest of All Time. As in, spaghetti sandwiches for dinner? They're my fave. Dad, you're the GOAT.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
Hey, so what's a great way to spread awareness that driving high is illegal everywhere? A catchy song, of course.
You can run, but you can't drive high. You can run, but you can't drive high.
Friendly reminder, don't drive high. If you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
The official pregame show of LSU Fighting Tiger football.
He'll take it to the house. Touchdown, Tigers!
Back on LSU Game Day, presented by 3 Olives Vodka. Time now to go around the Southeastern Conference. Around the SEC. Proudly presented to you by Louisiana Travel. Feed your soul on a one-of-a-kind road trip in Louisiana. Visit LouisianaIsATrip.com today.
It's the point in the show we usually get you your scores from around the SEC. Well, only 2 teams left standing here, LSU and Georgia, so no scores to get to, but I will give you the final standings in the Southeastern Conference. We'll start in the East, where the Georgia Bulldogs, unbeaten on the season, 12-0, a perfect 8-0 in conference play. They win the Eastern Division. Second place in the East goes to Coach Josh Heupel and the Tennessee Volunteers. The Vols did lose Hendon Hooker there in Columbia, South Carolina. Did have 2 losses that were pretty lopsided, but they were pretty good for the majority of the season. They finished 10-2 and will be in a New Year's 6 bowl game. Nice finish for Shane Beamer in the South Carolina Gamecocks. They finished 3rd in the SEC East at 4-4. Their record on the season, 8-4. Got a big win over their in-state rival Clemson in Clemson last weekend, so a little momentum for the Gamecocks. Maybe a disappointing year for Mark Stoops and Kentucky. Wildcats finished 3-5 in league play, tied for 4th in the SEC East. They were 7-5 on the season. You figure with the defense they generally play, with a quarterback who's likely to go in the first round and one of the greatest running backs in the history of their school, that Kentucky would have had a better year, but only 7-5. Florida in the first year of the Billy Napier era goes 6-6, 3-5 in league play. Bit of a rebuild there for Billy Napier's crew. Missouri finished strong. Won a couple of games late there to get to bowl eligibility, including a win over Arkansas last week. They finished 3-5 in the league as well, tied with Kentucky and Florida. 6-6 for Eli Drinkwitz' group. And over the win total for the Vanderbilt Commodores. No, last week did not go great against Tennessee. They got hammered by 1 million. But the Vols, the Commodores, I beg your pardon, did win 2 league games this year, went 2-6 in the league, and finished 5-7 overall under Clark Lee. Over to the West, LSU wins the Southeastern Conference Western Division by virtue of a tiebreaker over Alabama. Both teams finished at 6-2, tied. Will be headed to a New Year's 6 bowl. Hopefully, they will not be headed to the playoffs. We'll see what happens in Fort Worth and with the selection committee tomorrow. But the Tide sit there at number 6 in the college football playoff rankings right this very moment. They finished 6-2 in the league, 10-2 overall. Mississippi State, kind of sneaky, finished 8-4 this year under Mike Leach, 4-4 in league play. Of course, they got that big Egg Bowl win over Ole Miss, who also finished the year 4-4 in the league, 8-4 overall. They faltered down the stretch. They were unbeaten when they got to Tiger Stadium, but finished the year at 8-4. Lane Kiffin, though, looks like will be hanging around in Oxford a lot longer as he just signed a big contract extension. Arkansas Razorbacks finished the year 6-6. Probably didn't quite live up to expectations there. Tough loss to Missouri late. They did get some good news today. KJ Jefferson, their starting quarterback, will return to school next year. Hogs 6-6 this year, 3-5 in league play. And a couple of 2-6s round us out. Auburn and Texas A&M finish at 2-6. Auburn will be making a coaching change. Obviously, they just hired Hugh Freeze. Texas A&M still got Jimbo Fisher, still don't win anything of significance. 2-6 for the Aggies. Both those teams finished 5-7 and will not be bowling this year. That's your look around the Southeastern Conference. Tiger fans, all LSU Sports Radio Network broadcasts are streamed free on LSUsports.net. To listen live on your phone, download the LSU Sports mobile app. The app is a free download in the iTunes Store or on Google Play. Visit LSUsports.net/apps for details. We're getting you ready for the Southeastern Conference Championship game, but when we come back, we'll get you scores from Championship Weekend. You're listening to LSU Game Day presented by 3 Olives right here on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Everybody, let's have some fun. The time is right, the party's just begun. Have a good time.
Ford F-Series has been keeping the good times rolling as the best-selling truck in America 44 years straight. And with the smartest F-150 and most capable Super Duty ever built, this dynasty will keep right on rolling. Drive the new 2021 F-150 at your Southern Quality Ford dealer, proud partner of the LSU Tigers. Based on 1977 through 2020 calendar year sales.
At Greenpoint Ag, we know what it takes to help you win on the farm. Whether you're focused on offense or defense, we evaluate the specific needs of your operation through every stage of your growing season to bring you the best in farming. Your success is our passion, so don't settle for a field goal when you can score a touchdown. Greenpoint Ag is game day ready to serve as your trusted agronomic advisor. Learn more about our full array of agronomic and ag technology services at greenpointag.com. Farmer owned, locally focused. We are Greenpoint Ag.
Support your LSU Tigers with Hancock Whitney, the official bank of LSU athletics. From game day to the offseason, Hancock Whitney LSU credit and debit cards are a big win for any Tiger fan. Want to get your paws on these cards? Well, apply online or visit HancockWhitney.com/LSU. Hancock Whitney Bank, member FDIC. All accounts subject to credit approval. Terms and conditions may apply. When it comes to investing in your home's comfort, it's never just one thing. You want to make sure you get an air-conditioned system that's reliable, affordable, energy efficient, backed by a strong warranty, and is installed by a dealer you can trust. That's why people who insist on the best choose Trane. Plus, right now, Trane is offering special financing. So what's not to love? Visit Trane.com to find a local Trane dealer today. It's hard to stop a Trane. Subject to credit approval. Ask for details.
Together, we are partners, setting a new standard for health. Together, we prove that no matter how battle-tested we are, our spirit remains undefeated. Our Lady of the Lake and LSU are creating transformational change and impacting Louisiana with a new standard for healthcare, research, and education. Together, Our Lady of the Lake and LSU are champions for Louisiana. Together, we roar. Learn more at ololrmc.com/LSU.
We continue with LSU Game Day, presented by 3 Olives Vodka, leading you up to LSU Fighting Tiger football.
Pressure comes. Ojulari gonna bring him down at the 43-yard line.
With a quick check of the college football scoreboard, let's go inside the Capital One studio with Brian Haldane on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Yep, we are back in the Capital One studios, and it's time for a Caesars Sportsbook scoreboard presented for the people by Caesars. Big 12, the Dr. Pepper Big 12 Championship going on right now. Kansas State is taking on TCU, and the 10th-ranked Kansas State has a 21-17 lead over the Horned Frogs. There's 9:09 to go in the third quarter of that contest. Over to the MAC Championship going on right now. Toledo is taking on Ohio. Toledo has a 10-7 lead in that game. Coming up at 2 p.m. for reasons beyond explanation, Valparaiso will be playing New Mexico State. Both teams are 5-6. Then at 2:30, you got the Sun Belt Championship with Coastal Carolina taking on Troy. Of course, we'll be going at it at 3 p.m. UCF, 22-ranked UCF, is taking on Tulane in the American Athletic Championship at 3 p.m. Also at 3, Fresno State will be taking on Boise State in the Mountain West Championship, 7 p.m. tonight. You've got Purdue taking on number 2 Michigan. That'll be the Big Ten Championship game. Number 9 Clemson and number 23 North Carolina in the ACC Championship. Already in the books from last night, Utah topped USC to be the Pac-12 champions. And then Conference USA Championship had UTSA beating North Texas 48-27 in the FCS bracket. Southeastern Lions are on the road. They are taking on the Samford Bulldogs. That's at 2 p.m. in the second round of the FCS Championship. And one more Louisiana team's added today. Southern Jaguars are taking on Jackson State as part of the Coach Prime farewell tour before he packs up for Colorado. That game's coming up at 3 p.m. And that is your Caesars Sportsbook scoreboard. Hunt?
What on earth was that Valparaiso game?
Hey, it's a battle of 5 and 6 monsters.
They're trying to get to a bowl, I guess. Why are they playing today? Valparaiso, New Mexico State. This is championship weekend.
It's not even televised, Hunt.
Come on.
They couldn't borrow something from HGTV. Couldn't interrupt the House Hunters to squeeze this one in.
That's just, all right. Wild stuff. Listen up, folks. Introducing the greatest hits from the lottery. Play Hit 50. Win up to $1,000. Visit any lottery retailer and pick up Hit 50 today. For your chance to win, must be at least 21 to purchase. Just saw some video from down over in Atlanta from pregame warm-ups. Jaden Daniels is out there warming up. His ankles are pretty heavily spatted, as they say. Both of them are. That's, I guess, kind of a can't tell which one's hurting me if I tape both of them up pretty good. So, look, he may be a little bit limited as far as the running game go. That is not a great thing. But if that gets him to get rid of the football a little bit more quickly and give those guys a chance on the outside, I may be all for it. Today, this game, for LSU to win, and we'll get to keys to victory here a little bit later, but for LSU to win, it's going to have to be something like a 21-24 game. They cannot win a shootout with Georgia because LSU's not going to be able to score enough points to win a 44-41 game. That's just not in the cards for this team against that defense. It's going to have to be low scoring. And some games that Georgia has played this year have been low scoring. They beat Kentucky 2 weeks ago 16-6. And Kirby is very comfortable playing that kind of game. If he senses that his defense can choke out an offense, he'll turn around and hand the football off, and they'll play a low-scoring game. They're comfortable with that. Sometimes they get out and run away from some people, but they scored 45 on Mississippi State, scored 42 on Florida, scored 42 on Auburn. But it's if he thinks that that the team's not going to score, he'll just turn around and run the football. And if LSU gets into a tractor pull like that, that's the only way that they can win. The Tigers are going to have to play great defense. They're going to have to hold Georgia somewhere around 20 points, and then hope you can make a couple of big plays and do enough to win the football game. But Jaden Daniels is out there warming up. He is running around a little bit. Look like he's 100%, probably not, but he's going to go out there and give it a go for the Tigers today. So that's your update from over in Atlanta, Georgia. We'll take a timeout, come back with a lot more. Still got our keys to the victory. Still got our chat with Mike Denbrock. Jordan B. Hill is going to join us from Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta. So loads to get to. It is LSU Game Day presented by 3 Olives right here on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute? When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can. But it's just as important to take time for yourself. AARP can help. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
The passion, the tradition, the rivalries. SiriusXM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got your school covered. On SEC Radio, there's complete coverage of every school in the conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along online or on the SiriusXM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now, as a college student, you can stream your first 3 months of SiriusXM for $1. Fees and taxes apply. See offer details and subscribe now at SiriusXM.com/SEC Sports.
And for today's STEM tip, okay, you know recycling is important. No one wants plastic in the ocean. Here's a cool way to repurpose a plastic bottle. Build an awesome terrarium. Cut a large plastic bottle in half and fill the base with sand, pebbles, potting soil, and your favorite plant. I chose an African violet. put the top of the bottle over your base and place it in the sun. Your plant will grow sealed in its own ecosystem. Fun, right? Learn more at She Can STEM. A message from the Ad Council.
The passion, the tradition, the rivalries. SiriusXM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got your school covered. On SEC Radio, there's complete coverage of every school in the conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along online or on the SiriusXM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now, as a college student, you can stream your first 3 months of SiriusXM for $1. Fees and taxes apply. See offer details and subscribe now at SiriusXM.com/SEC Sports.
We continue with LSU Game Day, presented by 3 Olives Vodka. Time now for your game day forecast.
Now here's the weather.
From inside the Capital One studio, here is Brian Haldane on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Your pregame weather update presented by Southern Air, proud partner of LSU Athletics. In Atlanta, Georgia, we are looking at cloudy skies and around 60 degrees, and that's where it's going to stay. The walk back to the car or hotel or wherever you're headed post-game is basically going to be where we are right now. The temperature isn't supposed to dip into the 50s until around 8 p.m. tonight. Like I said, it is cloudy. There's also a 5-mile-per-hour breeze in Atlanta right now. That's probably not going to play a factor inside of a domed stadium, though. If you're entertaining for the game back home, we're all done with the rain. In fact, the sun might even be peeking out a little bit before it goes down a little bit later on this afternoon. Your temperature should be in the mid-70s as the game kicks off, closer to 70 by the end of the game. Right now, we are at 74 degrees in Baton Rouge, 61 in Atlanta. Hunt?
Thank you, Mr. Haldane. Just under 90 minutes to kick off over in Atlanta. That countdown to kickoff delivered by ASAP, the official mobile ordering partner of LSU Athletics. A little bit of disappointing news, it appears, coming out of Atlanta. Brody Miller from The Athletic just tweeted out a picture of John Emery. He is in street clothes at the moment and not going through warm-ups. So LSU's running back room, which is just criminally low on depth, maybe taking another hit here. Josh Williams expected back in this game. Probably could have given it a go last week. They decided to hold him out. So you're looking at Noah Kane and Josh Williams carrying the mail for LSU as far as the running back go today. It doesn't appear that John Emery is ready to go. That's just a report from Atlanta. Maybe we'll get some confirmation from Gordy Rush coming up a little bit later. I wanted to talk to you about the Georgia offense and what LSU is up against with the dog offense today. This is a Georgia offense that kind of struggled to get out of neutral early in the Kirby Smart days. When they played the elite-level teams, they weren't able to keep up offensively. That was the case a couple times with Alabama. That was the case with LSU in 2019. Now, nobody kept up with them, but that was with that Jake Fromm offense. It just wasn't it didn't fire on all cylinders. Last year, they made some changes, and they really played well on offense. Stetson Bennett did a great job, and he's, of course, back to pilot this offense. He's throwing for 262 yards per game. He's thrown 16 touchdowns and 6 interceptions, completing 67% of his throws. He is also a threat to run the football. He is second on the team in rushing touchdowns. He's quick. He is actually fast as well. He routed off a 64-yard touchdown run a little bit earlier today, so he can be a little annoying to the opposition because of his quickness and his ability to kind of get out of trouble. He doesn't look very imposing in pads, but he is an athletic guy. He also hasn't been great the last couple of weeks. I mentioned in the last segment that Kirby Smart will turn around and hand the football off if he thinks that'll do enough to win the game, and it was enough to beat Kentucky 16-6, and it was enough to run away from Georgia Tech 37-14. But in those two games, Stetson Bennett is a combined 23 of 47. That's 49% completion. He is throwing for 128 yards per game. He's thrown 2 touchdowns and an interception. They have not been a great passing team the last couple of weeks. They're not explosive on the outside very often. Ladd McConkey's a pretty good player out at wide receiver for them. He's got 46 catches on the year, 4 touchdowns. They get him involved in jet sweeps and pitches, and they do some things to get him going. He's really fast. But he's not, A.J. Green out there by any stretch of the imagination. Potentially A.D. Mitchell could be back for them in this game. I'm going to ask Jordan Hill that a little bit later. He mentioned it to me earlier this week. Mitchell is probably their most talented receiver. He hasn't played in 2 months. So we're going to see maybe he gets back today. But the passing game more so goes through the tight ends. You're probably aware of that if you follow the SEC as closely as most of you do. Brock Bowers is a star at tight end for these Georgia Bulldogs. He's an All-American. He's going to win a Mackey Award for what he's done. He's 6'4", 230 pounds, and he is a great, great player in the middle of the field, in the red zone, all over the place. He's just a very difficult matchup. Darnell Washington is a freak of a human. He is 6'7", 270 pounds. Absolutely mountain of a man. Those two guys are very difficult matchups for anybody because they're big, they're physical, and they catch the football when it's thrown to them. Stetson Bennett trusts those guys, and LSU is going to have to know where the tight ends are at all times. The running back is just a committee. It is not your Noshawn Moreno. It is not your Todd Gurley where one guy for Georgia carries the mail. Nick Chubb, none of the. It's not like that. Kenny McIntosh, Kendall Milton, and Dejon Edwards are a three-headed monster at running back. No one averages more than 54 yards per game, and all of them average more than 5.3 yards per carry. They run behind a big physical offensive line, and they keep those guys fresh. Up until last week, I would have said, LSU is really good at slowing down running backs. I ran through those stats so often last week. Tank Bigsby did not get going against LSU. Quinshon Judkins had a nice first quarter against LSU, and then LSU bottled it up. You go to the two running backs that they've got that do a really nice job for Florida. LSU clamped those guys down. Florida State's running backs did not get going. But A&M got Devon Achane going last week. They really haven't done that all year. And that was concerning. And you know that Kirby and his offensive staff are going to look at that, and they're going to run the football. If LSU cannot stop these three running backs from chugging along, it's going to be a long day because they'll just keep handing it off. A&M did it last week, and LSU simply had no answer. We thought early in the second half they got those 2 3-and-outs that maybe they had figured it out. Then you had the scoop and score that you had A&M run wild. That's massive. Because if you can slow the running game down, which LSU's done at games this year, they just didn't last week, then you force Georgia to throw the football, and their wide receiver group is just okay. It's just a good, fine group. Tight ends are really good, but it ain't Henry Ruggs and Jalen Waddle and Devontae Smith running around for Alabama. That's not what Georgia has. So if LSU can turn them into a passing team, it would be to LSU's advantage. And Stetson's thrown 6 picks this year. It can happen. But that's what Georgia wants to do. There's one stat that points to maybe a little bit of an advantage to LSU, really, when you look at this entire game. There's only one statistic I can look at and go, maybe LSU can get it done there. And it's in the red zone. Georgia is number 1 in the nation in scoring in the red zone. They are 97%. However, in terms of red zone touchdown percentage on offense, Georgia's only 65%. They're 48th in the country. And when you consider they're like top 5 in everything else that they do, 48th in the country is something you could look at and maybe feel like LSU could hold them to some field goals. LSU's 7th in the country in red zone touchdown percentage against. They've done a good job of that this year. You can turn some of these longer Georgia drives into field goal tries. Now, the field goal kicker's really good, but if you can turn them into field goal tries, you can stick around. That goes back to my point that this has to be a game played around 20 to 25-27 for LSU to stick in it. It gets up towards 37-40, lights out. So maybe you hold them to some field goals, and you can make some things interesting down the stretch. That is certainly the hope. But this is a Georgia team that is very efficient, very effective on offense, just a little bit untraditional in the way they do it because they run through their tight ends. They don't have a bell cow running back, and their quarterback looks like a guy from the UREC. However, he may go down as a 2-time national champion when this thing is over. So I'm done kind of talking trash about Stetson Bennett. Not that I did it very often previously, but he's been great for 2 years. He just isn't 6'5", 240 with a rocket arm. He's smaller, but he can run. He makes great decisions. He's a great leader, and they play for him. And that's the guy that they'll put under center for the Bulldogs coming out today in the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Our Lady of the Lake, proud to be LSU's championship health partner. Together, LSU and Our Lady of the Lake are creating transformational change and impacting Louisiana with the new standard for healthcare, research, and education. Together, LSU and Our Lady of the Lake are champions for Louisiana. Together, we roar. Learn more at ololrmc.com/LSU. Hunt Palmer here with you in the Capital One studios, getting you ready for LSU and Georgia in the SEC championship game. You're listening to LSU Game Day presented by 3 Olives right here on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
2023 is a great year to be a People's Health member. There are no premiums and no deductibles. Expanded network of doctors, specialists, dentists, and vision providers. Enhanced dental benefits, including $0 for fillings, extractions, and dentures. With the flexibility to see dentists out of network. Plus, now use your OTC benefit to shop in-store at more than 55,000 national retailers. Call People's Health. 1-855-821-2666.
LSU fans, your first bet with Caesars Sportsbook is on us, up to $1,250. Download the app using promo code LSUFull and then place your first bet. If you win, congrats! But if not, you'll get your wager back as a free bet. Open to new users in Louisiana who are 21 or older. Not available in prohibited parishes. Licensed through Horseshoe Bossier City and Harrah's New Orleans. If qualifying bet loses, bet amount returned is credit. Must use within 14 days. See Caesars.com/promos for full terms. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-770-STOP. Caesars Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of LSU.
Fans, if you were born to grill, then check out Barbecue Guys for all your grilling and outdoor living needs. With the largest selection of top-rated grills and outdoor products, best-in-class customer service, and expert product reviews, tips, and how-to videos, Barbecue Guys makes it easier than ever to shop online for backyard necessities. They're there to help you master grilling and outdoor entertaining. So visit barbecueguys.com. That's bbqguys.com to learn more. Barbecue Guys, for those who were born to grill.
Hey, Tiger fans, when shopping for your game day essentials at your local grocery store, don't forget to pick up your favorite variety of Lay's potato chips, Doritos, and Tostitos tortilla chips. Tostitos, Doritos, and Lay's are an essential part of the game day tradition. Whether you're at the stadium or hosting Tiger fans at home, make sure Lay's and Tostitos are part of your game day ritual. Lay's, Doritos, and Tostitos are proud supporters of LSU athletics. Go Tigers!
Louisiana pests can be a formidable opponent, but J&J Exterminating is ready to tackle them on their own turf. J&J Exterminating is Louisiana's largest independently owned pest control company, and we know what works in Louisiana's climate, from ants to termites and everything in between. J&J Exterminating will protect your home or business with 100% satisfaction guaranteed. Get the shield.
J&J Exterminating. Yeah.
Take 2 parts Tiger Superstars, 1 part Superfan. Voila! You have LSU Game Day. Presented by 3 Olives Vodka, the official pregame radio companion of LSU Fighting Tiger football on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Let's look at tonight's Built Ford Tough Series history. It's brought to you by your local Southern Quality Ford dealers. Let the good times roll. LSU and Georgia have met a number of times over the years. LSU has won 18 times. Georgia has won 13. There has been 1 tie. Tigers have won 4 of 5. Last one was, of course, the 2019 SEC championship game. Joe Burrow put it on the Dogs that day. LSU defense wasn't too bad in that one either. Tigers won it by the score of 37-10. Of course, you go back to the last regular season matchup between these two teams was also a Joe Burrow game. It was the 2018 game inside Tiger Stadium. Maybe an underrated game in the last 25 years, because you always hear about the 2003 Georgia game that was so great. We talk about the incredible games in 2007 with Auburn and with Florida inside Tiger Stadium. You'll talk about the Alabama game from this past year when they rushed the field. And there are a lot of games that you bring up in Tiger history. I don't know that the Georgia game in 2018 gets brought up too often, but it was an incredible environment. LSU played very, very well that day. It was one of the bigger wins of the Ogeron era. Certainly outside of that 2019 win, probably the biggest win of the Ogeron era. That was a really good Georgia team that came in, and the Tigers just handled them that day, 36-16. Time now for keys to the game. And this one for me, I thought about a lot of things. I've laid out a lot. If you listen to the show here over the last 53 minutes, talking about you have to stop the run if you're LSU, because Georgia will continue to just keep handing it off and bringing in fresh legs. I talked about Jaden Daniels getting the ball to the outside and throwing the ball, giving his receivers chances to make plays down the field. You've got to give them chances. You can't just sit there and wait for somebody to come wide open. That doesn't happen against Georgia. They're as good, as well coached a defense as there is. They're as good a defense as there is in college football. They're not going to be wide open. You've got to give guys a chance to make plays like he did against Alabama, like he did against Florida. Got to happen again in this game tonight. That's the key for me. So there's a lot of things have to go right for LSU to win this game. If Georgia plays its A game and LSU plays its A game, Georgia's going to win this football game. But they got to go play the game. And to me, I think what is probably a crutch and not exactly elite analysis by me, but it's going to have to be, for me, turnovers. If you lose the turnover battle, you got no chance. But if you win the turnover battle today and you're able to get a pick, create a big play, they muff a punt, you get a short field, you get a strip sack, scoop and score like LSU got at Auburn, certainly like A&M got last week. Those kind of game-changing plays are what create upsets. And make no mistake, if LSU's to stick in this thing and win a football game, it'll be a massive upset. So for me, I think the key to this football game is going to be the turnovers. And if LSU can do that, which they haven't been great at forcing them all year, I think you can stick around. LSU's got some guys. Perkins can make some plays. He can get you a turnover. There are some guys in LSU's secondary, Greg Brooks, Joe Fouché, that have made plays. Dark Bernard Converse expected back in this game. You didn't have him last week. Got to make some plays on the football. Got to get a turnover, create some short field, and get it done. That's the hope. Lionel Turner had a pick 6 against Georgia in the SC Championship game. Mo Claiborne had a pick 6 against Georgia in the SC Championship game. Maybe this is the time for one of those guys in the purple and gold to make a play inside Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Go get a turnover. That's my key in this game. Probably pretty obvious, but that's what I got for you. Tailgating's back. Revelry and LSU Athletics bring you the 2-minute turnkey tailgate. Choose your game. Choose your add-on. Show up on game day. Tailgate like a champion. Reserve yours today at revelryteam.com. Still lots to get to over the next 35 minutes here. We will get you inside the mind of the Tigers. We will hear from LSU offensive coordinator Mike Denbrock as well. When we come back, we're going to go to Atlanta and hear from Jordan D. Hill. He covers the Dogs for Go Dogs 247. You're listening to LSU Game Day, presented by 3 Olives, right here on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
It's 4 a.m., Monday, and you're literally sucking baby snot through a tube because she's congested. Man, that's love. And if you love her that much, love her enough to make sure she's buckled in the right car seat. To make sure your child's in the right seat for their age and size, visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Show them you love them. Keep them safe. Visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
The passion, the tradition, the rivalries. SiriusXM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got your school covered. On SEC Radio, there's complete coverage of every school in the conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along online or on the SiriusXM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now, as a college student, you can stream your first 3 months of SiriusXM for $1. Fees and taxes apply. See offer details and subscribe now at SiriusXM.com/SEC Sports.
He's got a seam. He's down the near side hash.
Tiger fans, if you've ever wanted to listen to the LSU Sports Radio Network while watching your Fighting Tigers on TV, now you can, and it's easy to do.
Just pause the TV. Use the LSU Sports mobile app to stream the audio on your smartphone or tablet. Connect to a smart speaker, then wait for the audio to catch up to the point your TV is paused. Push play, and you are all set.
Watch the Tigers and listen with the LSU Sports Radio Network and the LSU Sports mobile app.
15, 10, 5, touchdown! Tigers!
Hey, Tiger fans, 3 Olives Vodka reminds you that no tailgate at Tiger Stadium is complete without cocktails featuring the smooth, premium taste of 3 Olives Vodka. Our quadruple distilled recipe will bring all the spirit you need this season. It's sure to be a crowd pleaser. 3 Olives Vodka, official partner of LSU Athletics. 3 Olives Company, Jersey City, New Jersey. Please drink responsibly.
Kickoff is coming up soon. Let's learn more about the Tigers' opponent with Tiger Recon on LSU Game Day. Presented by 3 Olives Vodka from the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Quiet Saturday here in the capital city, but not so quiet over in the ATL. Tigers and Bulldogs kicking off in just over an hour from Mercedes-Benz Stadium. That's where we go now. Jordan D. Hill covers the Dogs for Dogs 247. Jordan, thanks for your time. How are you today?
Hey, doing great. Yeah, countdown's on, man.
It is on. Paint the picture for us around Mercedes-Benz Stadium and inside. I'm assuming there's a lot of red and black.
Yeah, we're starting to see it file in. I'll be really intrigued to see what the crowd looks like. I think it should be a pretty healthy Georgia crowd, obviously, with this being in Atlanta. But, you know, I think a lot of people are expecting if Georgia takes advantage and gets it done today to be back here in a few weeks in the semifinals. So I am curious to just see what the crowd winds up looking like when we get toward kickoff.
I think there will be a significant edge there for the Dogs. I know a lot of LSU fans that had the air come out of the balloon last week and decided they weren't going to make the trip over to Atlanta to see this one. So we'll see what happens here in an hour. Let's talk about this Georgia team. Last year, obviously, they ran through undefeated and got tripped up in this game. That seems to have been a pretty big talking point this week. It's a big deal to them to win the league because they didn't do it last year, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And what's funny is as much experience and as much winning as they've done under Kirby Smart, this SEC title game has kind of been his tripping point. They haven't won it since 2017. They've lost once to LSU in that 2019 game. Lost twice to Alabama, that one last year being one of them. I do think it's a point of pride. You know, we had players like Kyrus Jackson, one of the receivers. This was back in the middle of November, right after Georgia clinched, and he was pointing on the wall. They have numbers that mark what year they won the SEC, and he said, look, we're playing to add numbers to this wall. You know, I think a lot of people have raised the point, well, what does Georgia have to play for? I do think that there is really a point of pride for these players, particularly these juniors, these seniors, these guys who have been a part of an incredible amount of winning to come into Atlanta, essentially their backyard, and be able to claim that they're the best in the SEC.
Sometimes you can be a victim of your own achievements and the expectations that come with them. And so when Georgia hasn't been firing on all cylinders, everyone kind of notices because they expect such great play from Georgia. So in those games against whether it's Missouri, Kent State, Kentucky, even Georgia Tech for a half last week, when things haven't been firing on all cylinders, especially offensively, why?
I think the biggest tripping point has been finishing with 7 points in the red zone. And you look at their red zone numbers, they're not terrible. They score a lot when they get in the red zone, but several times they've had to settle for field goals. And you saw that in the Kentucky game. You saw them try to be a little aggressive near the end of that Kentucky game and go for it on 4th and 1. They don't get it. And you're thinking, okay, well, they're still in good shape. Kentucky goes down and puts together a 99-yard drive. Other than that, you know, I think the physicality of the offensive line, which I think that group has been challenged. You know, they had not ran the ball, I don't think, to Georgia's standard for most of this season, but you've really seen it kind of tick up the last few weeks. I think Kenny McIntosh comes into this game. I sort of see him as the X factor for Georgia, running back who can run between the tackles, but is also a very dangerous receiver. I would tell people to keep an eye on him. I think that they have kind of taken it upon themselves to run the ball and run it well. It's worked the last few weeks, and I'm very intrigued to see if we see that continue this afternoon.
We spoke earlier this week on my daily show here in Baton Rouge, and you mentioned A.D. Mitchell at wide receiver, who may give him a little bit of a spark. Any update on whether or not he's available today?
So they've been going through just really the start of warm-ups. A.D. was out there, didn't look like he was limited at all as far as what he did. I will say that was the case last week against Georgia Tech, and he winds up not really playing at all. He was on the field for one snap on a 4th down. They call timeout. He doesn't go back on the field. So the warm-ups are promising, but I don't think it says anything, you know, concrete. But I do think we'll see number 5 out there a good bit, and he's someone that, you know, we're still kind of learning about this year. We expected him to be that number 1 wide receiver. Because of injury, we haven't been able to see it. So if he does something, he's, you know, all of us watching, even the people on the Georgia beat, we're going to be learning quite a bit about A.D. Mitchell, just like everyone else watching.
That's a look at Georgia's offense. We'll take a timeout, come flip sides of the ball with Georgia's defense. But first, before a timeout, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification right here on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hear the Tigers roar worldwide. The LSU Sports Radio Network and the LSU Sports mobile app.
We'll take a timeout, head right back to Atlanta on LSU Game Day, presented by 3 Olives.
Looking to up your grocery game? Skip the lines, not the service, with Super One Foods Curbside. Shop super1foods.com for the lowest prices on all of your favorite brands. Select your pickup time. Our expert shoppers will do the shopping for you and load your groceries right into your car. They even offer same-day pickup when you order before 6 p.m. Score super savings and enjoy the convenience of curbside service at Super One Foods. Super low prices.
Hey, Tiger fans! With the latest John Deere deals from Sunshine Quality Solutions, you're always sure to score. Ask us about our tractor packages with 0% financing available. When your project is powered by Sunshine, you have quality products and a winning team on your side. Learn more at sunequip.com. Some restrictions apply. See dealer for details. Offer ends October 28, 2022.
Hey, Tiger fans 12 and younger, don't miss your chance to be a part of Mike's Kids Club. Presented by Shell, the exclusive kids club of LSU Athletics. Join Mike's Kids Club for only $25. Get the official Mike's Kids Club t-shirt, free admission to select LSU athletic events, and much, much more. To learn about upcoming events and to join, please visit LSUMKC.com. The Mike's Kids Club, presented by Shell.
Albertsons is making shopping and saving easier than ever. Check out Albertsons For You in our mobile app, where you can shop for groceries and save weekly with digital coupons all in one place. With Albertsons For You, you can earn rewards points every time you shop and redeem them for free groceries. Brand new Albertsons For You members receive $5 off their next $25 purchase just for signing up. Download the Albertsons app or go to albertsons.com to sign up. Albertsons, fresh food, local flavors.
Southern Air Heating and Cooling is proud to be an official sponsor of LSU Athletics. Their team of AC professionals have been serving the comfort needs of the people of Louisiana for over 25 years. Much like the fans of the Tigers, our commitment to Tiger athletics and providing great service remains as strong as ever. Southern Air Heating and Cooling. Go Tigers!
Learning more about the team across the field. Tiger Recon continues on LSU Game Day. Presented by 3 Olives Vodka from the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Chatting with Jordan D. Hill from Mercedes-Benz Stadium over in Atlanta. Jordan, let's flip sides of the ball now, talk about this Georgia defense. Of course, the massive amount of talent that exited after winning a national championship seems to have been replaced. They're humming right along.
Yeah, it's funny. I think all of us on the beat expected the defense to be good, but, to really watch for growing pains. This is a defense that lost 8 starters from a year ago. Then the very first time we were in the stadium this year for the Oregon game, they only give up 3 points, and it sort of moved the bar. And, there have been moments. I think the one thing that puts this Georgia defense on its heels sometimes is explosive plays. But even when they've given up explosive plays, they've done a good job of sort of recollecting themselves, forcing field goals, getting stops that ends drives. They've done an outstanding job. I think Kirby Smart, as well as Will Muschamp and Glenn Schumann and the entire defensive staff, they've done a great job. Kirby talked about before the season, he really harped on, we're talented, but we're inexperienced. And you looked at positions and said, if these guys can figure it out, they should be in okay shape. They've done an excellent job, really, from the front of the defense to the back. And it's a big reason why Georgia comes into this game as likely the #1 seed in the college football playoff.
Look, Georgia does everything well on defense, but I think if there's any spot in this game where LSU may have a level playing field or maybe even a slight edge, it would be at wide receiver, where LSU has surefire NFL guys. Tell me about the Georgia secondary in terms of its talent and where maybe they've been susceptible to some things.
Yeah, we've seen a few missteps by arguably Georgia's best defensive back, cornerback Keely Ringo. He's a guy that makes the pick six in the national championship game that essentially clinches that title for Georgia. He's gotten called on a few plays. He's gotten called for some pretty rough defensive pass interferences, but he's come up clutch in some big moments. That Tennessee game, he essentially seals the win before halftime with a very big interception in the end zone of Hendon Hooker. Guy across from him, Kamari Lassiter, had the big task of filling the place of Darion Kendrick, who left after last year. He's done a really good job, and I think that he's really shined in the last few weeks. He's a very sure tackler, and you would think he would get targeted a lot because Keely is sort of that known entity, but really he hasn't because of the way he's played. And then behind them, it's a very interesting mix. You've got Malachi Starks, a true freshman, who he gets thrown out there in that Oregon game, and you kind of think, well, they're kind of throwing him in the deep end, and he goes off and makes one of the best interceptions, quite frankly, I've ever seen in the first quarter on Bo Nix. That kind of got the momentum surely on Georgia's side. Then the other guy's Chris Smith, a fifth-year senior. He's a vet. He reads and diagnoses plays so well. He does such a good job of racing possession of the ball. He's up for the Nagurski Award, and it's for good reason. He's a really proven player, and he's a big reason why this defense, even, again, as I said a few minutes ago, they may give up a few plays here and there, but when it comes to crunch time, they're able to get stops.
Jordan, I really appreciate your time all week long. Enjoy the ball game.
Absolutely. Appreciate you guys.
He's Jordan D. Hill, covers Georgia for Dogs 247. LSU fans, StubHub's the easiest way to experience every Tigers game. Check the virtual view, score your seats, and get your tickets delivered instantly. StubHub, the official ticket marketplace of LSU Athletics. StubHub, be there. Stop me if you heard this one before, but TCU is on the ropes. They trail by 11 late in the ball game in Arlington, so maybe some nervous moments, certainly over the next 9 minutes, but maybe even tomorrow for the Horned Frog fans as Kansas State's got that lead 28-17 in the Big 12 championship game. We'll take a timeout, come back with more. It's LSU Game Day presented by 3 Olives on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the Lingo.
GOAT, G-O-A-T, acronym, stands for Greatest of All Time, as in spaghetti sandwiches for dinner? They're my fave. Dad, you're the GOAT.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
Hey, so what's a great way to spread awareness that driving high is illegal everywhere? A catchy song, of course.
You can run, but you can't drive high. You can run, but you can't drive high.
Friendly reminder, don't drive high. If you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
Adopt U.S. Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the Lingo.
GOAT, G-O-A-T, acronym, stands for Greatest of All Time, as in spaghetti sandwiches for dinner? They're my fave. Dad, you're the GOAT.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
At the tailgate, at home, in the car, or on the water, your LSU Fighting Tiger football companion. This is LSU Game Day, presented by 3 Olives Vodka on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
We are inside an hour to kickoff in the Southeastern Conference Championship game. Kickoff will be at 3:10 Central Time, 4:10 over there in the ATL. It'll be LSU and Georgia for the SEC crown. Hunt Palmer, Brandon Taylor with you from the Capital One studios here in Baton Rouge. BT, you have played in this game against this program. You've been really in the situation that Georgia is in right now, where you got an undefeated team that honestly doesn't have to win the game, but I'm thinking that didn't quite turn you guys off in 2011. You want to go win a championship.
Oh, yes, indeed, man. You always want to bring the hardware back home, and that's something that you can have for the rest of your life and pass down to your kids, and something that you can always be remembered as, because this game goes down in history, and the way college football is changing with conferences and the way they're going to do the playoffs, like, you never know 20 years from now, the SEC championship might be obsolete and never be again. So it's one of them type of games that you want to win and hold on to their hardware and bragging rights.
Look, for LSU, you had a chance as of last week on Saturday afternoon a chance to win the national championship. There were only 7 or 8 teams alive for that. You were one of them. That's no longer the case. You've got 3 losses, and I don't think anybody believes that a Southeastern Conference championship is going to trump that and get you into the playoffs. So the mindset a little bit different. This week. What do you think this week was like for those guys?
I think this week was, at first, it was probably a letdown because they controlled the destiny in their hands. And I know that's a sour taste in your mouth. I can remember 2010, we had the Sugar Bowl in our hands and went to Arkansas and lost. And we ended up going to the Cotton Bowl. But I know this week is just a stepping stone to moving in the right direction. You still get to play for a championship. And who in the right mind knew last year that we would be in this situation going to the SEC championship? This is just one of the another step forward for the program and for our new head coach and coaching staff, and just for another step for recruiting. And as far as you go and win the SEC championship against the number 1 team in the country, man, that says a lot. Like you set yourself up good for next year and for a good bowl game.
No doubt. I mean, it would be a huge accomplishment for LSU to win this football game. It is a big accomplishment to win the West. Now, this is a program, unlike most around the country, that you strive for national championships. Most programs can't reach that. It's just that's the way it is. Around here, they can. So that will be the expectation moving forward to compete for that. And that wasn't necessarily the case in August. So that's not very common around here, but this was not a common season. They've overachieved to a degree, and they've got basically a free swing this week against the best team in the country, and we'll see if the Tigers can get it done inside the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. TJ Ribs, legendary Louisiana barbecue, home of the Brian Kelly Show, is the official barbecue restaurant of LSU Athletics and the presenting sponsor of Tiger One Village. We have every game all the time to go tailgating packages and event catering located on the Acadian Thruway, Segan Lane, and Airline Highway in Prairieville. Visit us online at tjribs.com. LSU offensive coordinator Mike Denbrock, our assistant coach interview of the week. You'll hear that in the next segment. But first, let's go inside the mind of the Tigers.
Time to go inside the mind of the Tiger.
Cornerback Mekhi Garner on lessons learned last week and preparing for today's SEC title game.
Something that we've stated earlier in the season, starting fast, urgency. We kind of got complacent. We probably just looked at the record and just felt like A&M was just going to lay down. They came out and played. They played harder than us, but, I think it's a good lesson, though, for the players, for the younger guys, too, like, to see how to prepare, how to come out and start fast. This is going to be a physical game. We're going to come out more physical. That's how this game going to come down to. Like, we're going to come out and hit somebody in the mouth the first play and keep that same mentality the whole 4th quarter.
Defensive lineman Mekhi Wingo on the challenge against Georgia's rushing attack.
They got a variety of backs, different type of backs. One's a more downhill, one's a quicker guy, and they're very physical up front. So they run a lot of counter game and things like that, just trying to get you out of your gap. And the running backs are pretty elite, and they'll find it if you're out your gap.
Tight end Mason Taylor on taking on reigning national champs and the #1 ranked Bulldogs.
Yeah, I'd say a lot is mental. And that's the one thing, you can't just be scared just because they're ranked higher than us. Just like Bama, we weren't scared going in that game. It's kind of the same mindset.
The mind of the Tigers. The guys will be back with more right after this quick break on LSU Game Day, presented by 3 Olives Vodka on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hey y'all, I'm Amanda Shaw. We all know Louisiana is as fun as all get out. So get out, take a road trip, and explore our state. Fill her up, then try a new restaurant that's as fun-loving as it is food-loving. Grab the family and take off for monumental adventures at our 21 state parks, or take a magical minivan tour along our 19 scenic trails and byways. Louisiana's a trip. Take one today.
This is Lieutenant Governor Billy Nungesser. Plan your road trip at LouisianaIsATrip.com.
Walk-On Sports Bistro puts everything they've got into bringing you game day with a taste of Louisiana. Dig into their mouth-watering made-from-scratch Louisiana cuisine like po' boys, gumbo, and voodoo shrimp, plus fan favorites like juicy burgers and fresh salads, all in front of 70-plus TVs with 40-plus beers on tap. Or watching the game at home, Walk-On's Family and Friends bundles are available to go. Pick your favorite starter, side, and entree and feed a group of 4. Order online or in the app. Walk-On Sports Bistro, more than a restaurant. Are you a homeowner looking to keep your home cool while saving money? Perhaps you're an HVAC contractor who wants to offer customers more efficient, more consistent home comfort. Luxair is the name to know for unmistakably efficient and reliable home cooling. And great business building programs for contractors, too. Contact your Luxair dealer to find out more. Or if you're a contractor, visit solarsupplyluxair.com to learn about working with Luxair.
Out on the field or on the court is where thousands of LSU athletes learn lessons of a lifetime. I know I did.
Learning about hard work, sacrifice, and teamwork makes a huge difference in people's lives.
That's why we're proud to be an official partner of LSU Athletics.
Dudley DeBosier is a firm that brings our LSU values to work with us every day.
Because we believe that's how you make a difference in people's lives.
The Dudley DeBosier difference. Demand Dudley DeBosier, official partner of LSU Athletics.
Chad Dudley, Baton Rouge, LA 2112229.
Built upon a solid foundation of cast iron and steel, the Kubota LO1 series is part of our tractor lineup, rated #1 in durability and owner experience. They feature powerful Kubota diesel engines and easy operation. The durable Kubota LO1 series. Talk to your local Kubota dealer today to schedule a demo. Go to KubotaUSA.com for full disclaimer.
Take 2 parts Tigers superstars, 1 part superfan. Voila! You have LSU Game Day. Presented by 3 Olives Vodka, the official pregame radio companion of LSU Fighting Tiger football on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Back here on LSU Game Day, time for our assistant coach interview of the week. We've got LSU offensive coordinator Mike Denbrock. Coach, SEC championship game, what would a win mean to your guys and your program?
Well, I mean, the LSU program has always been about championships, and the SEC championship in particular. So I think the players are really excited for the opportunity, and obviously having a chance to add a small piece to the long legacy of great football being played at LSU. We want to be part of that.
Obviously, you guys haven't been responding to a loss lately. Y'all had a really good run there, and things didn't go the way you wanted last week in College Station. How would you describe the response of your guys this week?
Yeah, it's been fantastic. I mean, they've really zeroed in. I mean, I think, you know, we feel as if we left a lot in Aggie land that we could have done a hell of a lot better than we did. And so they're anxious for the opportunity to showcase what our true football team looks like. And I think you'll see that on Saturday.
I know you get a lot of nameless, faceless opponent. We just got to go play our brand of football. But Georgia is #1 in the country in scoring defense. They're defending national champions. Do you or your team take that as a sort of a challenge?
100%, yeah. And, you know, it's something we have constantly been reminding the players about all week that, you know, this is a group that prides themselves on playing great defense. Obviously, Kirby and his staff do an unbelievable job on the defensive side of the ball. And it's a challenge that, you know, is something that we've got to master. We've got to do a great job against. We've got to control the game as much as we can on the offensive side of the ball, help our defense out, and at the same time, we're gonna have to score some points to win.
Chatting with Mike Denbrock, LSU offensive coordinator. When you look at Georgia defensively, I've looked at stats all week. Every stat is really, really impressive towards the top 5 of the country, except sacks and tackles for loss. Is there a reason for that?
No, I don't know that there is. I mean, they've had some injuries along the defensive front that may have affected that a little bit. I don't know what their answer to that question might be, but they move around quite a bit. They bring pressure. They try to create those type of plays, explosive plays defensively with what they do scheme-wise. So we're going to have to be on top of it for sure. But I think, you know, if we can stay ahead of the chains and we can play good, solid football, we can have success moving the ball.
Coach, thanks so much for your time. Best of luck in the game.
Thank you very much. Let's go Tigers.
That's LSU offensive coordinator Mike Denbrock. We're counting down to kickoff SEC championship between LSU and Georgia. It's LSU Game Day presented by 3 Olives right here on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can. But it's just as important to take time for yourself. AARP can help. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
The passion, the tradition, the rivalries. SiriusXM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got your school covered. On SEC Radio, there's complete coverage of every school in the conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along online or on the SiriusXM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now, as a college student, you can stream your first 3 months of SiriusXM for $1. Fees and taxes apply. See offer details and subscribe now at SiriusXM.com/SEC Sports.
And for today's STEM tip, okay, you know recycling is important. No one wants plastic in the ocean. Here's a cool way to repurpose a plastic bottle. Build an awesome terrarium. Cut a large plastic bottle in half and fill the base with sand, pebbles, potting soil, and your favorite plant. I chose an African violet. Put the top of the bottle over your base and place it in the sun. Your plant will grow sealed in its own ecosystem. Fun, right? Learn more at She Can STEM. A message from the Ad Council.
The passion, the tradition, the rivalries. SiriusXM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got your school covered. On SEC Radio, there's complete coverage of every school in the conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along online or on the SiriusXM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now, as a college student, you can stream your first 3 months of SiriusXM for $1. Fees and taxes apply. See offer details and subscribe now at SiriusXM.com/SEC Sports.
Talking Fighting Tiger football. Back with more LSU Game Day. Presented by 3 Olives Vodka on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Back here in the Capital One studios, Hunt Palmer, Brandon Taylor are with you. It's LSU Game Day presented by 3 Olives, getting you ready for LSU and Georgia. Some updates as warm-ups continue and the tweets start rolling out. Jarek Bernard-Converse is dressed out going through warm-up, so he was in concussion protocol last week. LSU did not have him. He looks to return in this game. Josh Williams is going through warm-ups right now, so looks like Noah Kane and Josh Williams are going to be your bell cow running backs in this game. They will not be with the services of John Emery in this game as he is in street clothes this afternoon. So, look, BT, we did keys to the game a little bit earlier. I want to get your thoughts on this. How does LSU keep this thing close and give themselves a chance into the fourth quarter against a team that's won 30 of its last 31 games?
The way that LSU keeps this game close is to contain this Georgia running game. I think that's the key to Georgia's offense, and it always has been back to when I was playing against them, and that's what they survive off of. That's what they live off of. They have a big offensive line, and they want to keep the ball moving downfield, and they want to control the clock. And LSU just has to play LSU football. Now, last weekend, what we seen,
what happened?
It was not Hunt.
You were there.
I froze my butt off. It was 48 degrees.
Yep.
I had a rollback jacket on, and it wasn't doing anything. They ran out of hot cocoa at halftime, and it was just horrible. And to be honest, Texas A&M has the nicest fans, and it's kind of weird, like, that they were so nice. It was like, no, like, I need you to talk trash to me. Like, I don't want – it was just bad, man. We couldn't stop the running game, and Texas A&M, they just came out with a good game plan, and we just couldn't contain them at all.
It was shocking because LSU's done such a good job against the running game for the vast majority of the year. Do you think it was just that night for H-Chain, 38 carries for 220 yards, or it was something that got exposed for LSU?
I don't think it was something that got exposed. I just think that he just had the game of his life. And can he do that again playing LSU? I don't think so. I just think that it was just an off night for us, and I just think we got caught up in the hype, and we got our butts spanked by a team that had nothing to lose and that could go out there and just cut up and have fun.
Yeah, look, and that's the way that LSU should play in this game.
Exactly.
That's you've, and again, I've talked about this a lot over the last hour and 20 minutes, but this is basically a free swing for LSU, and that doesn't happen very much in Baton Rouge because we're competing for championships and we're playing for national titles and that kind of deal. And that's just not the case this year because you've got those 3 losses. And anytime LSU has gotten to the SEC championship game outside of this, there's been massive ramifications on the line outside of the Tennessee game in 2001 where LSU kept Tennessee out of the national championship game. This is kind of like that. Or if you want to flip roles, this is like Georgia in 2011 or Georgia in 2019 where LSU was significantly favored and ended up winning those 2 games very comfortably. It's a weird feling for me entering this game. It's like, well, we'll see what we got.
Oh, yes, indeed. And then you got to think, Hunt, like this year, the end of this year has been crazy. Now, okay, TCU's losing. Well, they're losing. if Alabama gets in and LSU goes and blows Georgia out, do we get a Cotton Bowl? Do we get SEC champion? Do we get
There's a lot of moving pieces. It feels like Ohio State might be in front of Bama, but
yeah, but it's still a lot out there. Like, you go out there and you just put it to them, man. You could change somebody's mind. It don't. You still got a lot to play for, and you still got a championship to play for. Like, it's not the end of the world, man. At the end of the day, you still get to play football and against the number one team in the nation right now.
We'll come back and close it out here, and then we throw it across the time zone over to Atlanta for the SEC championship game. We'll come back and finish it up. It's LSU Game Day presented by 3 Olives right here on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
And we're back with breaking news. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan, so make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
When you're done listening to the Tigers take another victory, the rest of the city will be waiting. After all, there's a lot more to Baton Rouge than just Saturday nights. From famous historic landmarks to iconic hole-in-the-walls, even some of the world's best blues joints, there's something special around every corner. But these foodie flavors and soulful sounds are just a sample of what Baton Rouge has to offer. Whatever you're into, it's all right here. Go to visitbatonrouge.com and start putting together your post-game playbook.
Mow, dig, haul, lift. The versatile Kubota BX Series subcompact tractor does it all. Switching attachments is simple, and a smooth hydrostatic transmission makes for easy operation. The Kubota BX Series, rated #1 in durability and owner experience. Talk to your local Kubota dealer today to schedule a demo. Go to KubotaUSA.com for full disclaimer.
Southern Air Heating and Cooling is proud to be an official sponsor of LSU Athletics. Their team of AC professionals have been serving the comfort needs of the people of Louisiana for over 25 years. Much like the fans of the Tigers, our commitment to Tiger Athletics and providing great service remains as strong as ever. Southern Air Heating and Cooling. Go Tigers!
Kickoff is just around the corner. One last time, let's get final thoughts from the guys before boot meets ball on LSU Game Day. Presented by 3 Olives Vodka on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Maybe John Emery is playing, and he was in street clothes at one point. Now it looks like he's dressed out. Just the official stance of the LSU pregame show is, I'm not sure if John Emery's playing or not. He might be. It looks like he is dressed out now. So he was in street clothes when other guys were out there warming up. It appears he's now dressed out. Maybe that's just one of those deals where he's out there just getting a sweat, but he can't go. I don't know. But he might play. I'd love to have him if he's available.
Indeed, especially in a game like this, man. Big body game, a big physical game, SEC game. You need everybody that you can get, especially a physical running back like that.
It's been a good year. Been a really good year for LSU. Had a really lousy taste in your mouth after last week in College Station, but you've got an opportunity here to go win the conference and upset the #1 team in the country. It would be a heck of an effort, but it's going to take a lot for LSU. I've given my keys to the game. The ball's got to get in the air to the outside. You got to let Kayshawn, Brian Thomas, Malik Neighbors, Jeray Jenkins, all those guys have got to go make plays against Keely Ringo in this Georgia secondary. And for LSU defensively, you got to stop the run and make Georgia a passing team and deal with these hellacious tight ends. I mean, you dealt with a lot of tight ends in your day. I'm sure that most of them weren't 6'7", 270 like Darnell Washington or Brock Bowers at 6'4", 230, who looks like a miniature person compared to Darnell Washington, but those are big dudes.
Oh, yes, indeed, and that's the focal point of that offense. Kirby Smart, he did a good job of recruiting those tight ends, and I think that's one thing that he likes to build around. And as a defensive player, that's one of the hardest positions to cover as a secondary guy, because as a nickel or a dime, you're too small, and as a safety, you're probably still too small, but a lot of these guys can run. As far as you can see, is these guys that's coming in playing tight end right now, and we're just gonna have to contain them.
Yeah, well, easier said than done. I got asked on Friday's show. He said, "Hey, what does LSU need to do to deal with Darnell Washington and Brock Bowers? So, well, first they need to bring a ladder. You got to get up there and deal with them. But it's a lot. But it's not. It's I gave this comparison all week as well. Those great Alabama offenses of the last 5 years looked like drag race vehicles. Like they just got up and went fat, and they're gone. This Georgia offense is more like a tugboat or snowplow. It's going forward. And it may not be the fastest, flashiest, but it's moving forward and it's effective. That's what the offense they run under Stetson Bennett, and LSU's simply got to play better than they did last week. If they play like they did last week, it's going to get ugly. If they play like they did against Alabama, or they play like they did in the second half against Ole Miss or some of those teams, they can hang in this thing.
Oh, yes, indeed. And then that's one thing LSU defense can't do is let this Georgia offense rock you to sleep, because it's going to be slow. It's going to be physical. And their game plan is to wear you out until the fourth quarter and then impose their will on you. And you can't get rocked to sleep with that, because they will throw in trick plays and do a lot of stuff like that. So you just got to play your game plan and remain physical, man. All the off-season workouts, the fourth quarter training, the conditioning test, it comes down to this. And this is when you show all that you put into the max reps that you did in the weight room. Like, this is what it comes down to, a championship game and against the number one team in the country.
Let's go get it done. We'll see. That's all we can do here from Baton Rouge. Time to throw it all the way to Atlanta, Georgia, to the broadcast team. That, of course, is Gordy Rush, Doug Morrow, and the voice of the Tigers, Chris Blair. It's the number 1 Georgia Bulldogs and number 11 LSU for the Southeastern Conference Championship. Here come the Tigers.
This has been LSU Game Day.
This is our time. This is our game.
The time for talk is over. Coming up, it's LSU Fighting Tiger football on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
He's got a seam. He's down the near side hash.
Tiger fans, if you've ever wanted to listen to the LSU Sports Radio Network while watching your Fighting Tigers on TV, now you can, and it's easy to do.
Just pause the TV. Use the LSU Sports mobile app to stream the audio on your smartphone or tablet. Connect to a smart speaker, then wait for the audio to catch up to the point your TV is paused. Push play, and you are all set.
Watch the Tigers and listen with the LSU Sports Radio Network and the LSU Sports mobile app.
15, 10, 5, touchdown! Tigers!
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
It's 4 a.m., Monday, and you're literally sucking baby snot through a tube because she's congested. Man, that's love. And if you love her that much, love her enough to make sure she's buckled in the right car seat. To make sure your child's in the right seat for their age and size, visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Show them you love them. Keep them safe. Visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
Tiger fans, from border to border, coast to coast, and all the ships at sea, LSU Fighting Tiger football is on the air. This is LSU Fighting Tiger football from the LSU Sports Radio Network.
15, 10, 5, touchdown! 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 Fighting Tigers!
For the 7th time, LSU represents the West in the SEC Championship game.
It's game time, baby. Let's go, man.
And For the 5th time, they will face the Georgia Bulldogs.
We know we're fighters, but we got to play every play, and it's got to be our best. You got to do your job when you're supposed to do it, and you got to do it the right way.
It's the #1 ranked Georgia Bulldogs, your 14th ranked Fighting Tigers of LSU for the Southeastern Conference crown. And the countdown to kickoff starts now. From inside Mercedes-Benz Stadium in downtown Atlanta with the call of the game, here is the voice of your Fighting Tigers, Chris Blair.
After surprising the college football world with a 9-win regular season and capturing the SEC Western Division, now the opportunity to play for an SEC championship. 14 teams start the season. Eventually it comes down to 2 left standing. So today it's the #1 ranked and defending national champion Georgia Bulldogs taking on your 14th ranked Fighting Tigers of LSU. Hello everybody, this is Chris Blair along with former Tigers Doug Morrow and Gordy Rush, our spotter Jim Nickel, Bill Franquez on hand with stats, on-site engineers Bo Hoover, Stan Catron, and the straw stirring the drink back in the Capital One studio, Mr. Brian Haldane, welcoming you to Mercedes-Benz Stadium, site of the 2022 SEC Championship here in downtown Atlanta for today's play-by-play story. A disappointing climax to the regular season last week. LSU stumbled on its way to Atlanta, dropping the regular season finale on the road in Bryan College Station to Texas A&M 38-23. Now, it changed some of the possibilities out there for this Tiger team, but it did not erase the opportunity to win an SEC title. This week around football, it's all been about refocusing and returning to the preparation that helped springboard LSU to 4 straight conference wins, including top 10 opponents Ole Miss and Alabama, eventually leading Brian Kelly and the Tigers to the SEC West crown. For Kirby Smart, coming to Atlanta in December, well, it's becoming second nature. His Bulldogs have been here 5 of the last 6 years, although they have just 1 win in their previous 5 trips. It came back in 2017 with a 28-7 win over Auburn. The Dogs have lost their last 3 title games, including that 2019 37-10 LSU victory behind Joe Burrow, Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, and company. The Fighting Tigers lead this overall series, 18 wins, 13 losses, and 1 tie. Currently have a 2-game win streak and have beaten Georgia 4 out of the last 5 meetings, including a 3-1 mark here in the SEC title game. So find your favorite chair, grab your favorite beverage, and join us for the greatest conference as it crowns its yearly champion. It's the SEC Championship. It's East versus West. It's Georgia. It's LSU. And it's coming up next on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Albertsons is making shopping and saving easier than ever. Check out Albertsons For You in our mobile app, where you can shop for groceries and save weekly with digital coupons all in one place. With Albertsons For You, you can earn rewards points every time you shop and redeem them for free groceries. Brand new Albertsons For You members receive $5 off their next $25 purchase just for signing up. Download the Albertsons app or go to albertsons.com to sign up. Albertsons, fresh food, local flavors.
Hey Tiger fans, we're Dudley DeBosier.
And we're proud to be an official partner of LSU Athletics.
Cheering on the Tigers is a Louisiana tradition.
There's nothing better than a good tailgate with great friends, followed by a huge LSU victory.
Whether you're from Shreveport or Houma, New Orleans or Baton Rouge, come game day, we're all pulling for the purple and gold.
Demand different. Demand Dudley DeBosier, official partner of LSU Athletics. 444-4444.
Chad Dudley, Baton Rouge, LA 2112228.
When you're a fan, you wear your team's jersey on your back and your heart on your sleeve. After a win, your world glistens. Lose, and the hurt permeates your soul. You'll always have a place with us in the Cox Fan Zone, where everyone can play and connect with other fans in a big group hug. See, in the Fan Zone, you're not some crazy fan. You're home.
Hey, Tiger fans, say Fan Zone into your Cox voice remote to play. Not at home? Visit cox.com/fanzone and go Tigers.
Hey Tiger fans, your new favorite local delivery app is here. Download the ASAP app to get all of your game day needs delivered right to your door. All season long, make sure to use promo code TIGERS22 to score free delivery and automatically be entered in the Winner ASAP Dinner Sweepstakes for a chance to win LSU tickets, autographed merchandise, and more. That's promo code TIGERS22. ASAP is the official mobile ordering partner of LSU
Welcome in to the Countdown to Kickoff from the LSU Sports Radio Network. Delivered by ASAP, the official mobile ordering partner of LSU Athletics. Leading you up to Fighting Tiger football. But first, a visit with LSU head coach Brian Kelly. Standing by with a coach, here's former Tiger Gordy Rush.
Coach, here tonight in Atlanta, Georgia, Mercedes-Benz Stadium. What a tremendous honor for your team after a 9-3 regular season.
Yeah, proud of this group that they were able to get here. It's hard, as you know. I mean, each and every week is a challenge, especially in the SEC West. But, you know, when their best was needed, they came up and played their best in the big games. And so that gives us the opportunity for one more. And to win the SEC would be an incredible achievement in the first year.
Tough opponent tonight. Georgia, obviously number one in the country. Let's talk about them on offense and their quarterback, Stetson Bennett. You mentioned Monday in your press conference. He exudes confidence.
Yeah, I mean, I just think, you know, he's one of those guys that has the position down, knows what they want from him, knows his role. He distributes the football, keeps plays alive, and minimizes any kind of damage. There's never negative plays because he takes great care of the football. And I don't want to say he's a manager of the game because he's much, much more than that. But he distributes and he gets the players the ball. And he's got some really significant talent on the offensive side of the ball to get the ball to.
Coach, it's been interesting. Last two conference games, Arkansas, Texas A&M. A lot of offensive coordinators trying to put Harold Perkins out in coverage, right? Spin him out. What can you do to counteract that? And you expect that tonight against Georgia?
Oh, yeah. Everybody's going to want to spread him out. You know, we have to deal with a little bit of that and make some adjustments accordingly. But again, you know, when you're on the field and you're taking one of your linebackers out of coverage, you know, you have to try to make up for it in other areas. So it's a, you know, cat and mouse game. We'll do some things with Howard tonight that we haven't done, Harold tonight that we haven't done. And again, give him the opportunity to impact the game.
I was talking about the Georgia defense. I mean, all Georgia did was put 15 people in the NFL draft last year, still go undefeated, outstanding on defense. And when you talk about the dogs on defense, it starts with Carter and Neal up front.
Yeah, I mean, they're big and physical. The linebackers are instinctive. Obviously, they're well coached. Will Muschamp is involved in it as well as Kirby. I mean, you've got two of the best defensive minds there. And again, I think that they have the athletic skill players. But when you look at them, the thing that stands out is they tackle so well. And, you know, the basic tenets of playing great defense is gap integrity, contain the football, and tackle. And they do all those three things really, really well.
Coach, finally, in College Station, your last words to me after the game, you said, hey, look, our team's fighting, but we need to be able to bring the fight. What's been the message this week?
Yeah, look, I mean, it's hard to play this game each and every week unless you have that switch turned on. And you know, you have to find that. The individuals, the coach can't get up there and give a speech every day. You have to be able to have that fire from within to go play this game to your identity. And our identity has to be that we play with a sense of urgency, that we play with grit. If we do that, we're a good football team. And if we don't, we're pretty average. And so I think our guys got the message. Unfortunately, we have to learn that along the way, but it's something that they'll never forget.
All right, Coach, best of luck tonight here in Atlanta. Let's go win an SEC title.
Let's do that. Thanks, Gordy.
All right, we'll take a timeout. We'll be back with more on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hey, Tiger fans. With the latest John Deere deals from Sunshine Quality Solutions, you're always sure to score. Ask us about our tractor packages with 0% financing available. When your project is powered by Sunshine, you have quality products and a winning team on your side. Learn more at sunequip.com. Some restrictions apply. See dealer for details. Offer ends October 28, 2022.
Hi, I'm Kevin Falk, LSU Hall of Famer. My years at LSU were amazing. I've always loved celebrating with my teammates, especially when someone was serving up some delicious Manda salsa. For a lot of Tiger fans, it's just not game day without Manda in the mix. Serving top quality sausage and original seasoning is Manda's strong side. But it's not Manda's flavor that's always got me running back for more. You get it, running back for more. After 75 years, the flavor still says it all. Manda Fine Meats, the official smoke sauce of LSU Athletics.
If it's a tale worth telling,
it happens at L'Auberge. With thousands of games to explore, hot streaks that never end, handcrafted flavors eager to please, and a vibe you'll never forget. It's a story in the making. This one, however, is to be continued. L'Auberge Baton Rouge. What's your story? Must be 21 years of age or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
Walk-On Sports Bistro puts everything they've got into bringing you game day with a taste of Louisiana. Dig into their mouth-watering made-from-scratch Louisiana cuisine like po' boys, gumbo, and voodoo shrimp, plus fan favorites like juicy burgers and fresh salads, all in front of 70-plus TVs with 40-plus beers on tap. Or watching the game at home, Walk-On's Family and Friends bundles are available to go. Pick your favorite starter, side, and entree and feed a group of 4. Order online or in the app. Walk-On Sports Bistro, more than a restaurant.
Back with more on the Countdown to Kickoff, presented by ASAP, the official mobile ordering partner of LSU Athletics. Let's check the game's starting lineups. Proudly presented by Visit Baton Rouge. Start exploring at visitbatonrouge.com. Here is former Tiger Doug Morrow on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Well, welcome back to Atlanta, Georgia, the Mercedes-Benz Stadium, LSU and Georgia in the SEC Championship game. Let me give you the starting lineups for today's game. They are brought to you by Visit Baton Rouge. I'm going to start out giving you the Georgia offense first. At quarterback, number 13, Stetson Bennett, 5'11", 190-pound senior. The running back, number 6, Kenny McIntosh, 6'1", 210. He is a senior. The wide receivers, number 1, Marcus Rosemy Jackson. That's a strange name, but that's his name. 6'2", 195. I guess if you're that size, you can use that name. He is a junior. The second wide receiver, number 10, Kyrus Jackson, 6 feet, 200, a senior. And the third, number 84, Ladd McConkey. It's a name you'll hear a lot today. 6 feet, 185. He's a sophomore. The left tackle, number 59, Broderick Jones, 6'4", 310, a sophomore. The left guard, number 73, Xavier Truss, 6'7", 320, a junior. The center, number 63, Cedric Van Pran, 6'4", 310, a sophomore. The right guard, number 69, Tate Ratledge, 6'6", 315. He's a freshman. The right tackle, number 70, Warren McClendon, 6'4", 300, a junior. And the tight end, Brock Bowers, number 19, 6'4", 230. He is a sophomore. LSU offensively will start at quarterback, Jaden Daniels, injured against Texas A&M, but he's been practicing in the latter part of the week and seems to be okay to go. Number 5, 6'3", 200. He is a junior. The running back, number 27, Josh Williams, 5'9", 200. He is a junior. The wide receivers, number 7, Kayshawn Booty, 6 feet, 205, a junior. Malik Neighbors, number 8, 6 feet, 195, a sophomore. And Brian Thomas, number 11, 6'4", 201. He is a sophomore. The left tackle, number 66, Will Campbell, 6'6", 325, a freshman. The left guard, number 70, Miles Frazier, 6'6", 323, a sophomore. The center, number 69, Charles Turner, 6'4", 295, a junior. The right guard, number 75, Anthony Bradford, 6'5", 345, a junior. The right tackle, number 50, Emory Jones, 6'6", 335, a freshman. And the tight end, number 86, Mason Taylor, 6'5", 245. He is a freshman. Defensively, Georgia will start at one defensive end, number 90, Tramel Walthour, 6'3", 280, a senior. The nose tackle, number 96, Zion Logue, 6'5", 295, a junior. The defensive tackle, number 88, Jalen Carter, 6'3", 300, a junior. The linebackers, number 33, Robert Beal, 6'4", 250, a senior. Number 10, Jamin Dumas Johnson, 6'1", 245, a sophomore. And number 2, Shmael Mondon, 6'3", 220, a sophomore. The cornerback, number 5, Keely Ringo, 6'2", 210, a sophomore. The strong safety, number 29, Chris Smith, 5'11", 195, a senior. The free safety, number 24, Blocky Starks, 6'1", 205, a freshman. The nickel, number 22, Javon Bullard, 5'11", 180, a sophomore. And the cornerback, number 3, Kamari Lassiter, 6 feet, 180, a sophomore. LSU will start defensively across the front. Number 11, Holly Gay, 6'6", 265, a senior. Defensive tackle, Makai Wingo, number 92, 6 feet, 295, a sophomore. The nose tackle, number 99, Jaqueline Roy, 6'4", 315, a junior. The defensive end, number 18, B.J. Ojolari, 6'3", 250. He is a junior. The linebackers, number 23, Micah Baskerville, 6'1", 228, a senior. Number 30, Greg Penn, 6'2", 238, a sophomore. At cornerback, one corner, number 24, Jarek Bernard Converse, 6'1", 205, a senior. And Makai Garner is the other cornerback, number 2, 6'2", 217, a junior. At the nickel, number 5, Jay Ward, 6'2", 188, a senior. The strong safety, number 28, Major Burns, 6'2", 187, a sophomore. And the free safety, number 3, Greg Brooks, 5'10", 187. He is a senior. So there you have the starting lineups for today's game. I will be back with the BASF formula for success after this break on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Play our lucky numbers with 7-11-21. Win up to $2,100. Winnings with a twist. Play the new Fruit Twist Scratch-Offs. Win up to $12,000. Twist and count your winnings today. Must be at least 21 to purchase.
It takes true grit to wake up every morning dedicated to a higher standard of work. At H&E Equipment Services, we're leveraging our national fleet of equipment with a local approach, working closely with customers to understand their needs and provide them reliability, fair prices, and the support of a first-class service team. We're an equipment company, run by equipment people. Where others stop, we continue. H&E Equipment Services, the higher standard in equipment rentals, sales, parts, and service.
Support your LSU Tigers with Hancock Whitney, the official bank of LSU athletics. From game day to the offseason, Hancock Whitney LSU credit and debit cards are a big win for any Tiger fan. Want to get your paws on these cards? Well, apply online or visit HancockWhitney.com/LSU. Hancock Whitney Bank, member FDIC. All accounts subject to credit approval. Terms and conditions may apply.
Let's have some fun. The time is right, the party's just begun.
Ford F-Series has been keeping the good times rolling as the best-selling truck in America 44 years straight. And with the smartest F-150 and most capable Super Duty ever built, this dynasty will keep right on rolling. Drive the new 2021 F-150 at your Southern Quality Ford dealer, proud partner of the LSU Tigers. Based on 1977 through 2020 calendar year sales.
We are moments away from the excitement of LSU Fighting Tiger football as the countdown to kickoff continues. Presented by ASAP. Time to get the BASF formula for success. BASF. We create chemistry.
Let's go down to the field for the national anthem. And there you have the great song played at all events in the United States, the national anthem. Let me give you the BASF formula for success. Georgia, undefeated, #1 in the country. They were challenged by Georgia Tech last week, but pulled away in the second half to win 37-14, and that's the way that they've done every game where they've been challenged during the course of the season. They're anchored by better-than-looks quarterback Stetson Bennett. He's not real big, he's not real strong, he's not real fast, he's just really good, and he makes plays all the time. He's got 3 huge and talented tight ends, and they are very, very damaging to the defenses that they confront. LSU, well, what did they need to come back from that performance last week against Texas A&M? Jaden Daniels injured. Is he going to be healthy? We'll have to wait and see that. LSU's receivers are good, but their receivers are only as good as the quarterback can let them be. So if LSU plays the way Texas A&M did last week, LSU's got a real good chance. If LSU plays the way they did themselves last week, it's not much of a chance. We'll have to wait and see. I'll be back with pregame festivities after this break on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
When you're done listening to the Tigers take another victory, the rest of the city will be waiting. After all, there's a lot more to Baton Rouge than just Saturday nights. From famous historic landmarks to iconic hole-in-the-walls, even some of the world's best blues joints, there's something special around every corner. But these foodie flavors and soulful sounds are just a sample of what Baton Rouge has to offer. Whatever you're into, it's all right here. Go to visitbatonrouge.com and start putting together your post-game playbook.
Walk On Sports Bistro puts everything they've got into bringing you game day with a taste of Louisiana. Dig into their mouth-watering made-from-scratch Louisiana cuisine like po' boys, gumbo, and voodoo shrimp, plus fan favorites like juicy burgers and fresh salads, all in front of 70-plus TVs with 40-plus beers on tap. Or watching the game at home, Walk On's Family and Friends bundles are available to go. Pick your favorite starter, side, and entree and feed a group of 4. Order online or in the app. Walk On Sports Bistro, more than a restaurant. Together, we are partners, setting a new standard for health. Together, we prove that no matter how battle-tested we are, our spirit remains undefeated. Our Lady of the Lake and LSU are creating transformational change and impacting Louisiana with a new standard for healthcare, research, and education. Together, Our Lady of the Lake and LSU are champions for Louisiana. Together, we roar. Learn more at ololrmc.com/LSU.
Albertsons is making shopping and saving easier than ever. Check out Albertsons For You in our mobile app where you can shop for groceries and save weekly with digital coupons all in one place. With Albertsons For You, you can earn rewards points every time you shop and redeem them for free groceries. Brand new Albertsons For You members receive $5 off their next $25 purchase just for signing up. Download the Albertsons app or go to albertsons.com to sign up. Albertsons, fresh food, local flavors.
This has been the Countdown to Kickoff, presented by ASAP on the LSU Sports Radio Network. Time now for LSU Fighting Tiger football. We go inside the Caesars Sportsbook broadcast booth for the call of the game, along with former Tigers Doug Morrow and Gordy Rush. Here is the voice of your Fighting Tigers, Chris Blair.
Welcome in on this Saturday afternoon, headed into the evening hours. The Southeastern Conference just a couple hours away from crowning their 2022 SEC champions. LSU making an appearance here in the title game for the 7th time, taking on the Georgia Bulldogs for the 5th time in this title game. Again, the crowd making their way through the doors. A little late arriving crowd here. Of course, temperature controlled here inside Mercedes-Benz Stadium, but it's been, well, not too cold, but rainy most of the day here. In fact, rain early this morning and will continue to rain, but we're all very dry here inside Mercedes-Benz Stadium. And Doug Morrow, we've said it 1,000 times this week. Everybody who's followed this matchup has talked about it. LSU playing with house money. Shouldn't be here at this point, but here they are with a 9-3 regular season, clinch the SEC West, and you don't play games on paper, you play them on the field.
Well, you miss those extra points against Florida State, and you're thinking to yourself, man, I can't wait to get to the conference championship game. And nobody would have believed it back in those days, but it has happened. So despite what happened against Texas A&M last week, in Texas, LSU is here. And LSU being here has a chance of being the conference champions, and they're going to play in a bowl game, so it's going to be a great season under any circumstance, but would really be a great season under the circumstance where they win this game and go to the next round as conference champions.
Again, Georgia coming in ranked #1 in the country, the reigning national champions. Another perfect regular season, 12-0, 8-0 in the SEC, capturing the SEC East one again. I mentioned at the outset of the broadcast, Doug, that Kirby Smart, since taking over at Georgia, this is kind of commonplace for them to be in the SEC title game. A lot of people this week said, well, they're #1 in the college football playoff poll. They're going to play in the college playoff here in 2022. So how important is this game? It's important. It's an SEC title, and Kirby Smart is only 1-3 in this game. So I don't think there's any lack of motivation on the part of the Bulldogs today.
And ironically, you know, Kirby Smart, he's the Georgia coach, right? Well, he was an LSU assistant coach back in the day. Will Muschamp, he is on Kirby Smart's staff. He was an LSU assistant back in the day, and of course the staff that they coached on was Nick Saban, the one that won the national championship at LSU. So that kind of got it all started, and it has bled out all over the South and all over the United States with great coaches everywhere, and two of them are here on this staff, one with Kirby Smart as the head coach at Georgia.
Coming up, we'll send it down on the field, get an update on the toss of the coin as LSU and Georgia set to come out of their respective tunnels. Georgia to our left and LSU to our right. Gordy Rush will have that live toss of the coin, but Doug Morrow, our captains for today.
I do. Number 11, Ollie Gay. Number 6, Mike Jones Jr. Number 18, B.J. Ojulari. And number 69, Charles Turner. Those are the captains. Turner is the one for this game. The other 3 are permanent team captains. And the Georgia captains are on the near side, have walked out to midfield. LSU's captains not yet at midfield, but when they get here, they will walk out with the officials for the toss of the coin. Now, of course, this is the SEC championship game, so there are all kind of festivities that are attendant to the toss of the coin, and an awful lot of people over there. You hear the crowd roaring in the background. That's the LSU crowd as they roar in favor of the LSU team that has now run out onto the field wearing their traditional white jerseys, their gold pants, their gold headgear, and the LSU insignia on the side. Georgia coming down on the near side, they're wearing their traditional grayish, light gray pants, black and red stripes, red helmets, red jerseys. The traditional Georgia ones with the G on the side. That's what's called the Green Bay Packer G, but it's the Georgia G, and that's what they're going to call it. LSU's captains, of course, on the far side are going to be lining up with the officials and walking out to midfield for the toss of the coin. Gordy Rush, you're down there. Festivities are pretty loud here in this stadium, are they not?
Yeah, you know, it's a different feel. This isn't your traditional SEC stadium. It's big and there's a lot of noise, but it's really far from the field, so it's a little bit different feel and a lot of piped in music, and the way it kind of bounces around really unique as the captains are gonna are exchanging pleasantries right now. Have asked me to stay kind of out, not close to the ref, but if the Georgia guy goes in, Chris Blair, I'm going in. Here we go.
I'll toss it, let it hit the ground, okay? That's heads, that's tails. What you call? Tails. You want to toss, what would you like to do? You want to receive?
So there you go. LSU won the toss. They have opted to receive. And Chris, y'all got to help me out with where you guys are, I assume, on the Georgia sideline. So LSU will be going left to right on your radio dial. Quick couple updates for you. Jane Daniels, I watched him all of pregame. In fact, he just ran by me before the toss. He's definitely going to start. I don't think he's 100%. Both ankles are wrapped. He traditionally does not play with both ankles wrapped. He finished the game against Texas A&M with just a one ankle wrap. You made me give a number. I'd say 85, 90%, but he looked good. Of course, he's not going to scramble in pregame drills. Good news for the Tigers. Josh Williams looks good. He was taking reps with the number one offense. I expect him to play. Also, there was some reports that John Emery was in street clothes. That is not the case. I'm actually looking at him right now. He got dressed a little bit later. He went through post-game warm-ups. He is good. He will play. And then finally, Bernard Converse was with the ones, and that's huge because last week Jay Ward had to play quarterback. You would need Jay Ward to play a little bit of nickel back, and that'll bounce him back to nickel with number 24 starting for the Tigers. Doug?
And Harold Perkins is playing at middle guard. Is that my understanding for this game?
Well, they're going to move him around a little bit. I think they're going to move him around because so many teams have schemed him and tried to take him, push him back into coverage. As you heard in my pregame interview, Coach Kelly said, we're going to try something different today with number 40.
Well, yeah, that would really be different, would it not? Okay, Gordy Rush, thanks a bunch. Bring the Tigers luck in this ball game against the Georgia Bulldogs. Teams are lined up. Georgia's going to be kicking off. As we look at the field from the press box, that's Georgia is on the right, kicking right to left here in the first quarter. So LSU ready to receive. Georgia's going to tee the ball up, ready to kick. And here to give you all the play-by-play for today's game, the voice of the Tigers, Chris Blair.
Thank you, Doug. Welcome in, Tiger fans. We're just about set to start this one between the Bulldogs and the Tigers. I got to tell you, I like Gordy Rush being aggressive right out of the gate there on the toss of the coin. They told him not to stick the mic in there, but as soon as Georgia stepped in, Gordy stepped in. Maybe a good sign for this Tiger team, being the aggressor here on this Saturday. Waiting for TV to allow the officials to get this game started. Jack Pottlesney, a senior out of St. Simon's Island, trying to set the ball up on the tee at the 35-yard line. Again, LSU winning the toss, and Coach Brian Kelly and company deciding to take the toss. And we've seen them different strategies throughout the season. Although early in the year, Coach Kelly said more times than not he likes to take the football when given the opportunity. Time now for the opening kickoff presented by H&E Equipment. Pottlesney with the approach. Boot meets ball, and we've got football here in Atlanta for the SEC title game. This one out of the back of the end zone. It's a touchback, and LSU's offense will start first down and 10 at the 25-yard line. We heard Gordy Rush, a little update on Jaden Daniels again coming into the week. Not sure how close to 100% he will be, but Coach Kelly really applauded his effort getting in the training room, getting treatment, trying to be ready for his team on this stage. It'll be first down at 10 at the 25. As Gordy mentioned, Tigers now attack left to right as we look down on the field. It'll be John Emery Jr. with the start at running back. He'll be on the left side of Daniels. They'll have three wide to the right, one to the left. Now they'll motion Mason Taylor, the tight end, back to the left side of the formation. Handoff going to go to Emery, and Emery going to be hit at the line, still fighting, but will be stopped. Maybe a half-yard gain, not much there, as Georgia's front able to get on him. Stackhouse, the junior out of nearby Stone Mountain, Georgia, not giving up, eventually brings Emery down. Of course, Emery out of St. Rose, Louisiana, initially committed to play for the Georgia Bulldogs before deciding to come to Baton Rouge. On second down, quick fire up across the 30, up near the 32-yard line to Malik Neighbors as he hauls in his 59th catch of the year. The Tigers looking at third down on the season, 49% on the year, looking at 3rd and 3, so manageable here. Working from the far side hash. Daniels moves Emery from left to right on his hip. Three wide receivers to the right. Already a loud crowd here inside Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Now they motion Taylor. He'll stack as a receiver to the left side. Daniels, quick fire. Jenkins has it at the 36, up across the 40. And he'll pick up the first down for the Tigers on a nice grab by Jeray Jenkins, his 25th catch of the season. And the Tigers with a fresh set of downs here on this opening drive.
Jeray Jenkins lined up on the right side in the outside receiver in a slot formation to the right, ran a slant pattern, nice pass by the quarterback for the first down.
It was great separation by Jenkins as well on that slant. He was wide open. First down and 10. Ball at the 41-yard line. Daniels trying to get out to the edge, gets by one defender, cuts in at the 45 and makes his way to the 46-yard line. Picks up 5 yards on the carry. Javon Bullard was there to make the tackle. Sophomore out of Milledgeville, Georgia, for the Bulldogs. As Josh Williams now will check in. Gordy gave us an update. Williams looked pretty good. Worked with the ones during pregame. Last contest against Arkansas, missed UAB, and of course last week he was sorely missed in that loss at Texas A&M. Second down and 5. Ball placed at the LSU 46-yard line. Opening drive of the ball game. Daniels again out of the shotgun. This time he'll step back, looks downfield, has all day, now airs it towards the sideline and throws it away into the LSU bench. That will set up 3rd and 5. Keishawn Boutte was in the vicinity, but Daniels just threw it away. This is a Georgia defense that has 13 takeaways on the year. In fact, Georgia comes in, if there's one maybe Achilles heel, they have a -2 turnover margin. Not much else, though. They're atop basically every statistic you want to look at when it comes to college football. 3rd and 5 from the 46. Tigers with the opening drive of the ball game. 4 down linemen for the Bulldogs. Tigers stack 2 receivers left, 2 receivers wide to the right. Daniels with a comfortable pocket, throws, and it's incomplete at the 45-yard line of the Bulldogs. Looking for Boutte. Great coverage that time by Javon Bullard. Maybe got there a little soon, but no flags. It'll set up 4th down and 5, and the Tigers will have to punt it away near midfield.
And the ball was tipped by the defensive tackle who had his hand up. It hit him just on the wrist, but it caused the ball to wobble a little bit, and that upset the timing on the pass pattern from the crossing receiver, Keishawn Boutte, across the middle. An incomplete 4th and 5.
Jay Bramlett out to punt it away. Lets it fly from the 35, a mile high into the air. Wobbling punt, and getting out of the way is McConkey. Takes a bounce straight up, and then will be down at about the 21-yard line as the Tigers execute on special teams. And there's a timeout on the field after a 33-yard punt by Jay Bramlett. So the Tigers have to punt their opening drive. They give it back to the Bulldogs. Stetson Bennett and company will have it when we come back. 1st and 10 from their own 21. This is coverage of the SEC Championship on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
GOAT, G-O-A-T, acronym, stands for Greatest of All Time. As in, spaghetti sandwiches for dinner? They're my fave. Dad, you're the GOAT.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care would love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
The passion, the tradition, the rivalries. SiriusXM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got your school covered. On SEC Radio, there's complete coverage of every school in the conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along online or on the SiriusXM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now, as a college student, you can stream your first 3 months of SiriusXM for $1. Fees and taxes apply. See offer details and subscribe now at SiriusXM.com/SEC Sports.
Hey, so what's a great way to spread awareness that driving high is illegal everywhere? A catchy song, of course.
You can run, but you can't drive high. You can run, but you can't drive high.
Friendly reminder, don't drive high. If you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
The passion, the tradition, the rivalries. SiriusXM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got your school covered. On SEC Radio, there's complete coverage of every school in the conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along online or on the SiriusXM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now, as a college student, you can stream your first 3 months of SiriusXM for $1. Fees and taxes apply. See offer details and subscribe now at SiriusXM.com/SEC Sports.
Hear the Tigers roar. This is the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Tigers took the opening kickoff, 6 plays, 21 yards, forced a punt near midfield, got a 33-yard punt off the foot of Jay Bramlett. Now Georgia takes over. Stetson Bennett, senior out of Blackshear, Georgia, will set up in the shotgun. He'll have McIntosh on a wing to his left. They'll motion a receiver right to left, and on first down they go to McIntosh, hit right at the line and gets no gain. Back to the 21-yard line. Ali Gay able to wrap him up quickly. McIntosh coming into the game on the season, 654 yards, 8 rushing touchdowns. He's a senior out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Had a career high earlier this season, 143 yards on 19 runs. That's 7.5 yards per carry against the Wildcats of Kentucky. Again, a game where Georgia got the win, 16-6 on 3 field goals and a touchdown. Second down and 10 at the 21 for the Dogs. Motioning left to right as a receiver. Again, handed off McIntosh, running downhill, going to be hit, and then stays moving forward across the 25 up near the 27-yard line. 6-yard gain there after taking a couple of Tigers for a ride. Ojulari and Greg Penn get credited with the stop, and McIntosh hard to bring down. 6'1", 210 pounds. Third down and 4 for the Bulldogs. 51% on third downs this season. Bennett now rises, looks to the near sideline. McConkey out wide to the left. They'll stick Bowers in the slot to the left side. 2 wide to the right. Again, Georgia loves their 2 tight end set. They'll go without it here. Spread it with 4 receivers to each side. Bennett on third down. Looks left, looks back right. Late pressure comes. He'll throw this one looking for McIntosh, and it's over his head and incomplete at about the 28-yard line, far side. And that'll set up 4th down and 4, and the Bulldogs now will have to punt it away.
It's a good defensive series by LSU. They confused Bennett as he looked for a receiver, couldn't find anybody. LSU had everybody covered. He just threw it away in the right flat. Georgia ready to punt.
Thorson back there, a freshman out of Melbourne, Australia. He'll take the punt at about the 13-yard line. Back deep, Gregory Clayton Jr. for LSU. Here's the punt by Thorson in a beautiful punt. Clayton backpedaling, hit as he made the catch at about the 17-yard line. He's able to hold on, but Georgia got down there. Again, a great punt by Thorson, and lay a hit as soon as Clayton hauled it in. Did not signal for the fair catch. Luckily, he's able to hold on to it. LSU has possession. It'll be 1st down and 10 when we come back. Timeout on the field. No score. Tigers with their 2nd possession of the ball game when we come back to Atlanta on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
No fees or minimums and no overdraft fees. Banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Even easier than choosing Slash to be in your band.
Next up for lead guitar. You're in.
Cool. Yep, even easier than that. With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, is it even a decision? That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
When you're a fan, you wear your team's jersey on your back and your heart on your sleeve. After a win, your world glistens. Lose, and the hurt permeates your soul. You'll always have a place with us in the Cox Fan Zone, where everyone can play and connect with other fans in a big group hug. See, in the Fan Zone, you're not some crazy fan. You're home.
Hey, Tiger fans, say Fan Zone into your Cox voice remote to play. Not at home? Visit Cox.com/fanzone and go Tigers. Southern Air Heating and Cooling is proud to be an official sponsor of LSU Athletics. Their team of AC professionals have been serving the comfort needs of the people of Louisiana for over 25 years. Much like the fans of the Tigers, our commitment to Tiger athletics and providing great service remains as strong as ever. Southern Air Heating and Cooling. Go Tigers!
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hear the Tigers roar. This is the LSU Sports Radio Network.
No score here in Atlanta. 10:52 remaining in the first quarter of action. Both teams with the possession and both teams forced to punt. Georgia 3 and out. Only gained 6 yards on that opening possession for the Bulldogs. They punted it away, and it was a beauty. Great job by Clayton for LSU, who actually, the football hit him in the face mask before he was able to grab hold of it, as Georgia's special teams was on top of him quickly. But it will be first down and 10 at the 17-yard line. Daniels now stepping up to the line of scrimmage, shouting instructions. Georgia lines up 4 on the line of scrimmage, 3 down linemen, and now Jaden Daniels didn't like something. He's going to call a timeout. So the Tigers burn their first timeout of the first half. Stops action here, again with 10:52 remaining. And it looked like, Doug, very early on, Jaden didn't like what he was seeing. He was trying to relay that information to his offensive line. Not sure if it was the noise or just wasn't sure they were on the same page, and he calls the timeout.
Well, whatever it was not anything he was prepared for, because he didn't want to use a timeout so early in the ball game. There are right now 10:52 remaining in this first quarter. LSU's using that first timeout. That's not what they wanted to do, but better to use the timeout rather than make a mistake and give the ball back to Georgia.
Timeout on the field. We'll return. Tigers first and 10 at their own 17 when we come back on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute? When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can. But it's just as important to take time for yourself. AARP can help. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
I'm for today's STEM tip. Okay, you know recycling is important. No one wants plastic in the ocean. Here's a cool way to repurpose a plastic bottle. Build an awesome terrarium. Cut a large plastic bottle in half and fill the base with sand, pebbles, potting soil, and your favorite plant. I chose an African violet. Put the top of the bottle over your base and place it in the sun. Your plant will grow sealed in its own ecosystem. Fun, right? Learn more at She Can STEM. A message from the Ad Council.
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
After the timeout, LSU now back out there, first down and 10 from their own 17-yard line. Scoreless game so far here in Atlanta in the title game. Daniels throws out near side. Neighbors goes up, makes the grab at about the 26-yard line. Looked like Keely Ringo was all over him there, and Neighbors still able to find the football, high point it, and bring it in. Nice 11-yard gain. It'll be first down and 10 for LSU. Up at the 27-yard line. Daniels, quick snap, looks to his right, back to his left, throws into the flat. Keyshawn Booty hauls in his first catch. Up across the 30, near the 33-yard line. Gain of 7 on the play, and the Tigers now looking at second down and 3. And you're starting to see the tempo here. Daniels lined up in the shotgun. 3 receivers left. 1 lone receiver in Neighbors to the right side. Now Daniels again having to step up, talk to the offensive line here. That's what led to the timeout last time. He's got Emery in the backfield with him. Daniels calls for the snap. Belt high. He'll hand it off. It's going to be Emery, and Emery fights his way through the dogs. Picks up maybe 1.5 yards, just shy of 2 yards on the carry is Mondon and Dumas Johnson. 2 linebackers for the Dogs able to make the tackle, and it looks like he got enough. Right at 3 yards. Got the spot and the first down for LSU. Moving up to the 37-yard line now. We approach 9.5 minutes remaining. We talked this week about Georgia. They don't have a 2 deep. They have a 5 deep. They just had wholesale changes come on for the Bulldogs up front defensively.
How about bringing 5 guys on? They just rotated 5 people.
First down and 10 at the Tigers' very own 37-yard line. Shotgun snap, Daniels. Here comes late pressure. Daniels feels it. Now he's off and running. Pulled down from behind. Made it up to the 40. And picked up 3 yards. And they brought a delayed blitz. Daniels able to step up, get out of it, and make something out of what could have been a disaster. So it sets up second down and 7. Again, Georgia with the ability to bring pressure from any point on the field. 2nd and 7. Daniels throws quickly. Neighbors has it 45 to the middle of the field over the SEC logo into Bulldog territory down near the 42-yard line of the Bulldogs. Kamari Lassiter makes the tackle, but a great catch, great run after the catch for Malik Neighbors. And LSU looking at first down and 10 now on the Bulldog side of the field at the Georgia 42. 2 receivers left, 1 to the right side. Emery again remains the featured back. Center judge now clears the ball for play. And after rising up, Daniels again will step to the offensive line here. Play clock down to 11 as he steps back into the shotgun. Dogs trying to get loud here in the stands. Low snap, almost bobbled, hands it off to Emery. The timing a little off as he able to get inside the 40 to the 39-yard line, running left side. Picks up 3 yards on the carry. And once again, second down and 7 for LSU. Under 8 to go here in the first quarter, and the Tigers on the march. Josh Williams back in at running back. LSU again tried to get tempo going. Now slowing it down a little bit, changing personnel. Jack Bash will check in. He'll be part of a 3-receiver set to the right side. 1 lone receiver. Kyron Lacey to the left. Motion. Mason Taylor. Here's the snap. Again low, but handled by Daniels. Looking to throw, and it's caught! Inside the 25, center of the field, down around the 24-yard line. Kyron Lacey, the junior out of Thibodeau, with a 16-yard reception. First down and 10, Fighting Tigers.
Kyron Lacey from the slot on the left side runs a post pattern to the left for the completion.
On first down, throwing towards the end zone and far side, looking for Lacey again. He was covered up by Lassiter. And there's a flag down over there at about the 22-yard line, far side.
Offside on the defense, number 15, in the neutral zone at the snap. 5-yard penalty, replay, first down.
Well, there was a lot of grabbing down there on that far sideline between Lassiter and Lacey. Again, both parties guilty of that, but in the neutral zone, goes against the Bulldogs. That'll line up first down and 5. Now inside the Capital One red zone. Marked at the Bulldog 18-yard line. No score. 7 minutes, 10 seconds remain here in the first quarter. LSU with 2 receivers to the left. That's Lacey and Taylor in the slot. Booty in the slot to the right, along with Brian Thomas Jr. First down and 5. Marked at the 18-yard line of the Dogs. Quick flip out on the pass to Taylor. Georgia had it snuffed out. They're going to drop him back at the 20-yard line. A loss of 2. Again, they motion Mason Taylor from left to right. Daniels pulled from Williams and then tried to toss it out, but Georgia had done their homework. They were right there to make the play and the stop. It'll be second down and 7 after the loss now. Back at the 20-yard line. Tigers on the season, 89% inside the red zone. 73% of the time they find the end zone. On second and 7, empty backfield for Daniels. Here's the snap. Pressure gets tight. Daniels going to be tripped up and dropped back at the 21-yard line. Again, the pocket got extremely tight. They sent a delayed blitzer. And it looks like Daniels a little slow to get up. Now he will jog his way behind the line of scrimmage.
Well, that ankle that he had a problem with from last week is a problem right now. That's what he got up really gamey, and he's limping on it. He's trying not to, he's trying to act like a big boy, but big boy with the defensive lineman laying on your ankle as you go to the ground, not much good.
Yeah, certainly hobbling out there in the shotgun on 3rd down and 9. Now back at the 22-yard line of the Bulldogs. Daniels with time. Delivers the football. Caught by Thomas at about the 8-yard line. On the near side hash. A gain of 14 yards. 1st down and 10 LSU.
This ankle is forcing Jane Daniels to get rid of the football. A lot of times he would sometimes contemplate running. He knows he's limited today. They are throwing a lot of timing routes, and they've been really successful doing so.
1st down, goal to go at the Bulldogs 7-yard line. Daniels trying to keep out on the left edge, and 2 defenders are there to bring him down at the 15. Robert Bill Jr., the senior out of Duluth, Georgia, after a 2-yard gain. Again, trying to get Daniels out there with a lead blocker, but Georgia had 2 Bulldogs waiting on him in the flat. Again, always this season, Jaden Daniels has been deceivingly fast just by the motion of his run, but he is certainly slower today. 3 receivers out wide to the left, 2 to the right. Josh Williams out there to the left side. Empty backfield for Daniels. Looking, throws near side end zone and broken up. Looking for Booty in the right corner. Keely Ringo, one of the best corners in the country, able to get up and just maybe got a fingertip on it. It's incomplete. Sets up 3rd down and 5 again. Ball placed at the Bulldog 5-yard line. 3rd and goal, rather, at the 5. Tigers desperately trying to punch it in the end zone here.
Georgia shifted defenders, swapped them from one receiver to the other on that play. LSU can come back with a counter to that, which will give them an open receiver for a score.
Besh motions right to left, now comes back to the right side of the formation. 3rd down, goal to go from the 5. Daniels under duress, in trouble, and slung down back at the 15-yard line. Loss of 10 yards, and that'll bring on the field goal unit. Again, that offensive line held for most of this drive, but once they reached inside the red zone, Georgia showing how strong they are up front defensively. Chaz Chambliss, sophomore out of Carrollton, Georgia, picks up his 2nd sack of the season. And we'll see Ramos come on for LSU, try a 32-yarder just inside the far side hash, kicking left to right. Tigers trying to get on the board here with 4:02 remaining in the 1st quarter. Ramos waiting on the snap. Bramblett to hold. A little high. Bramblett places it down. Kick is up and it's blocked. So Georgia, after giving up some yardage, nobody blew the play dead. Georgia going to pick it up. I don't know why they didn't. Now they're going to pick it up and run the other way. Smith with it near side with a caravan of Bulldogs, and Georgia takes the lead. 6-0. Everybody stopped after the kick was blocked as if it was a point after try. LSU started walking towards the far sideline. Georgia celebrating. Finally, somebody from the Bulldog sideline said, pick it up and run.
And that's double inattention to detail on the play. First, the kick gets blocked. You know, it's shame. The beginning game of the season, blocked kick comes back to haunt LSU here in the last game so far of this season. As the ball was just on the ground, Georgia's looking at it. They're picking it up. The officials did not blow it dead because it wasn't dead. Georgia scores the touchdown on it. LSU with 2 bad mistakes on the same play cost them the touchdown. Cost them 2 touchdowns, actually, their own and Georgia's.
Looked like Stackhouse up the middle got the block, then picked up by Christopher Smith. After, again, some consternation and then some lobbying on part of his coaching staff and sideline. Again, the officials were looking around, wondering if anybody was going to keep playing. Eventually they did, and they returned the kick for the score. Now trying for the point after. We'll see. Pottlesney try it. Kick is up, kick is through, and it's 7-0 Georgia. So the defense for the Bulldogs come up with a huge stop and a huge turnover and score. And Georgia leads 7-0 with 3:33 remaining here in the 1st quarter. The Tigers drive so promising. 14 plays, 69 yards. 1st down, goal to go at the 7. And then again, as I mentioned, Doug, Georgia's dominance defensively just took over. Didn't allow anything. In fact, LSU started losing yards. And then after the field goal was blocked, Georgia picks it up, rambles it back, and you're down 7-0 here in Atlanta.
But the disappointing thing about this is that LSU, with 11 players on the field, a ball laying in the middle of the field that has not been blown dead, you would think somebody would want to go get it. For whatever reason, you would want to go get it, and they didn't do that. That's the last game of the season so far, and that mistake is very reminiscent of the mistake that was made the first game of the season against Florida State.
So Christopher Smith, the block kick return for a touchdown, 95 yards, puts Georgia on top 7-0. Tiger fans, introducing the greatest hits from the lottery. Play Hit 50, win up to $1,000. Visit any lottery retailer, pick up Hit 50 today for your chance to win. Must be at least 21 to purchase. Gordy Rush, as Doug mentioned, inexcusable for nobody to just go pick up the football, down the football, and in the play. But on that drive, you're down there on the sideline. It looked like maybe the noise affecting LSU, communication affecting LSU.
Oh, there's no question. You know, you guys asked me, Doug, you asked me before kickoff. It's different because the stadium is so massive and the fans are not on top of you. But in terms of it is so loud down here. I can remember probably 5 times since I've been doing this that I've had to put both earpieces in just to hear the broadcast and hear myself. And it has gotten really, really loud. It's easily 70-30 Georgia fans, if not more. And so, yes, when Jane Daniels has gone in and tried to audible or do any check with me, he's really struggled to do so. Going back to the block PAT, look, that's something you work on situation, especially on Thursday. Thursday is a day that you go through 2-minute drill, you go through gadget plays, you clean up all of the above, and you think about blocked field goals that went back for touchdowns. How about 2013? And I think it was on this date 9 years ago. Was it Auburn at Alabama, in which that long kick from Alabama was short and they ran it all the way back 108 yards, or whether it might be. You're just used to that as a PAT. You've got to know if it's blocked, there's a call, you go and cover it. Everybody just froze on that one. And hey, Georgia froze too. To your point, Kirby Smart was down here and his whole staff were yelling and just nobody moved. Finally, 2 or 3 guys got the hint. Wynn picked up the football, ran it 80-90 yards.
Just saw Todd Monken, offensive coordinator. He's up here in the booth, and he was screaming, somebody pick it up and go. Eventually they did. Here's the ensuing kickoff. It's a touchback, and LSU will have their 3rd possession of the game, starting 1st down and 10 at the 25-yard line. Georgia now 5 blocked field goals in a championship game in history, 4 of them by the Bulldogs. 2nd time it's been returned for a touchdown. And again, just a very crazy play as there's a Bulldog slow to get up after that kickoff down around the LSU 19-yard line. Try to get you a name and number once they sit up. It looks like Chaz Chambliss on special teams. So they're sitting him up now, the training crew. 3:33 remains here in the first quarter. In both teams filling each other out in the opening possessions. Then LSU got moving, reached inside the Capital One red zone, but things shut down quickly there. Forced a field goal try, and then obviously the block and the return for the kick.
I'm going to be interested to see how Georgia responds this defensive series. They came out prepared for the LSU we've seen the back half of the year with a lot of zone, a lot of spying Jane Daniels and not wanting him to run outside. This is not a day, I think, where he's going to run a lot outside. Instead, LSU came out with a really short, crisp passing attack, and by doing so, they gave Georgia fits. And what happened, Chris, they got down here in the red zone, and Georgia decided to dial up a couple blitzes and play a little bit tighter man-to-man. Expect them, now that they've seen Daniels, and this is what he's going to do, I think we're going to see a whole lot of blitz packages out of this Georgia defense here in the first half.
Yeah, I think you're right. Unfortunately, that's going to be the challenge for this offensive line. It'll be 1st down and 10 at the 25 when we get back to action here. That was Jones, by the way, shaken up on the play. Cash Jones. He was helped off by the trainers to the near side. We'll take a look at him for the Bulldogs. So Jaden Daniels and company back out here. 1st down and 10 at the 25. They'll line up in a pistol formation from the far side hash. Josh Williams now will join, step up. be on the right side of Daniels at the snap. Give to Williams. Williams a little bit of a hole at the line of scrimmage and up the far side hash. Picks up 7 yards across the 30 to the 32-yard line. Second down and 3. Again, great to have Williams back there. 2 100-yard rushing games this season. 118, and they needed all 118 up in Fayetteville a couple of weeks ago. Georgia going to shift at the line of scrimmage. Pass out to Williams in the flat near side. Got one block to spring him up across the 40, the 45, and then pushed out of bounds up near midfield. May have made it into Bulldog territory, and it appears he did, to the 48-yard line. Nope, they're going to place it back on the LSU side of the field. They'll say he was out at the 47. 15-yard gain. That'll set up first down and 10 at the Tiger 47.
LSU flooded that right side flat. They had 3 blockers out there, plus Williams as the receiver. Made the reception, turned it upfield. Big game.
First down and 10. Daniels with time. Throws the football. Caught at about the 38-yard line, rather the 42-yard line. Kayshawn Booty breaking through tackles inside the 10, the 5. Touchdown, Fighting Tigers. 53-yard strike. Booty grabbed it center of the field, just kept running, went right through several arm tackles of the Bulldogs, caught it, went towards the near sideline, cut it back middle of the field, and then just outran Georgia to the end zone. And the Tigers are a point after away from tying this game up with 2:21 remaining here in the first quarter.
And Kayshawn Booty comes to life here in the conference championship game. Been a long time since he's had that type of play, and boy, couldn't be more timely than this.
So now Ramos going to try to tie the game up with this point after try. Snap, placement, kick is up, and the kick is good, and we are tied 7-all here in Atlanta. Kayshawn Booty, just his second touchdown of the season. And boy, when his team needed him, Kayshawn delivered. Caught the ball right around the 42-yard line of the Bulldogs, and then he just outran everybody else. So with 2:21 remaining, we got a tie game, and that was a quick strike, Doug, and a big statement for this LSU offense after struggling on that last possession, giving up the field goal block and return. Excellent to see the Tigers bounce back.
And big difference. Remember last week against Texas A&M, the fumble picked up and returned for the score for A&M in the third quarter that took the game away from LSU. The game was never the same after that point. And I was thinking to myself, what Georgia just did to score their touchdown, let's see how LSU responds to it. And thank goodness LSU has responded in a totally different way. They came out guns blazing. Kayshawn Booty with a crossing pattern, made the reception, then broke a couple of tackles, broke it across back over the field for the touchdown. So LSU's responded differently than they did a week ago, and that hopefully will give them an opportunity to continue in this game and have a really legitimate chance at winning it.
Gordy Rush, we talked about Jaden Daniels not being 100% running the football, but it's got to be a give and take with his offensive line. They're giving him just enough time. He's got to release the football, and that time it was beautiful.
Yeah, and look, if the wide receivers keep winning the 1-on-1 matchups, then Georgia's going to be limited blitzing because they're not going to keep their defensive backs in man coverage and keep getting toasted. They're going to have to give them some help, and that's what LSU wants. LSU doesn't want 6 or 7 Georgia defensive linemen up there blitzing against this offensive line and a limit. I wouldn't call it limited. I still think he's about 85%. He's moving around well. You just don't want him running today.
Dybert with the ensuing kickoff, and it's into the back of the end zone for a touchback. So now Georgia will start first down at 10 at the 25. So Bulldogs, their third possession of the ball game. We're tied 7-all. Again, the score for Georgia came off special teams. Their first possession, only 6 yards total offense. It was 3 and out for Stetson Bennett and company. So the Tiger defense out there on the field. Stetson Bennett lines up in the shotgun. McIntosh to his right. Bowers on the left side of the formation. Here's the shotgun snap. Bennett going to pull, sprint out to his right, throws, and grab made up across the 35 to the 36-yard line. Ladd McConkey, 47th catch of the year for the sophomore out of Chatsworth, Georgia. Gain of 11 yards, first down and 10, Georgia.
Personnel from the 36.
2 minutes remaining, first quarter. We'll send Mitchell, who's missed a number of games this year. Expected to have him back today. He'll be wide to the left side. Snap to Bennett. Pulls from McIntosh, throws over the middle to Bowers, and he's got it right at midfield. He'll be dropped there by Greg Brooks, but another 15-yard gain. It's a first down and 10 for Georgia.
I think we're going to see a lot of the tight end get the ball. 3 of their top 4 receivers are the tight ends.
A first down and 10 from the 49. Bennett throws again. Catch going to be made inside the 30, the 25, and the 20 is going to be Brock Bowers. They go right back to him, and the big tight end delivers. As Brian Kelly said on Thursday, when the ball is thrown to Bowers, it's not a 50-50 ball, even if you have it covered. It's more like 70-30 because of his skill, his size, and his physicality. They'll swing it out. McIntosh near side, 4th leading receiver on this team. There's a flag out all over the field inside the 10 as McIntosh eventually stopped by Harold Perkins Jr. after a gain of 8 yards. But boy, they did not like something out here on the left edge. Not sure if it was a low hit, but they came from
Personal
everywhere.
foul. Illegal block below the waist on the defense. Number 5. Penalty is half the distance to the goal. Automatic first down.
Yeah, the illegal block going to go against LSU and Jay Ward.
Yeah, Jay Ward's got to stay high there. It goes both ways. There's so much attention on protecting the student athlete. And so it was a screen pass, and the tight end or the lineman was out there, and Ward came in and just because he was so massive, went low and chopped and took his legs from underneath him, and they called the flag on it.
So it moves Georgia closer here. First down goal to go now at the LSU 4 to tie ball game 7-7. Bennett out of the shotgun. Here's the snap. Give to McIntosh. Going left tackle, and he'll be pulled down at about the 3-yard line. So maybe only a yard gain. Jaqueline Roy credited with the tackle. Had a season-high 12 tackles last week in that loss to Texas A&M for the junior out of Baton Rouge. Again, multiple substitutions coming in. Couple of linemen. McConkey back out on the field. And Dejan Edwards in at running back for the Bulldogs. Edwards, a junior out of Norman Park, Georgia, has 7 rushing touchdowns on the year. They can rotate the backs if need be. Double tights. Both Bowers and Washington to the right side of the formation along with McConkey. Bennett looking to his left, delivers the football, and it's incomplete. The receiver apparently fell down. There are no flags. Looking for Mitchell. Garner was on coverage, and when you look to the end zone, it just slipped.
Yeah, there was no contact even. It was a choice route. He went in, then he planted and came back out, and he stumbled coming out of the cut. Good no call.
Third down, goal to go from the 3. Again, Bennett will be in the backfield with Edwards. Ball just inside the near side hash. Here's the sprint out. They're looking for the big tight end. They get it to Bowers, right corner, and he's got it. That was easy pickings that time for Stetson Bennett, his 17th passing touchdown of the year. Brock Bowers hauls in his 6th receiving score, and Georgia quickly answers back. They're now on top, 13-7 with just 3 seconds remaining here in the first quarter.
Basically the same play that LSU scored against Alabama,
Absolutely.
that 2-point conversion, and it was Sage Ryan that got picked. He just had to run the bubble, and he wasn't able to get to the tight end.
Get out in that right flat, particularly have a big tight end. It's just impossible to cover him because he's too big to be covered.
55 of 55 on point afters this year for Podolsny, and he puts it up, and it's 14-7 Georgia now. Just 3 seconds remaining in the first quarter. Again, they went to Bowers. 2 big plays to set him up, and then he delivers with the touchdown catch in the right corner. Tigers will get it back. We will soon head to the second quarter of action.
I tell you, there's been a lot of action in this game already. We're just not even finished the first quarter yet, but these big tight ends that Georgia has gives you the reason why LSU likes to recruit big tight ends also.
is certainly a weapon. They have adopted the double tight end formations most of this year. For Coach Todd Monken's one of the compliments Coach Kelly gave this Georgia coaching staff, including Kirby Smart, was Todd Monken will look at the personnel and then fit the offense around it. Again, not the same players, a few from a year ago, including Stetson Bennett. He's been the one constant, 26-3 since taking over as the starting quarterback for the Bulldogs. Here's the approach and the kickoff back to the Tigers. Again, high and deep. And LSU will have a snap with 3 seconds remaining. First down and 10 at the 25-yard line. Capital One offering checking and savings accounts with no fees or minimums. What's in your wallet? Tigers going to huddle up on the far side. Georgia, their defense already out there ready to go. Giving up just 11.3 points per game on the season. Second best in FBS football here in 2022. The Tigers have found success throwing the football so far in this game. Tigers 160 yards total offense, 143 through the airs. Jane Daniels so far 10 of 13. Had that passing touchdown. 53 yards to Keishawn Booty. So first and 10 at the 25. Tigers line up in a pistol formation. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left side. Snap back to Daniels. The give to Emery, going to be hit as he tried to go left, and he'll be thrown back to the 20-yard line. Loss on the play. And that'll end the first quarter of action. So after 1 here in Atlanta, Georgia with a special team score. LSU answered. Georgia comes right back. 14-7. Bulldogs lead. We'll return to Atlanta after this on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Shopping and saving easier than ever. Check out Albertsons For You in our mobile app, where you can shop for groceries and save weekly with digital coupons all in one place. With Albertsons For You, you can earn rewards points every time you shop and redeem them for free groceries. Brand new Albertsons For You members receive $5 off their next $25 purchase just for signing up. Download the Albertsons app or go to albertsons.com to sign up. Albertsons, fresh food, local flavors.
'Tis the season to play Holiday Scratch Offs from the lottery. Pick up Gnome for the holidays. Win up to $500. Get in the holiday spirit with Cheery and Bright. Top prize, $12,000. Play Crossword Gold. Win up to $30,000. Decorate your tree with Deck the Halls. Win up to $100,000. It's beginning to look a lot like winning with the Holiday Scratch Offs from the lottery. Must be at least 21 to purchase.
Everybody, let's have some fun. The time is right, the party's just begun. Have a good time, strong.
Ford F-Series has been keeping the good times rolling as the best-selling truck in America 44 years straight. And with the smartest F-150 and most capable Super Duty ever built, this dynasty will keep right on rolling. Drive the new 2021 F-150 at your Southern Quality Ford dealer, proud partner of the LSU Tigers. Based on 1977 through 2020 calendar year sales.
And we're back with breaking news. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan, so make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
Second quarter action, presented by Dudley DeBosier, continues on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
We start the second quarter of action here in the SEC Championship game. Back with you inside the Caesar Sportsbook broadcast booth, along with Gordy Rush, Doug Morrow. I'm Chris Blair, and after one quarter of action, Georgia leading 14-7 over the Tigers. Taking a look at the first quarter stats presented by Hancock Whitney, official bank of LSU Athletics. Bulldogs lead on the scoreboard, 76 yards total offense. Again, one of those scores coming off a blocked field goal attempt that was ran back 95 yards to get the scoring started today. Georgia 70 yards through the air from Stetson Bennett, who so far in the ballgame 5 of 7, had the passing touchdown to Brock Bowers. On the ground, Georgia just 6 yards rushing thus far. For LSU, 158 total yards of offense, 143 through the air, 15 on the ground for LSU, highlighted in that passing game by Keyshawn Boutte, who's got 2 catches, 55 yards, had a 53-yard touchdown to tie the game late in that first quarter of action. Tigers have the football. They switch sides of the field. Again, on first down, got blown up, lost 2. It'll be first down and 10 back at the 23-yard line of their very own. As now they attack right to left on your dial. 2 receivers right. They'll send 2 receivers out wide to the left, including Mason Taylor, the tight end, in the slot. Emery, the running back here, along with Jaden Daniels. Bulldogs bring 4 to the line of scrimmage, 3 down linemen. Daniels on second down and 12. Throws, quick slant. Besh going to be hit, and it's incomplete. Well, it looked like it hit the ground. Georgia picked it back up, started running with it. It was Mondin who picked the ball up. They're going to say it's a turnover. Looked like it hit Besh, went up in the air. Watching the replay again, it never touched the ground. It came off the back foot of Smith, who was in coverage. Never hit the ground. Going to be picked up in the air for the interception by Mondin. May have hit Besh on the back of the helmet, came straight back up. And again, tough turnover sets up Georgia in big business here. After Besh on the slant, throw was a little off the mark. Again, came off the top of Besh's helmet, stayed in the air, came off a defender's hand, and landed right into the hands of Mondin, the linebacker. So the turnover gives it back to Georgia, already leading 14-7. They have the football now. First down and 10 at the LSU 22-yard line. I saw the ball came up, thought it came off the ground, but it did not. Came off the top of Besh's helmet. Live ball. Georgia takes advantage of it. Snap back to Bennett. Looking to throw, and down to the 2-yard line. McConkey has it, and did they say he made it? Yep, he did. Georgia in the end zone. Quick strike, McConkey. 5th receiving touchdown of the year. And things going sideways quickly here to start the second quarter. It's now 20-7 Georgia.
Well, LSU had climbed quickly back in the game, and then Georgia took the ball back, went downfield, scored a touchdown. And then here on that interception, strange interception, one of the strangest ones you'll ever see, they get possession of the football, get it into the end zone quickly on a slant pattern to the receiver to the right side, and it's a touchdown. With the extra point, it's going to be 21.
Point after, again remaining perfect is Pottle's knee, and it is 21-7 now, Georgia on top. LSU with some bad luck early here in Atlanta. Find themselves down by 2 scores just inside the second quarter of action. Timeout on the field. We'll return to Atlanta after this on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
He's got a seam. He's down the near side hash.
Tiger fans, if you've ever wanted to listen to the LSU Sports Radio Network while watching your Fighting Tigers on TV, now you can, and it's easy to do.
Just pause the TV. Use the LSU Sports mobile app to stream the audio on your smartphone or tablet. Connect to a smart speaker, then wait for the audio to catch up to the point your TV is paused. Push play, and you are all set.
Watch the Tigers and listen with the LSU Sports Radio Network and the LSU Sports mobile app.
15-10-5, touchdown, Tigers!
The passion, the tradition, the rivalries. SiriusXM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got your school covered. On SEC Radio, there's complete coverage of every school in the conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along online or on the SiriusXM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now, as a college student, you can stream your first 3 months of SiriusXM for $1. Fees and taxes apply. See offer details and subscribe now at SiriusXM.com/SEC Sports.
It's 4 a.m., Monday, and you're literally sucking baby snot through a tube because she's congested. Man, that's love. And if you love her that much, love her enough to make sure she's buckled in the right car seat. To make sure your child's in the right seat for their age and size, visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Show them you love them. Keep them safe. Visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Second quarter action, presented by Dudley DeBosier, continues on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
As we continue on this Saturday afternoon, let's pause 10 seconds. Station identification. This is Fighting Tiger football on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hear the Tigers roar worldwide. The LSU Sports Radio Network and the LSU Sports mobile app.
Back inside the Caesar Sportsbook broadcast booth, Georgia leading 21-7 over LSU. A 22-yard strike on the first play after the LSU turnover. McConkey hauls it in, and Georgia goes from a tie game to a 14-7 lead to a 21-7 lead in the blink of an eye. There was a blocked field goal by the Bulldogs. Special teams picked it up, went 95 yards to get the first score. LSU would answer, come down the field, 53-yard touchdown strike to Keishon Boutte. And Georgia again gets back to work offensively. They find Bowers, and then after the third interception of the season by Daniels that came off the top of the helmet of Jack Bash, picked up by Mondon Jr., the linebacker for Georgia. Turnover results in points for the Bulldogs. Another touchback. It'll be first down and 10 at the 25. As Doug, it seems like LSU's offense has been out there a ton. Unfortunately, it's because Georgia's moving pretty quick, and LSU gave them a freebie.
And LSU's moved the ball well, except when they get the ball down to the other end of the field, they give it away to the team in red jerseys that has scored, what, an 85-yard touchdown off of one of those.
Shotgun snap on first down and 10. Daniels, quick fire, this time open to Brian Thomas Jr. He'll haul in the catch at the 30 and make his way up to the 34-yard line. A gain of 9 sets up second down and 1 as Thomas picks up the catch. His second of the ball game. He's got 15 yards receiving so far. Daniels on second and 1 throws, and this one off the mark to Thomas at the Georgia 46 far side, trying to needle that through two defenders of the Bulldogs. And no chance for Thomas to put a hand on it, as there's a Tiger. A little slow to get up was Emory Jones Jr., the freshman right tackle, but he'll stay in there, shakes it off. LSU now looking at third down and a yard. Officials took some time there to check something on the far sideline of LSU, and they seem to be okay now. LSU lines it up. Need a yard here. Third and 1 from their own 34-yard line. Georgia again will make the shift. 4-5 at the line of scrimmage. Give to Williams, and he'll be hit behind the line and drop. He's going to lose probably 2 yards on the play as Lassiter out of Savannah, Georgia, comes up, cuts him down. It'll be fourth down and 3, and LSU will have to punt it away.
Just a great job by Trammell Walthor. Hopefully I said that. Walt Howard, maybe. Let's put it that way. Right defensive end. Did a great job of slanting. Got 3 yards of penetration and made Williams redirect. That Georgia defensive line, not only talented, they're deep as well.
Bramblett to let it go from the 21-yard line. Spiraling high punt, fair catch called for by McConkey. He'll field it at about the 17-yard line far side, and that's where Georgia takes over with 13:32 remaining and a timeout on the field. Bulldogs leading 21-7 over LSU here in Atlanta. Second quarter action continues after this on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Together, we are partners, setting a new standard for health. Together, we prove that no matter how battle-tested we are, our spirit remains undefeated. Our Lady of the Lake and LSU are creating transformational change and impacting Louisiana with a new standard for healthcare, research, and education. Together, Our Lady of the Lake and LSU are champions for Louisiana. Together, we roar. Learn more at ololrmc.com/LSU.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of LSU Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Hey,
Hey, it's Jan from Toyota, reminding you that Toyotathon is on and here to help make your holidays extra magical. How? Maybe it's driving in a Tacoma in search of the perfect hill to sled down. Or surprising loved ones in a RAV4 hybrid.
You made it!
And seeing their faces light up when you pull up to their home.
Dealer inventory may vary. Current offers on these vehicles end November 30th. Offers are subject to change throughout Toyotathon, which ends on January 3rd. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Toyota, let's go places.
Second quarter action, presented by Dudley DeBosier, continues on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Tigers trailing Georgia here in Atlanta 21-7. Bulldogs with the football after nice punt by Jade Bramlett. Bulldogs start 1st and 10 at their own 17-yard line. Punt of 50 yards off the Tiger punter is 12th of 50 yards or more on the season. This will be the 4th possession for the Bulldogs. Doug, again, they got the benefit of the blocked field goal attempt by LSU, went 95 yards to get on the board, but their last possessions, well, one was long, one was short, but not much trouble for Stetson Bennett and company as they were able to drive 7 plays, 75 yards to make it 14-7, and then after the costly interception on the tip drill, 1 play, 22 yards for the touchdown for Bennett to McConkey. So LSU's defense trying to get their feet back on solid ground. 1st down and 10 at the 17. Handoff and up to about the 20-yard line. Gain of 3 by Dejon Edwards. Again, been in since that last long possession. They put him in short yardage situations down near the goal line, but he'll stay in there at this moment at running back. And again, they'll rotate McIntosh, who we've seen already. They've got Kendall Milton, the junior out of Fresno, California. Comes in with over 400 yards rushing and 6 touchdowns. And as we mentioned, Edwards 7 rushing scores on the year. 2nd down and 7. Again, they'll try to spread it out and stretching it to the far side. Not much doing there for Edwards. LSU, plenty of gold hats in the vicinity. They'll bring him down. We'll set up 3rd down and 5 after maybe a 1.5 yard gain that time by Edwards on the ground. Now we'll see more dogs check in. We'll see Kendall Milton check in at running back. So Milton was the 3rd leading rusher last year with 420 yards on the season. Comes in today with already 420 yards this year. 3rd down and 5 for the Bulldogs on the far side hash. Bennett gets the snap. Handoff Milton. Milton spinning, twisting his way up and picks up 6 yards, maybe just shy of 7. He'll have the 1st down for the Bulldogs.
Nice call by Todd Monk and their offensive coordinator. LSU put the dime package out there. They're thinking pass. In fact, they did even a zone read, a zone drop in which some of the defensive linemen dropped into coverage and they ran the football. Nobody there for the Tigers.
1st down and 10. Ball now at the 29-yard line of the Dogs. They lead 21-7, 11:43. Clock moving here in the 2nd quarter in Atlanta. Bennett going to work under center. Milton deep in the hole at tailback. Little play action. Bennett with time looking downfield. Catch going to be made up at the 45-yard line. Bringing it in is going to be Rosemy St. Jack, the junior out of Pompano Beach, Florida. Perkins was on coverage, but he got separation. Big hitter of 17 yards. 1st down and 10 for Georgia. And Perkins a little late to the party there. Ball was in the air when he realized he needed to get over there. Also, a little slow reaction in coverage by Garner as well, who tried to come off his man and make a play. It's 1st down and 10. Now at the Georgia 46-yard line. Bennett back into the shotgun. Handoff going to be Milton. Big hole off the left edge. Now he's out and running far side into LSU territory and dumped down around the 32-yard line of LSU. Again, they come in waves. McIntosh, Edwards, and Milton. Triple-headed monster at running back after 22-yard gain. It'll be 1st down and 10 at the LSU 30. Here's a swing pass. They'll try Milton in that fashion, and he'll be pulled down quickly. Lost a yard as B.J. Ojulari got out there in the near side flat. Made a good tackle on Milton, who stands 6'1", 220 pounds. we'll see McIntosh check back in for the Bulldogs at running back. Looking at 2nd down and 11 back at the LSU 31-yard line. Georgia already up 21-7. This LSU defense got to find a way here. Could use a turnover of their own if they can do it. Bennett moves McIntosh from left to right. Now he'll step up, looks at the defensive front for LSU, steps back into the shotgun. 3 wide receivers left, 1 to the right. Bennett looking to throw, looking left, delivers. Bowers has the football at about the 28. They say he made it to the 27. Only a gain of 4. He's going to set up 3rd down and about 7 upcoming. Greg Brooks Jr. there to make the tackle. Not an easy task. Bowers, big guy, and Penn able to get him down quickly with no yards after the catch. 3rd down and 7 for the Bulldogs. Today are 2 of 3 on 3rd downs, 51% for the season. Rosemy St. Jack out wide to the left. 3 receivers to the right side of the formation for Bennett, who moves McIntosh from right to left in the backfield. Shotgun snap. Bennett maybe going to run, and now decides he will. LSU able to collapse and bring him down after a gain of only 2 to the 25-yard line. That's going to be 4th down and 5, and we will see the kick unit come on here at the 8:55 mark. So a good job by LSU. Gave up a couple of big plays. Eventually a pretty good stand there on this last couple of plays defensively.
Yeah, nice job by Perkins and Ojulari there, of both coming off the edge. Force sets Bennett to step up in the pocket, and he had nowhere to go.
43-yard attempt just inside the near side hash for Jack Pottlesney. Again, the senior kicker, 23 of 25 on field goals this year. LSU comes after it, but the kick is up, and it hits the right upright and is no good. Tigers got late pressure coming in. Jay Ward almost there in time, but Pottlesney just boots it right off the upright, and the kick goes awry. So this LSU defense, Doug, a little bit of stand there. The bend don't break mentality. The score remains 21-7. Timeout on the field. We'll return to Atlanta. LSU has the football when we come back on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
Hey, so what's a great way to spread awareness that driving high is illegal everywhere? A catchy song, of course.
You can run, but you can't drive high. You can run, but you can't drive high.
Friendly reminder, don't drive high. If you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Hey, Tiger fans, 3 Olives Vodka reminds you that no tailgate at Tiger Stadium is complete without cocktails featuring the smooth premium taste of 3 Olives Vodka. Our quadruple distilled recipe will bring all the spirit you need this season. It's sure to be a crowd pleaser. 3 Olives Vodka, official partner of LSU Athletics. 3 Olives Company, Jersey City, New Jersey. Please drink responsibly.
Second quarter action, presented by Dudley DeBosier, continues on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Georgia unable to add to their lead here in the first half on a missed 43-yard field goal. Hit the near side upright off the foot of Pottlesney, and so LSU's defense holds. Tigers will have the football back. Now you got to find something offensively. There's been some success, mainly there in the first quarter thus far, with 8:21 remaining in the second stanza, Doug. But Georgia already 5 tackles for loss against this LSU offense.
Well, LSU's challenge is, and they've met part of it already, that you got to stop Georgia. But LSU not only they will stop Georgia, but when LSU has the ball, Georgia will score out of LSU mistakes, and you can't allow that to happen. So what LSU's got to do is score and then take the ball back and score again.
Daniels on first down. Has time, but nobody open. He eventually throws it towards the far sideline. And making a dive for it was Brian Thomas Jr., but they'll say he was not in bounds. He gave a great effort as it appeared Daniels was just trying to throw it away, but he had a bulldog breathing down his neck. Thomas still made a grab for it. Boy, it looked like that left foot got down as he made the grab, although he didn't finish the play. Ball came out, so incomplete. It'll be 2nd and 10 now at the 25-yard line. It's an excellent effort by Brian Thomas. Coach Kelly said all this week LSU is going to have to fight. Unfortunately, they've had a couple of miscues on that field goal block return for a touchdown and then the interception. Still got to come back firing here as they try to get it to Booty, and he's smothered up. It's incomplete at the 30-yard line. Dumas Johnson takes that away defensively. Again, just sitting there waiting for the ball to come to Booty and able to make the play defensively and quickly, just like that. 3rd and 10 for LSU. Daniels steps back, airs this one out near side, one-on-one, and broken up, looking for Neighbors down around the 25-yard line of the Bulldogs. Kamari Lassiter was on coverage, and it's incomplete. It'll be 4th and 10, and LSU quickly 3 and out, has to punt it away.
Well, that's a pretty good piece of pass defense. Georgia was in a position where the defender could have committed pass interference, but he turned his shoulder back so that his back actually is what pushed the receiver rather than his front arm pushing the receiver. And it's all the difference in the world between pass interference and a good defensive play.
Bramlett punting for the 3rd time today, and he gets a boomer off here. A spiraling kick. McConkey calls for the fair catch inside the 25-yard line. And Georgia will have it at the 23 with 7:54 remaining, leading 21-7 over LSU. The Tigers now 166 yards total offense. And Georgia, the benefit of that special team score, now starting to warm up on their offensive end. 157 yards, 112 through the air, 45 on the ground. The Tigers, by the way, just 14 rushing yards against this very tough defensive front 7 for the Bulldogs. Ball at the 24-yard line. Stetson Bennett and company back out on the field. They'll send one lone wide receiver to the left. McConkey and Bowers just off the formation to the right. LSU a little shift up front defensively. Here's the snap, and there were movement. That one all out of sorts there. Looked like Georgia got a little jumpy on the left side of that line.
Full start. 59 on the offense. 5-yard penalty. 1st down.
Roderick Jones, the sophomore out of Lithonia. Got a little confused there after the Tigers had that late shift up front defensively. So Georgia will back it up 5 yards. 1st and 15 now to the 19-yard line of their own. Georgia now with their 2nd penalty of the game. The Tigers with 1 on an illegal block that eventually led to a Georgia touchdown in that drive. Handoff, and again they'll go to the 3rd back, Edwards. He's patient enough, picks up 5 yards coming to the near side before Micah Baskerville was there to make the stop for LSU. And there's a Tiger slow to get up right around where the tackle was made at the 22-yard line.
That's Garner.
And Mekhi Garner down on the field for LSU. And the training crew from the Tigers coming across the far side of the field. And we'll have a timeout here with 7:45 remaining in the 2nd quarter. Georgia with the football and the lead, 21-7 on top of the Tigers. We'll return in a moment on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hey y'all, I'm Amanda Shaw. We all know Louisiana is as fun as all get out. So get out, take a road trip, and explore our state. Fill her up, then try a new restaurant that's as fun-loving as it is food-loving. Grab the family and take off for monumental adventures at our 21 state parks. Or take a magical minivan tour along our 19 scenic trails and byways. Louisiana's a trip. Take one today.
This is Lieutenant Governor Billy Nungesser. Plan your road trip at LouisianaIsATrip.com.
Hi, I'm Kevin Falk, LSU Hall of Famer. My years at LSU were amazing. I've always loved celebrating with my teammates, especially when someone was serving up some delicious Manda salsa. For a lot of Tiger fans, it's just not game day without Manda in the mix. Serving top quality sausage and original seasoning is Manda's strong side. But it's not Manda's flavor that's always got me running back for more. You get it, running back for more. After 75 years, the flavor still says it all. Manda Fine Meats, the official smoke sauce of LSU Athletics.
Looking to up your grocery game? Skip the lines, not the service, with Super One Foods Curbside. Shop super1foods.com for the lowest prices on all of your favorite brands. Select your pickup time. Our expert shoppers will do the shopping for you and load your groceries right into your car. They even offer same-day pickup when you order before 6 p.m. Score super savings and enjoy the convenience of curbside service at Super One Foods. Super low prices.
Second quarter action, presented by Dudley DeBosier, continues on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
7:45 remains. Second quarter action here from the SEC Championship game in Atlanta. Georgia leading 21-7 over LSU. Mekhi Garner helped off by the training crew. We'll get an update from Gordy Rush and a Sunshine sideline report in just a few moments. Didn't look good. He was helped off by two of the training crew after going down in the vicinity of that last tackle against Daijun Edwards, the running back for the Bulldogs. Georgia with the ball, looking at second down and 11. Started this drive with a motion penalty, backed him up 1st and 15, so the 4-yard gain by Edwards sets up second down and 11. Fans, Our Lady of the Lake, proud to be LSU's championship health partner. Together, LSU and Our Lady of the Lake, creating transformational change and impacting Louisiana with a new standard for healthcare, research, and education. So on second down and 11, back to action. LSU showing blitz. Baskerville puts on the brakes from the right side. Bennett now will step up, talk to the O-line, get back into the shotgun. Snap back to Bennett. Looks to his right, comes back left, throws the pass, and it is incomplete up at the 40-yard line. They were looking for Marcus Rosemy St. Jack. Jay Ward was on coverage, and again, Bennett tried to put it in there. There's a flag down back at the 24-yard line near the line of scrimmage.
Personal foul, roughing the passer on the defense, number 23. 15-yard penalty from the previous spot, automatic first down.
Again, Baskerville was lining up. He was trying to get after the quarterback, but that time a little too much as Bennett released the football. Ball was gone, and Baskerville got a shot up on the face mask there. Not much contact, but again, one of those that is so blatant that officials barely are going to let that one go. So costly against the Tigers. Their second penalty of the game moves up the Bulldogs now first down and 10 from their own 38-yard line. They lead 21-7 with 7:23 to go here in the first half. Bennett, handoff. It'll go to McIntosh. Tripped up, stays upright. Nope, they'll say his knee came down at about the 39-yard line, maybe a yard gain. That's all. Harold Perkins got in there and tripped him up. McIntosh tried to fool everybody and keep running, but the officials blew the whistle and he was down. Second down and 8. They mark it just shy of the Georgia 40-yard line. Second down 8. Again, a lot of action in the first quarter of this game. Unfortunately for LSU, more so for the Bulldogs here in the second quarter, as their defensive prowess starting to take over, and offensively Bennett starting to get into a flow. Edwards again will remain the running back here on second down and 8. Bennett with time in the pocket unloads down the field, well overthrown, looking for McConkey, running down the near side hash at about the LSU 25, as Harold Perkins again getting closer and closer to that pocket. Bennett able to hold and deliver the football, but he had to step up, through a little off balance, and again was off the mark. B.J. Ojulari also creeping ever so closer, trying to get home against this very good offensive line for the Bulldogs. It'll be third down and 8. Ball just inside the Georgia 40-yard line. Two receivers right, two to the left side. Kendall Milton back in at running back. Now motion a receiver right to left. Trip receivers to the left side of the formation. Bennett gets the snap on third and 8. Steps up in the pocket, sidearm throw, going to be caught. Coming back for it, McConkey has it at midfield. He'll pick up the first down on a gain of 10. Who do you go to? You go to your trusty receiver. That time, Bennett goes to Ladd McConkey. His third catch of the game. And on 1st and 10 from midfield, here's a pump fake by Bennett. Back foot throw, and again, catch going to be made far side at the 39-yard line of the Tigers. An 11-yard gain. Dominic Blaylock with his first catch of the afternoon, the junior out of Marietta, Georgia. 13th catch of the year. And again, Bennett off balance, threw off his back foot, still had the arm strength to get it there right in the numbers.
These are spectacular passes, the last two, because he's fallen all over himself as he's going to the ground. He's able to get the ball with some velocity at the right place where only his receiver has a shot at it.
1st and 10 now at the LSU 39-yard line. Georgia on the march once again. Double tight formation, Bowers and Washington left side. Here's the snap, the handoff going to be given to Milton. Milton goes right up the middle and pulled down after he picked up 2 yards to the 37-yard line. Micah Baskerville in on the tackle once again, the senior out of Shreveport. We roll under 5.5 remaining here in the second quarter. Georgia enjoying a 2-score lead, 21-7. And looking for more. Their last drive ended with a missed field goal from 43 yards out.
And Chris, that's devastating to the defense. When they put the offense in a possession where you need 3rd and long to go for the first down, you get a good pass rush, and the quarterback simply one-ups you with a better pass than your pass rush is.
Bennett lofts the ball near side, and it's overthrown, and no flags. Looking for Rosemy St. Jack. It was Jay Ward on coverage. A little handsy down the near sideline. The Georgia fans thought there was too much contact, but again, I don't know that St. Jack even gets a chance to put his hand on that football. So it's incomplete, sets up 3rd down and 8. So here again, Doug, you get back in a situation, 3rd and relatively long here. Back end and front end of this defense has to get this shut down quickly. They'll have a chance here on 3rd and 8. 2 receivers out wide to the left side for the Bulldogs. McConkey and Bowers out wide to the right side. Snap to Bennett. Deep step in the pocket. Sidearm throw again, and it's grabbed at the 25-yard line. Wide open was Dominic Blaylock. He delivers again, his 2nd catch of the game, and it's a 1st down for Georgia. Now closing in on the red zone. There's a Bulldog slow to get up. It's Warren McClendon out of Brunswick, Georgia. The right tackle for the Bulldogs is down at around the 48-yard line. He's sitting up. Training crew coming out to take a look. Stops the clock with 4 minutes and 42 seconds. And this one, such a pivotal possession for the Georgia Bulldogs. If you're the LSU defense, Doug, you're down 2 scores, 21-7. Getting closer to halftime here, going down 3 scores. That's kind of the recipe for Georgia most of this season, and they play stronger as the game wears on into the second half. You got to keep it manageable here some way if you're LSU defensively and Matt House.
And Bennett once again did it on that play. This is a pass rush that's got him where he has a no good alternative except to throw a perfect pass while it's falling onto his back. And so he does it. And he continues to do that in these 3rd down situations. Picks up a 1st down here. LSU making very good defensive plays that put him in stress, and then he makes a better play to get himself out of stress.
Again, Blaylock making a great grab. The ball was thrown behind him. Again, he was open, had the ability to adjust to the football and brings it in. So it will be 1st down and 10 now at the LSU 25-yard line. Bennett sends out 2 receivers right, 2 split to the left side. McIntosh remains the running back. He'll motion out at the snap, and they'll swing it out to McIntosh near side at the 25, and tripped up and then cleaned up by Savion Jones after a gain of 3. Set up 2nd down and 7 at the 22-yard line.
Jay Ward's helmet came off. He's going to have to go out of the game. Richardson's going to play corner, and that's because Garner is out contusion. So a leg bruise is the early read. Nothing too serious. He was trying to walk it off.
So with Ward checking out, they'll bring in Richardson, senior grad transfer from McNeese, as Georgia lines up for 2nd down and 7 at the LSU 22-yard line. A receiver to each side with double tights here for the Bulldogs. McConkey motions right to left. Bennett looking, throws it to McConkey on the screen, and nobody out there to help block, and McConkey is forced out of bounds inside the red zone to the 18-yard line on a gain of 4. So that was the last resort for Bennett. Looked towards the end zone, nothing was there. He drops it off to McConkey, and will set up 3rd down and 3 for the Bulldogs. Bennett ready to go. 3rd down snap, swing it. Bowers with the catch. Bowers going to be dropped, but he will pick up the 1st down after a gain of 4. They needed 3, they got 4, and it's a 1st down and 10 for Georgia now with 3 minutes and 21 seconds.
And that's because he's a big guy. And when he fell forward, he picked up the yardage that he needed for 1st down.
Again, this is right out of Georgia's MO this season. Slow, methodical. Don't have to use tempo. Just use their size and their physicality. 1st down and 10 at the 14. Another quick out, and it's incomplete. Through the hands, near side to Dylan Bell, the freshman out of Houston, Texas. His first target of the day, and just couldn't hold on. That'll set up 2nd down and 10 from the LSU 14-yard line. Coming up, we got the Super One Foods halftime report. Before they go to the locker room, Gordy Rush will get a few words with head coach Brian Kelly. Game was tied 7-all. Since then, it's been all Bulldogs. They lead 21-7 and knocking on the door here with 2:53 remaining before the half. 2nd down and 10. Bell out wide to the left. Motion McConkey right to left. Bennett looking across the middle, and big Darnell Washington has it, the tight end. 14-yard score. Washington extends the lead. It's now 27-7. Washington with just his 2nd touchdown of the year, but a big target. 6'7", 270 pounds, the junior out of Las Vegas. And Georgia still pouring it on.
And it really wasn't bad coverage by Micah Baskerville. He had him, he was underneath him, he was behind him a step, but he's got 7 inches on him, and the ball was high enough. Washington was able to make an easy play.
So another point after try here for the Bulldogs. Placement is down, kick is up, and again Pottle's knee remains perfect, and Georgia makes it 28-7 over LSU with 2:48 remaining.
You know, Chris, who would have thought after Texas A&M ran for 250 yards last week, A-Chain 215 of it, that it'd be Stetson Bennett that was the star of this first half. LSU's played the run fairly well against Georgia, but Bennett has been on fire today.
Yeah, Bennett now 16 of 21, 170 yards, 3 passing touchdowns. Bowers, McConkey, and now Washington. Those are 3 of the top 4 receivers coming into this game for the Bulldogs, so should not come as a surprise.
And Gordy, you had that right, though, because he has been the guy that has been so perfect in the passes. It's not like he is having people who are absolutely wide open and he just lays the ball out there and they go catch it. He has guys that are being covered, and he throws the ball perfectly where only that receiver has a chance at catching it.
Kickoff into the end zone. LSU will have it. 1st down and 10 from their own 25 with 2 minutes and 48 seconds. The Tigers have 2 timeouts remaining. Had to burn one early in that first quarter. 28-7. LSU offensively, 166 yards total offense, 152 through the air. Jane Daniels 11 of 19 thus far, 152 yards, had the 53-yard touchdown pass to Keishawn Booty late in that first quarter. Trip receivers right, 1 to the left side. LSU from the near side hash, hands it off Williams, so he cut down a loss on the play of a yard. Jalen Carter, 6'3", 300 pounds on that defensive front, a junior out of Apopka, Florida. Credited with the stop for Georgia. Again, LSU once again starts out behind the chain. 2nd down and 11 from the 24. Daniels under pressure. He's grabbed and he's picked up, and the whistles blow. Right now, Georgia just feasting on this offensive line. A loss of 6 yards. That's Jalen Carter again, who just wrapped up Daniels, lifted him up into the air. Timeout taken by Georgia here with 2 minutes and 11 seconds, and it sets up 3rd and 16.
And Jaden Daniels is limping, was really struggling to get off the field. His hand is on Josh Williams' shoulder. And Mickey Collins, the trainer's out here. Nelbo Lowry, the doctor. Nussmeier is warming up. I'd be surprised if Daniels continues on right now. They get him in the locker room, take a look at it at halftime.
Again, Carter got to him and just lifted him up, put his finger in the air. Georgia a little bit of swag here with 2:11 remaining in the first half. Again, the Bulldogs, no surprise, Doug, they looked up. Got another back-to-back loss for LSU, 3rd and 16. Kirby thinking, well, we're up 28-7. We get another great 3rd down stop here. We get the ball back plenty of time.
Not only that, you're going to get the ball back in plenty of time, and then you're going to get the ball back to start the 3rd quarter.
So now we'll see Garrett Nussmeier, redshirt freshman out of Lake Charles, Louisiana. Comes in a tough spot here. 3rd and 16 for the Tigers from their own 19. Nussmeier, low snap but handle. Nussmeier in the pocket, steps up, delivers down the field, and nearly intercepted at the midfield stripe. It's incomplete. Looking maybe for Booty in the vicinity, but Georgia with the opportunity to pick that one off, and luckily for LSU, they will get to punt the football.
Well, it's a good thing that pass was so poorly thrown, because it was going to be intercepted. Had 3 defenders out there in the area, as well as the 1 pass receiver. The pass was not thrown well enough for any of those 4 to have caught it.
Bramblett to punt it away. Lets it go. Again, spiraling, booming kick coming up. McConkey at the Georgia 42 brings it in after a 39-yard punt. So with 1:58 remaining and a couple of timeouts in their pocket, Georgia leading 28-7 with another chance at it here. And as Doug mentioned, they'll get the football to start the 3rd quarter. Fans, the holidays are here and Toyotathon is on. Experience the true joy and magic of the season in a new Toyota. Hurry into your local dealer or visit Toyota.com today. Once again, that LSU offense unable to get anything moving. Defense back out there. Time of possession, Georgia 14 minutes 24 seconds. LSU 13 minutes 38 seconds. But the defense out there looking at 1st down and 10. Georgia starts this drive from their own 42. A high and quick snap and a quick fire on the screen. Out and running far side with it now is going to be Kyrus Jackson, and Jackson eventually caught. Bounced out of bounds into the LSU bench at the 39-yard line, but a gain of 19 on the quick hitting screen. First catch of the ball game for Jackson, a senior out of Fort Valley, Georgia, his 19th catch of the year. So just like that, starting at their 42, 19 yards later, it's 1st down and 10 now at the LSU 39-yard line. Still plenty of time, 1:50 to go here in the 2nd quarter. And you get the sense here, gentlemen, on a slippery slope if you're LSU. Three receivers right, 1 to the left. Bennett, little cross direction on the handoff to Edwards. Edwards out and free inside the 30 and upended at the LSU 25-yard line on a gain of 15. Major Burns, former Bulldog, started his career in Athens back in 2020. Credited on the stop coming up. 1st and 10 now at the LSU 24-yard line.
And Chris, unlike Georgia, the LSU starters have gone 90% of the way. You get the sense tiring just a tad here at the end of the half.
No doubt about it. 1st and 10 at the 24. Bennett again will try the screen to McConkey. Slips through an arm tackle. Far sideline inside the 10. Eventually stopped down around the 2-yard line of the Tigers, and McConkey is slow to get up. They're asking for the trainers to come over. Gain of 13 again on the screen to McConkey, who now on his own power will get up, but he is limping quite a bit. Again, the Tigers in the area, but slipped right through an arm tackle, and then B.J. Ojulari along with Jarek Bernard Converse, and then a third Tiger, Greg Brooks, came over and looked like he just turned over that ankle a little bit, did McConkey, as he was brought down at the 2-yard line. So on mostly his own power, he will gingerly walk to the near sideline. Nonetheless, first down goal to go at the LSU 2 for the Bulldogs here with 1:13 to go here in the second quarter. Already up 28-7. Georgia looking for more. Kirby Smart out there at the near side hash. He was out there to take a look at McConkey and then decided to give some last-minute coaching to the huddle before his get-back coach comes over, grabs him by the belt loop, and drags him near side.
Chris, just keeping an eye. Jaden Daniels still in that tent. Obviously taking a look at that ankle. I'm sure they'll re-examine when they get in the locker room.
So Georgia knocking on the door once again. Under a minute to go here in the second quarter. First down goal to go from the LSU 2-yard line. Shotgun snap Bennett. Handoff Edwards. Going to be met behind the line, and Baskerville's going to push him back. Lost a yard back at the 3-yard line. Down to 40 seconds remaining on the second quarter clock. And now timeout going to be taken by Georgia. They'll use another here with 36 seconds remaining. Want to remind you, Dudley DeBosier stands up for the purple and gold, fights for Tiger fans all across Louisiana. Dudley DeBosier proud to be an official partner of LSU Athletics. Coming up on the halftime report, presented by Super One Foods, we'll get a quick visit with head coach Brian Kelly on his way to the locker room. Take a look at scores around college football this Saturday with Brian Haldane in the Capital One studio. Take you through the first half stats and get you ready for the second half. But outside of the opening possession for Georgia, where they went 3 and out on just 6 yards, Tigers with a costly mistake on a field goal that was blocked, carried back 95 yards to make it a 7-0 Georgia lead. Tigers would answer with a 53-yard strike to Kayshon Boutte to tie the game momentarily. But since that moment, Georgia now has taken the upper hand and trying to add to their lead here. On second down, goal to go from the LSU 3. Bennett working under center, motions the receiver right to left. Here's a boot to the right side, now looking to throw across the middle. Wide open, it's there. Touchdown to Dylan Bell. He had the drop earlier, but he holds on to that one and extends the lead. Georgia now 34 with a point after upcoming. They got all of the action going to the right side, and then coming from the right, he lined up to the right. He just came center of the end zone. Bennett was looking right, then looked him off and fired a dart center of the end zone on the S in LSU. Point after attempt on its way, and again remaining perfect is Pottle's knee. This one getting sideways in Atlanta. 35-7, Georgia with the lead. And I think Gordy had a great point. Again, you come into this game where Georgia has so much depth, did not take a single player out of the transfer portal after graduating, or I should say sending 15 from last year's championship team into the NFL. When you're 4 and 5 deep at every position, you just keep reloading. That's what Kirby Smart has done since arriving in Athens. He has built a recruiting machine, and the benefit we are seeing now is they're 12-0 on the season, #1 in the college football playoff ranking, Doug, and you're starting to see the Tigers, as Gordy mentioned, the starters just wearing down on both sides, the offensive line, defensive line, secondary. At depth, we see waves and waves of Bulldogs coming in and off the field.
And it looks like there's a possibility that as you look at Georgia's team, they lost all of those people. You're right. They go to the NFL. You're right. The people that they signed look like they're going to be better than the ones that went to the NFL. So Georgia's in really good stead for the future, as evidenced by what's happening tonight. Because this is a team that's gotten better and better and better as this game has gone along. They got better and better many times during the season when they would get behind teams, and then they would come back and they would dominate the victory. So Georgia's in good shape, and LSU's not in very good shape in this game.
Jaden Daniels going to step back onto the field here with 32 seconds remaining. So after checking out on that last possession with what appeared again to be an injury, he's back out there. Takes the first down snap, flips it into the flat on the pass. Mason Taylor with the catch up across the 30 to about the 33-yard line. Gain of 8. It'll set up 2nd down and 2. Again, Taylor out of bounds, stops the clock with 29 seconds. So Daniels a fighter. He'll be out there on 2nd down and 2. Shotgun snap. Again, into the flat. Catch made at the 36-yard line. This time it's John Emery Jr. He'll be drug out of bounds near side. Picks up 3. And it'll be a 1st down and 10 for LSU with 25 seconds remaining. They'll get the chain set. Again, Emery able to get out of bounds. So now Daniels will empty the backfield. Go 5 wide. 3 to the right, 2 to the left. Daniels in the pocket. Over the middle. Catch made by Booty at the 40. He'll slide down at the 45-yard line after a gain of 9. That'll set up 2nd down and a yard. And we've got time called here with 18 seconds. LSU will use their 2nd timeout of the first half. So 2nd and 1 up at the LSU 45-yard line. Again, just trying to find some positivity as again Daniels being helped over, leaning on John Emery Jr. as they go to the huddle far side. And it is clear to anybody watching here inside the stadium or on television that Jaden Daniels nowhere close to 100%, but he's trying to gut it out late in this 2nd quarter. Again, as he leaves the huddle, approaching the line of scrimmage, very slow and very deliberate. So 2nd down and a yard, 19 seconds on the 2nd quarter clock here. From their very own 45-yard line, Daniels shotgun snap. Unloads. Besh makes the grab, takes the hit, and holds on down to the Georgia 35-yard line across the middle of the field. Had to go airborne to get it. Again, they'll have to move the chains. Now the clock back moving with 10 seconds. And LSU going to spike it and stop the clock with an even 10. But what a grab by Besh, and to be able to hold on after being rocked on his way to the ground. So that'll stop the clock with 10 seconds. It'll be 2nd down and 10 for LSU at the Georgia 35-yard line. Again, you're trying to find the end zone here and take some type of momentum, albeit very small, down 35-7 if you're LSU. Again, Georgia will get the football to start the 3rd quarter after LSU won the toss and took the football to get the game going. Daniels with 10 seconds. Again, underneath, gets it to Booty inside the 25. He'll make the catch, a 13-yard gain down to the 23-yard line. And LSU calls a timeout with 6 seconds remaining on the clock. That's their final timeout of the half. First down and 10 now at the Georgia 24-yard line. Daniels again took a pretty good shot, landed on his backside after delivering that pass. And it looks like Ramos is going to come on. Trying to get LSU a couple of points, 3 to be exact. It'll be a 42-yard try. His long of the season is 47 yards. Again, had one blocked earlier in this game in the opening moments of the 1st quarter. Just got to remind everybody, if this one's blocked, it's a live football. And Kirby Smart now, after they line up, will call his final timeout. So maybe trying to ice the LSU kicker, although his team's up 35-7 with just 6 seconds remaining here in the 2nd quarter.
And Jaden Daniels is walking to the locker room. He's going to walk in gingerly with Mickey Collins, one of the head trainers at LSU. He'll get an early look at it, and you wonder how, what's he going to be a go here after 20 minutes in the locker room and sitting down. I mean, once that thing, you sit on it a little bit, it's not active. It's hard to get it going again.
So now we'll see Ramos come out. Again, we'll try what we're calling a 42-yard attempt. kicking right to left, just inside the far side hash. Snap is back, placement is down, kick is up, it's on its way, and the kick is good. So at the end of the second quarter, LSU gets 3 points on the board to make their total 10, but they trail Georgia, who got going early in the second quarter, now have a 35-10 lead going into the locker room. Coming up, the Super One Foods halftime report, but we go down on the field in just a moment as Gordy Rush will be talking with head coach Brian Kelly on the Capital One coaches interview and his thoughts after the first 30 minutes of action. His team down in a big hole here, 35-10. Again, they'll kick the football to Georgia to start the third quarter. Again, with a injured quarterback, again trying to play hurt is Jaden Daniels. Maybe get a status on Jaden or the plan for Jaden in the halftime locker room coming up. And let's go to Gordy Rush.
All right, Coach, first half, obviously some bad luck there, and Stetson Bennett's been good throwing the football. What do you got to do to start on defense to slow that down?
I mean, they're tough, obviously, to defend. I mean, he's been accurate. We have some matchup, obviously issues. We're in cover 2, and, Mike is doing the best he can on a vertical route. We haven't made any plays on the back end, and we've got to compete for the football and make some plays. We've had some communication errors. And, obviously, we have to match scores. We can't give them a short field, which we did. The ball bounces off a helmet. They get a fortuitous break there. And then the special teams gaffe is unacceptable, to give them those short field and 14 points, or this thing's going to be a lot closer. So we got to come out and battle in the second half and be perfect.
Thanks, Coach.
Thanks.
Chris. Thank you, Gordy. Thank you, Coach. We're at halftime here at Atlanta in the SEC championship game, and so far it's been all Georgia. 35-10 they lead over your Fighting Tigers. Coming up, we send it back to the Capital One studio. Brian Haldane with scores around college football today. We'll get a look at the stat line and then get you back here for the start of the third quarter. Our score at the break, the Georgia Bulldogs 35, your Fighting Tigers of LSU 10 on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
What's the best way to accomplish a common goal? Teamwork. When a team works together, they can do anything with the right leadership. That's why all of us at Janny King, the King of Clean, are excited for this season. At Janny King, our team has been working together for over 35 years, cleaning your offices, schools, buildings, churches, and even this campus and stadium. Let our team help your team. Go to JannyKingCleans.com and trust your clean to the king. That's JannyKingCleans.com.
Janny King, the King of Clean.
2023 is a great year to be a People's Health member. There are no premiums and no deductibles. Expanded network of doctors, specialists, dentists, and vision providers. Enhanced dental benefits, including $0 for fillings, extractions, and dentures. With the flexibility to see dentists out of network. Plus, now use your OTC benefit to shop in-store at more than 55,000 national retailers. Call People's Health. 1-855-821-2666.
Looking to up your grocery game? Skip the lines, not the service, with Super One Foods Curbside. Shop SuperOneFoods.com for the lowest prices on all of your favorite brands. Select your pickup time. Our expert shoppers will do the shopping for you and load your groceries right into your car. They even offer same-day pickup when you order before 6 p.m. Score super savings and enjoy the convenience of curbside service at Super One Foods. Super low prices.
Welcome to the Fighting Tiger Halftime Report, presented by Super One Foods on the LSU Sports Radio Network. Super One Foods has you covered on game day and every day with super low prices and curbside pickup. Go Tigers and go Super One Foods. With a quick look at scores from the Capital One studios, here is Brian Haldane.
Yeah, bringing it back into the Capital One Studios for your Caesars Sportsbook scoreboard update presented for the people by Caesars. Got a number of games going on right now aside from ours. As it stands right now, Coastal Carolina is trailing Troy in the Sun Belt Championship. 38-13, your score right there, 5:55 to go in the third quarter with Troy holding the lead. At halftime, the Tulane Green Wave, the only Louisiana team playing right now that holds the lead, Tulane Green Wave up 17-7 over UCF in the American Athletic Championship. About to start the second half in the Mountain West Championship game. Fresno State has a 14-6 lead over Boise State. Coming up later on today, Purdue squares off against Michigan in the Big Ten Championship game. Clemson and North Carolina will be going at it at 7 p.m. as well in the ACC Championship game. Already in the books today, Kansas State an overtime winner over TCU. Yes, TCU undefeated heading into the Big 12 Championship game. Not so much on the way back out. 31-28, your final score in overtime. TCU went for it on fourth down in overtime as opposed to kicking the field goal, which made it possible for Kansas State to win that one with 3 points in OT. Also gone final is the MAC Championship, where Toledo has topped Ohio 17-7. Already in the books from last night, Utah was a 47-24 winner over USC in the Pac-12 Championship game. Told you that Tulane is the only Louisiana team with a lead right now. Southeastern is making a push. 7 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. The Southeastern Lions trail Samford 42-35. And also right now, Jackson State has a 33-10 halftime lead over the Southern Jaguars. Once again, our halftime score 35-10 from Atlanta. We are due up for a break, but before that break, I'm seeing we're due up for a station identification. So let's pause for 10 seconds for stations to identify themselves along the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hear the Tigers roar worldwide. The LSU Sports Radio Network and the LSU Sports mobile app.
Your Super One Foods halftime show will continue after this break on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
GOAT, G-O-A-T, acronym, stands for Greatest of All Time. As in, spaghetti sandwiches for dinner? They're my fave. Dad, you're the GOAT.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care would love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
The passion, the tradition, the rivalries. SiriusXM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got your school covered. On SEC Radio, there's complete coverage of every school in the conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along online or on the SiriusXM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now, as a college student, you can stream your first 3 months of SiriusXM for $1. Fees and taxes apply. See offer details and subscribe now at SiriusXM.com/SEC Sports.
And for today's STEM tip, okay, you know recycling is important. No one wants plastic in the ocean. Here's a cool way to repurpose a plastic bottle. Build an awesome terrarium. Cut a large plastic bottle in half and fill the base with sand, pebbles, potting soil, and your favorite plant. I chose an African violet. Put the top of the bottle over your base and place it in the sun. Your plant will grow sealed in its own ecosystem. Fun, right? Learn more at She Can STEM. A message from the Ad Council.
We continue on the Fighting Tiger Halftime Report. Presented by Super One Foods on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Well, is it 35-10 Georgia at halftime? I guess it is. And how did it get to be that way? Well, Georgia scored first at the 3:33 mark in the first quarter. A blocked field goal, and the ball just laid there on the ground, and there were 22 players looking at the ball laying on the ground, as well as the official looking at it. And one of the Georgia guys decided, you know, if I pick it up and run to the goal line on the other end, they may give me points. And that happened, and Georgia got 7 points out of that. But LSU bounced back, and it looked like maybe, okay, so they're going to be in this game. They bounced back with a Keyshawn Butte 53-yard reception from Daniels for the touchdown and the extra point. Let's listen to it.
First down and 10, Daniels with time, throws the football, caught at about the 38-yard line, rather the 42-yard line. Keyshawn Butte breaking through tackles, inside the 10, the 5, touchdown, Fighting Tigers, 53-yard strike. Butte grabbed it center of the field, just kept running, went right through several arm tackles of the Bulldogs, caught it, went towards the near sideline, cut it back middle of the field, and then just outran Georgia to the end zone. And the Tigers are a point after away from tying this game up with 2:21 remaining here in the first quarter.
So if you thought that's the way the first half was going to go, think again, because it didn't go that way. Georgia came right back. Brock Bowers, a 3-yard reception on a pass thrown by Stetson Bennett. Extra point was good at the 7-play, 75-yard drive. Took up 2 minutes and 18 seconds. 14-7, Georgia led at that time. But again, pretty quickly at the 14:43 mark in the second quarter, McConkey with a 22-yard reception thrown by Bennett. Extra point was good. One play, 22 yards on the drive, 8 seconds, 21-7, Georgia leads. But that's not all. In the second quarter at the 2:48 mark, Washington with a 14-yard reception by Bennett. Extra point was good. 13 plays, 76 yards, took up 5 minutes and 6 seconds. 28-7, Georgia led. But that's not all. At the 32-second mark, a 3-yard reception on a pass thrown by Bennett by Dell. Extra point was good. 5 plays, 58 yards, a minute and 26 seconds. 35-7 was the score, but LSU fought back. They drove down the field with no time left on the clock. Ramos with a 42-yard field goal, 7 plays, 51 yards, consuming 32 seconds on the drive, and LSU pulled to within 35-10 at the halftime, and that is the score as it stands now.
So now we'll see Ramos come out. Again, we'll try what we're calling a 42-yard attempt. Kicking right to left, just inside the far side hash. Snap is back, placement is down, kick is up, it's on its way, and the kick is good. So at the end of the second quarter, LSU gets 3 points on the board to make their total 10, but they trail Georgia.
And so that's where it stands at halftime. We're going to be back with some team stats after this break on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute? When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can. But it's just as important to take time for yourself. AARP can help. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
It's 4 a.m., Monday, and you're literally sucking baby snot through a tube because she's congested. Man, that's love. And if you love her that much, love her enough to make sure she's buckled in the right car seat. To make sure your child's in the right seat for their age and size, visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Show them you love them. Keep them safe. Visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
We return with more on the Fighting Tiger Halftime Report. Presented by Super One Foods on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
The Georgia Band entertaining the crowd here in the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. At halftime, it is Georgia 35-10 over the LSU Tigers. Let's take a look at the team statistics from the first half of today's game. Total net yards, LSU 211, Georgia 281. That sounds pretty even, doesn't it? Although it's not. Total net yards, net rushing yards, LSU 3, Georgia 67. Rushing attempts, LSU 13, Georgia 13. Average yards per rush, LSU 0.2, Georgia 5.2. Big difference there. Yards gained, LSU 23, Georgia 68. Yards lost, LSU lost 20, Georgia lost 1. Net passing yards, LSU 208, Georgia 214. The Tigers 16 of 26 in passing, Georgia 19 of 24. Outstanding 79% mark in the passing game. Average per completion, LSU 13 yards, Georgia 11.3. Yards after catch, 99 for LSU, Georgia 125. Total first downs, 11 for LSU, 17 for Georgia. So there you have the team statistics. I will be back with the individual statistics after this break on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
You fans, your first bet with Caesars Sportsbook is on us, up to $1,250. Download the app using promo code LSUFull and then place your first bet. If you win, congrats. But if not, you'll get your wager back as a free bet. Open to new users in Louisiana who are 21 or older. Not available in prohibited parishes. Licensed through Horseshoe Bossier City and Harrah's New Orleans. If qualifying bet loses, bet amount returned is credit. Must use within 14 days. See Caesars.com/promos for full terms. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-770-STOP. Caesars Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of LSU.
Albertsons is making shopping and saving easier than ever. Check out Albertsons For You in our mobile app, where you can shop for groceries and save weekly with digital coupons all in one place. With Albertsons For You, you can earn rewards points every time you shop and redeem them for free groceries. Brand new Albertsons For You members receive $5 off their next $25 purchase just for signing up. Download the Albertsons app or go to albertsons.com to sign up. Albertsons, fresh food, local flavors.
We're Dudley DeBosier. As an official partner of LSU Athletics, we love being back here on campus.
It's where we began our journey as lawyers. And it keeps us connected to the community we pledged to serve.
This place has made a difference in so many lives across the state.
And it inspires us to do the same. We're a law firm that cares about this community.
And that's the Dudley DeBosier difference.
Demand Dudley DeBosier, official partner of LSU Athletics. 444-4444.
Chad Dudley, Baton Rouge, LA 2112230.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of LSU Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
This has been the Fighting Tiger Halftime Report, presented by Super One Foods. Super One Foods has you covered on game day and every day with super low prices and curbside pickup. Go Tigers and go Super One Foods. The second half is coming up on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
The LSU band entertaining the crowd here in the Mercedes-Benz Stadium at halftime. LSU trailing Georgia 35-10. And let me give you some individual statistics that go to make up how those points got on the board. Jaden Daniels, 16 of 24 passing for 208 yards, 1 touchdown. Nussmeier, 0 for 1. No completions in the 1 attempt. He was in there just for a series. And incidentally, Daniels injured his ankle against Texas A&M. It didn't get all the way well, and then he hurt it again early in this game, then he hurt it again. So it's very hard to tell how he's going to be for the remainder of the game. Don't know if Nussmeier's the guy we're going to see. We'll just have to wait and see how the third quarter plays out. For Georgia, Stetson Bennett, 19 of 24. Very high percentage, 214 yards, 4 touchdowns. Now, that's 4 touchdowns. Pretty good rushing team, and one that you expected would try to rush, considering what Texas A&M did to LSU last week. But that's not what Georgia did. They've come out with a passing game. They've been very successful with it. 79% completion. In rushing, Milton with 3 attempts for 33 yards, the long of 24. Edwards, 5 attempts, 23 yards, the long of 15. McIntosh, 4 for 9. and Stetson Bennett 1 for 2. For LSU in rushing, Josh Williams 3 attempts, 5 yards. Not very good rushing that LSU needed to have better rushing. John Emery 4 attempts, 4 yards. Daniels 6 attempts, minus 6 yards. Receiving, Keishon Butte 4 for 80 yards for 1 touchdown on a 53-yard touchdown reception. Lance McConkey 5 for Georgia for 69 yards and 1 touchdown along of 22. Bowers 5 receptions for 58 yards, 1 touchdown, 32 yards. So there you have the relevant individual statistics. It's been a kind of a long first half. The first quarter was one that was filled with action. As the game moved along, it looked like both teams were successful at the very beginning of the game, and then they were not so successful after that. When I say they were not, because Georgia became the successful one. LSU had such a hard time maintaining possession of the football and being productive with it. When they had possession of it, they ended up giving it back to Georgia in one form or another, and Georgia converted that into scores. So the LSU band now has gone back.
They're getting back in, Doug. They're getting in, Doug. They played.
And there, Gordy Rush is back on the field. Gordy.
Yes, sir.
Tell us a little bit about it. As you looked out on the field, as this game evolved.
Yes.
Looked at the beginning that LSU was really prepared to play, that they did play hard, and then all of a sudden that magical blocked field goal that seems to haunt LSU in the first game of the year and in the last game of the year. And sure enough, it did in this game as Georgia returned it for the score. You ever seen that in big-time college football?
Seen that one, Doug, and you know, obviously a huge changing point in this football game. Look, I thought LSU came out with a good game plan. They knew Daniels was limited. They came out slinging the football, and you can tell they worked all week on him getting rid of the ball. He got better as the week went on, but they knew he wasn't going to be able to run. He knew he wasn't going to be able to run, so they worked that short passing game, and Georgia was giving it up, and they were able to move down the football and obviously tried that field goal, and then you got the scoop and score. On the other side, LSU defensively came out with a mindset to stop Georgia's running game. They'd given up 250 yards to Texas A&M last week. A-Chain had 215, I believe, and Georgia better running attack, let's call it what it is, than Texas A&M. They played the run great, but it's been Stetson Bennett with 4 touchdown passes. Doug, you his numbers. I'm not sure what he finished the half, but at one point he was 12 of 16. He was accurate. He made some incredible throws while under pressure. LSU, you know, had people in position on the back end. You know, as Brian Kelly said, they were not able to make plays. And so I thought the game plan was sound, but things started compounding on LSU. Then you get the unfortunate deflection off of Besh's helmet, and you dig yourself a hole, and you have to play perfect tonight to beat 5-10.
Bennett was 19 of 24 for 214 yards, 4 touchdowns, 79% completion, and that is a pretty high percentage, particularly considering that he's not reputed to be a fabulous passer, but he was pretty fabulous there the entire first half. He put the ball in places, and he got rid of passes when he was under heavy rushes that resulted in completions and even in touchdowns rather than in interceptions or incompletions.
No, you're exactly right. I mean, he made a couple throws off the back foot, under pressure. One was a no-look crossing pass that he was able to hit, and it's been a huge part of this football game. And look, I'll give them credit as well, too. We talked about this when LSU had made some adjustments on the defensive side of the football after the Alabama game, and number 40, Harold Perkins Jr., was put at the nickel back. And what's happened the last 3 SEC games, basically offensive coordinators have said, hey, if you're going to play Perkins at a nickelback, then we're going to put him in coverage. We hadn't called number 40's name a whole lot tonight because he's been having to play coverage. They've worked on some coverage skills. He's played a little bit of man, playing a little bit better in zone. They want to keep him on the football field, but he's not a factor in coverage. He is a pass rusher, and that's what he really did in high school, just a freshman. He's learned in the college game, so give Georgia credit. I think it's been a good game plan for Georgia. They're going to get the football first, Doug. See if LSU can climb back in it.
And Perkins, you know, when you talk about him, it's got to be frustrating to him because he enjoyed such success when he first started playing this season. Right. And he got such notoriety, and then all of a sudden teams started to scheme to eliminate the thing that is really good about him and to make him do things where he's not quite so good. He's still good, but he's not as good as the stuff that he really likes to do. And so how LSU is going to respond to that, I don't know. With the score the way that it is at 35-10, it doesn't make too much difference. Now, let me ask you this question, because Georgia's going to be receiving the kick to start the third quarter. This game is in many respects one that could be considered by many observers as almost over. And so if you are LSU and if you are Georgia, how do you scheme for this second half? What do you want to do?
Well, I mean, you know, if Georgia is going to continue to go for the knockout blow. We saw what they did the last 2 minutes. I mean, 35-10 is not, you know, in the old Les Miles where it's securing the football game. You still have something to play. I'm sitting here about 5 yards away from Jane Daniels. They've retaped that right foot. And when I tell you, I mean that ankle, excuse me, he's got a lot of tape on both ankles, but he is warming up now, and so everything tells me they're going to put him back into the football game, and Nussmeier's thrown on the other end as well. And I think it becomes, you know, how effective can Daniels continue to be, because Georgia is just going to pin their ears back, know that he's only has a few seconds left. They're going to blitz, play press coverage, because LSU, he is who he is at this point. You know, he's hobbled. LSU's got to throw the ball real quick. And on the other side, what's LSU going to do defensively to do a better job covering these Georgia receivers, in particular the tight end? Brian Kelly said there are a lot of matchup problems. We haven't made plays, but it hasn't helped. We've had some broken communication back there.
Well, I tell you, Bennett continues to be as accurate as he has been in this game. And the 19 to 24 percentage is pretty accurate. If he continues to do that, there's no way that you're going to be able to stop him unless his receivers just decide to start dropping it. And they're not going to drop it. They're all very good. So we'll have to wait and see. LSU's going to be kicking it off. As we look down on the field to our left end of the field, they'll be kicking left to right. Georgia's going to be receiving right to left here. And so they'll have possession to begin the third quarter. We're about ready to kick it off. And so, Gordy, thank you much for talking with me. We look forward to talking with you during the course of the second half.
Thank you, Doug.
Okay. And here to give all of the play-by-play for the second half, here's the voice of the Tigers. Here's Chris Blair.
Thank you, Doug. Enjoyed listening to you and Gordy. Take us down here to the third quarter kickoff. Again, Nathan Dybert will tee it up at the 35. Tigers kicking left to right. Puts a foot into this one, and back deep for Georgia will be fielded right around the goal line by Edwards. Edwards comes near side, hit and dropped at the 20. Harold Perkins Jr. just a ricochet and knocked Edwards off his feet, and he went flying to the turf. So a 20-yard return, and it will be first down and 10 at the 20 for the Georgia Bulldogs. Tiger fans, stop by, see your local Southern Quality Ford dealers, take a test drive, get amazing deals and low financing on a new car, truck, or SUV, and let the good times roll. So Doug and Gordy talked about it. Stetson Bennett, 19 of 24, 214 yards passing, 4 passing touchdowns, utilized the regular suspects in this passing game for Georgia, including McConkey and Bowers and Darnell Washington, the other big tight end. On first down, they're going to hand it off, and it's going to be McIntosh left side. Makes his way across the 25, forced out of bounds at the 28-yard line by Major Burns. Second down and 2 upcoming for Georgia. It'll be interesting listening to you and Gordy talk, Doug, about Georgia feels like they still have more work to do here to put this game out of reach. But whether or not they try to go back to the run game where, again, it was all about the passing offense in that first half. LSU doing a good job against the run. They come out here on first down and run the ball with McIntosh, picks up 8 yards. So we'll see what's offered here on 2nd down and 2. This were the situations they wanted to avoid getting to. There'll be a toss to McIntosh, and he'll pick up the first down and then some across the 30 to 35 and stop just shy of the Georgia 40-yard line. They'll mark it at about the 37. B.J. Ojulari able to make the tackle after a 9-yard gain.
Chris, I think what Georgia would like to do is to end this game with the entire nation looking at them and saying they're de facto the national champs. We don't need playoffs. I think that's what their goal is for the remainder of this game.
Marcus Rosemy St. Jack on the slant, able to take it on first down and pick up another one into LSU territory. They mark the ball now right at midfield. Bennett deep in the pocket and hit as he throws, and that one flutters out into the flat. Claiming an interception was Greg Brooks. There's a flag down, however.
Interception, yes.
And they rule it an interception if they say he made the catch. Now they're going to say incomplete. They come over, talk it over. One official said it was an interception. The other comes over and says incomplete. There's a flag out there on the 50-yard line just in front of the LSU bench. I think LSU may have been offsides there. And unfortunately, Greg Brooks upset he had to give the football back.
Offside on the defense, number 11. 5-yard penalty, replay first down.
Costly mistake by Ali Gay, the senior. And it looked like, watching the replay again, that would have been ruled an interception, something LSU's defense desperately needed as they were able to get pressure. But Ali Gay stepped into the neutral zone, and Georgia will keep on cooking now. It'll be first down and 5 now at the LSU 45-yard line. Certainly goes without saying, you don't need to help Georgia out. LSU did just there. Bennett, shotgun snap, give to McIntosh. Cuts to his right, ball comes out. He goes and retrieves it, picks it up, and then cut back down at the 47-yard line. They'll lose 2 yards as McIntosh just carrying the football lightly and just squirted out on him before he was hit. Then he had to go back and get it. Got a very fortunate bounce right back in to his hands. He was able to scoop it up before Ward could come crashing in on him, but it's going to be 2nd down and 7 now at the 47. McIntosh going to check out, by the way. They'll bring in Kendall Milton.
Well, that's when you know it's not your night. The ball bounces right back to him. When you do get a fumble, you can't get a break.
So Georgia on these last 2 plays trying to give it away to LSU, but unfortunately they still have the ball. They fake the toss right side. Bennett stands in the pocket, now delivers on the run. Swing pass near side to Arian Smith. He'll pick up 7 yards down to around the 40-yard line of LSU, and it'll be a first down for the Bulldogs. And that's why Stetson Bennett is so efficient. He looked downfield briefly. Everybody covered up. He knows where Smith's going to be. Flips it out to the left side. Smith picks up the first down. Mark it at the LSU 40-yard line. Smith out wide to the right. Jackson in the slot to the right side. Rosemy St. Jack, the wide out to the left. Milton stays in at running back. Bennett on first down gives it to Milton straight ahead and keeps running, keeps churning inside the 40, down inside the 35-yard line. He'll pick up 5 yards. It'll be 2nd down and 5 for this Bulldog offense. Georgia taking the opening 3rd quarter kickoff. So far 6 plays, down to 11 minutes and 49 seconds remaining in the 3rd stanza.
Try not to back up too far. I don't want you to get put on that.
So looking at 2nd down and 5 now are the Bulldogs. Bowers, the tight end, to the left of the formation. Washington, the tight end, to the right. Snap back to Bennett, and there's another fumble. It's on the floor, and LSU going to dive on it. It's the turnover the Tigers were looking for. Jaquelin Roy falls on the football, and Georgia, they are human. They make a mistake, turn it over here in the opening drive of the 3rd quarter. Again, looked like a bad mesh point that time between Bennett and Milton as Georgia, we mentioned, trying their best to get rid of the football. Now there's a flag down. The officials are now meeting. So hold the phone.
Was there another offsides on this play?
No, it looks like to me Georgia's put their defense on the field.
Personal foul. Illegal block below the waist. Number 13 on the offense while the ball was loose. That penalty is declined. The fumble recovery by LSU. First down, LSU.
So the Tigers get a turnover back. They coughed one up on a very strange interception on a tip drill off the back of the helmet of Jack Bash back in the second quarter. But Georgia tried to throw an interception. A penalty negated that. Tried to fumble it, got it back in their hands, and this time on the exchange, Bennett just could not get it into the belly of Milton. Timeout on the field. 11:24 remaining, third quarter. 35-10. Georgia leads. Tigers with the ball when we come back on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
He's got a seam. He's down the near side hash.
Tiger fans, if you've ever wanted to listen to the LSU Sports Radio Network while watching your Fighting Tigers on TV, now you can, and it's easy to do.
Just pause the TV. Use the LSU Sports mobile app to stream the audio on your smartphone or tablet. Connect to a smart speaker, then wait for the audio to catch up to the point your TV is paused. Push play, and you are all set.
Watch the Tigers and listen with the LSU Sports Radio Network and the LSU Sports mobile app.
15-10-5, touchdown, Tigers!
The passion, the tradition, the rivalries. SiriusXM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got your school covered. On SEC Radio, there's complete coverage of every school in the conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along online or on the SiriusXM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now, as a college student, you can stream your first 3 months of SiriusXM for $1. Fees and taxes apply. See offer details and subscribe now at SiriusXM.com/SEC Sports.
Hey, so what's a great way to spread awareness that driving high is illegal everywhere? A catchy song, of course.
You can run, but you can't drive high. You can run, but you can't drive high.
Friendly reminder, don't drive high. If you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
The passion, the tradition, the rivalries. SiriusXM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got your school covered. On SEC Radio, there's complete coverage of every school in the conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along online or on the SiriusXM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now, as a college student, you can stream your first 3 months of SiriusXM for $1. Fees and taxes apply. See offer details and subscribe now at SiriusXM.com/SEC Sports.
Third quarter action continues. Presented by H&E Equipment Services on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Back with you inside the Caesars Sportsbook broadcast booth. The Tigers force a turnover on the fumble. They take over possession. First down and 10 at the 43-yard line. Garrett Nussmeier back in at quarterback. The backup for the Tigers on first down. Wants to throw. Now sprinting slowly to his right. Throws on the run, and it is caught. Keyshawn Booty inside the Georgia 40 to the 36-yard line. Booty with a great catch. Great coverage by Georgia, but how about Nussmeier? Puts it right in the breadbasket. And a 21-yard gain, first down and 10 LSU. And Nuss ready to go. First and 10 now at the Georgia 37. The handoff going to go to Josh Williams, and Williams right up the middle, picks up 2 yards inside the 35 to the 34-yard line. Under 11 to go here, third quarter, while LSU really didn't get any breaks in that first half. Trying to make the most of this opportunity here. Second down and 7 at the Georgia 34-yard line. Nussmeier out of Lake Charles, stands in the pocket, throws the football, caught inside the 10, Malik Neighbors. Touchdown, Fighting Tigers. 34-yard strike. Neighbors, second touchdown of the year, and for Garrett Nussmeier, that's his second passing touchdown. And the Tigers get the turnover, and boom, strike on the Bulldogs. 35-16. Tigers make it closer.
Sorry about that. What a great pass. And they get a gamble. And that's the thing about Nussmeier. He's not afraid to throw the football. He'll throw it down the field. He's going to stretch it. Georgia's secondary back there. Starks, the free safety, took a bad angle, went over the top of him. Neighbors walks in for a touchdown.
David Ramos trying to add one more. Kick is up, and the kick is good. 35-17 now. The Tigers showing a little life. The backup quarterback, Garrett Nussmeier, redshirt freshman, goes to Neighbors just out of the outstretched hands of a Georgia defender near side. Great concentration by Neighbors, great balance to then head towards the end zone and score. Again, 35-17 Georgia leads. We'll return to Atlanta. A little more life for the purple and gold after this on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
From Baton Rouge to Bastrop, Woman's Hospital is bringing mammograms closer to home and closer to you. With our mobile mammography coaches traveling to 31 parishes throughout Louisiana, scheduling your annual mammogram is easier than ever before. Visit womans.org/mammogram or call 225-401-3849 today to request your appointment. That's 225-401-3849.
Play our lucky numbers with 7-11-21. Win up to $2,100. Winnings with a twist. Play the new Fruit Twist Scratch-Offs. Win up to $12,000. Twist and count your winnings today. Must be at least 21 to purchase.
Is keeping up with rental payments and maintenance issues making you run in circles? Check out GoProperty.com for all of your real estate management software needs. Keep all of your property payments, needs, and maintenance issues in one place to save you time and money. And with all that extra time, you will have more time for Tigers. Check out GoProperty.com, spelled the Louisiana way, for more information.
When it comes to investing in your home's comfort, it's never just one thing. You want to make sure you get an air-conditioned system that's reliable, affordable, energy efficient, backed by a strong warranty, and is installed by a dealer you can trust. That's why people who insist on the best choose Trane. Plus, right now, Trane is offering special financing. So what's not to love? Visit Trane.com to find a local Trane dealer today. It's hard to stop a train. Subject to credit approval. Ask for details.
Third quarter action continues. Presented by H&E Equipment Services on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
LSU takes advantage of the turnover by the Bulldogs. Garrett Nussmeier finds Malik Neighbors from 34 yards out. The Tigers now cut the lead for the Bulldogs 35-17. Nussmeier with limited action this season. Saw him early in the year against Southern as that kickoff in the back of the end zone starts Georgia first down and 10 at the 25. Saw some action against New Mexico. Little action against Auburn. But again, big stage, big opportunity. Coach Brian Kelly talked on Thursday whether or not Jaden Daniels would be 100%. Could he last this entire game? The answer, unfortunately, was no due to that ankle injury. But Nussmeier, big moment, delivers. Now it's up to the LSU defense, who obviously have a little more pep in their step after that LSU touchdown. Bennett now going to work under center. Dajan Edwards, the running back, deep in the hole. And he'll get the handoff up the middle, and LSU going to grab him, bring him down after a 4-yard gain up to the 29-yard line. Micah Baskerville made the tackle, spun him around, but probably gave Edwards a couple of more yards there as he just couldn't stop his momentum. See Sage Ryan now going towards the locker room, appears to be shaken up. We'll try to get an update on that. 10:07 remains third quarter. Bennett now on second down and 6. Again, working with Edwards on a wing to his right. He'll move him to his left hip. Trip receivers to the left, one to the right. They want to go to the ground. Edwards again finds something off the right edge. Going to be about 2 yards shy of the first down after picking up 4. It'll be third down and 2. Micah Baskerville again in there to make the tackle against this Bulldog rushing attack. Bennett lines up the Dogs quickly. Stack 2 receivers to the right, stack 2 to the left. Here comes the screen, and it's incomplete. Threw it at the ankles, far side to Dylan Bell. Bell dropped one earlier in the second quarter, eventually came back with a touchdown. That one not on Bell. That was on the quarterback, Bennett. That was a horrible throw. And that will set up 4th down and 2. And we'll see Brett Thorson. Haven't seen a lot of him today, but he'll be out there to punt it away with 9:34 remaining here in the third quarter. Clayton Jr. back deep for LSU. Sets up shop at the 22-yard line. Thorson averaging 44 yards a punt on the season. The Australian kicker puts this one up. Clayton gets under it, calls for the fair catch, and has it at the 27-yard line of LSU. 41-yard punt and a timeout on the field. 9:27 remains here in Atlanta. SEC championship game. Tigers with the football, trailing 35-17 to Georgia on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Louisianians know life here is filled with joy, and sometimes a little uncertainty. No matter your stage in life, know that you can rely on the strength of the cross and protection of the shield. Your card opens the door to a large network of top doctors to care for you. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Louisiana has been helping Louisianians get care for generations. With the right card and the right care, you can get back to what you love best.
Support your LSU Tigers with Hancock Whitney, the official bank of LSU Athletics. From game day to the offseason, Hancock Whitney LSU credit and debit cards are a big win for any Tiger fan. Want to get your paws on these cards? Well, apply online or visit HancockWhitney.com/LSU. Hancock Whitney Bank, member FDIC. All accounts subject to credit approval. Terms and conditions may apply.
Hey y'all, I'm Amanda Shaw. We all know Louisiana is as fun as all get out. So get out, take a road trip, and explore our state. Fill her up, then try a new restaurant that's as fun-loving as it is food-loving. Grab the family and take off for monumental adventures at our 21 state parks. Or take a magical minivan tour along our 19 scenic trails and byways. Louisiana's a trip. Take one today.
This is Lieutenant Governor Billy Nungesser. Plan your road trip at LouisianaIsATrip.com.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Third quarter action continues. Presented by H&E Equipment Services on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
35-17, Georgia over LSU. 9:27 remaining in the third quarter. LSU gets the ball back, 1st and 10 from their own 27. It's number 13, Garrett Nussmeier, now 2 of 3 for 54 yards and 1 touchdown on the night. He is fearless, Chris. Great arm, good athlete. Where the trouble's been, he's forced some balls throughout his career. Let's make sure that he's taking care of the football.
1st down and 10 from the 27. Gonna unload. Got a man open. Neighbors has it at the 20. Inside the Bulldog 15. Hey now! Nussmeier slinging it around the yard. Going to Neighbors for the big hitter. And the Tigers inside the Capital One red zone. 68-yard completion. Nuss to Neighbors.
And he just out threw the coverage. They had him covered downfield. He just threw it deeper than they could cover him.
1st down. Again throwing towards the end zone. This time looking for Brian Thomas. Good coverage again. Smothering coverage on the near side by Ringo. It's incomplete. Sets up 2nd down and 10 from the Georgia 14-yard line. Neighbors got just the separation. Was able to get under that football, as Doug said, that Nussmeier said, only my guy can get to it. 2nd down and 10 from the 14-yard line. Ball placed middle of the field. Tigers down 35-17 here in the SEC title game. Nussmeier, the backup quarterback, trying to get the Tigers back in this one. Getting loud down here in this end zone. It's a lot of red. Play clock down to under 10. Nussmeier motions Williams out of the backfield. Ball in his hand. And going to be deflected. The pass wanted to come near side. But they had a defensive lineman release, and Jalen Carter able to get off the block and get his hands on it, deflect the ball. Now you're looking at 3rd down and 10 from the Georgia 14-yard line.
Good patience showed by Nussmeier there. Thomas was actually his 4th option. It was the left side of the field. He came all the way back to his right, and had the ball not been deflected, Thomas had separation and had his defender boxed out. But nice play by Carter. He's a big individual down here, 6'5", 6 something, 300 plus.
3rd down and 10 from the 14. Besh in the slot to the left. Brian Thomas, the wideout. Now they'll motion Kyron Lacey. 3 receivers left. Full house blitz. The throw going to be grabbed by Taylor, the tight end, at the 10. Then he's slung down inside the 5. Let's see when they mark it. Just shy of the 4-yard line. Georgia helped him out by flipping him down in there inside the 5 after a 9-yard gain. What an effort by Taylor. Again, to stay upright and give LSU a chance. 4th and a yard. The Tigers 50% on 4th downs this season. They can reach the Bulldog 4. They'll get a fresh set of downs. And now we got time called.
As under further review, the ruling on the field was the runner was short of the 1st down.
So they're going to get a review here to take a look at the spot of the football. An official review, our first of the game, presented by Acme Oyster House. And this is critical now.
And I tell you, Chris, because they ran a replay on the TV screen, which was there was a line superimposed where the 1st down marker was, and it looks like he may very well have made it.
Christopher Smith made the tackle on Mason Taylor, and again tried to spin him around, and when he did, Mason had just enough to put his right hand down and fall what appears to be near that 4-yard line where they needed the 1st down.
I agree, Chris. I think he got it. And you needed that sideline view to see whether or not one of his knees hit, and they didn't. His his right hand hit at the 10-yard line. You guys are on the side. I'm in the end zone. So his right hand hit, and then the ball in his body hit about at the 9.5. Excuse me, the 4.5. I'm wrong here. So hand hit on the 5. Ball where they got it spotted.
He gave everything he had to reach that 4-yard line. The awareness by the freshman tight end. Again, they immediately said short by about a yard, maybe half a yard. But here's the call now from David Smith, our crew chief.
After further review, the ruling on the field stands. It'll be 4th down.
So the Tigers will have to go for it on 4th down here. Again, if they reach the 4, a fresh set of downs. They are 4.5 yards away from a touchdown here in a game where it's Georgia 35 and LSU 17. Georgia defense trying to rally the red and black in that end zone. Again, Garrett Nussmeier in control of the LSU offense here. Redshirt freshman quarterback. He'll have Josh Williams on a wing to his left, 3 receivers right. Ball on the far side hash. They need a little more than a yard to keep this drive going. Williams going to be cut down at the 5. Did not get it. Turnover on downs. Georgia's defense delivers. Again, that's been a problem most of the night. Georgia just pushing back the LSU offensive line. And after Williams got the handoff, he was already hit behind the line around the ankles and no chance to move forward. So Georgia makes a goal line stand there. They take over 1st down and 10. Ball at their own 5-yard line. We got a timeout on the field. LSU going to huddle up. Georgia will do the same. And that's big there. Again, you score after a Georgia turnover early in the 3rd quarter to get a little bit of life. You get the stop, get the ball back inside the Capital One red zone, inside the 10-yard line of Georgia. You just need a yard to reach the 4, and unable to do so. Georgia gets the ball back with 7:59 remaining here in the 3rd stanza. The holidays are here and Toyotathon is on. Experience the true joy and magic of the season in a new Toyota. Hurry into your local dealer or visit Toyota.com today.
And of course, Chris, I guess as a coaching staff, you kind of second guess yourself as to the play call. If you were going to go for it on the 4th down, that's understandable. But when you're going to run into the teeth of that defense that you have not been able to move, and LSU's not been able to move it in the middle of that defensive line the entire night, that may or may not be the good place to try. You know, some sort of a pass game. Or look, LSU has kicked a field goal in this game earlier in similar circumstance. Not to say that they should do that. Just to say there are other options, and maybe LSU will reconsider those other options. They do want to stop Georgia right now, though, in this possession. Get the ball back in decent field position and see if they can get in and score again. Because LSU, for the moment right now, has made this a game.
Yeah, this is a critical possession now for this LSU defense. So far here in the 3rd quarter, again, Georgia got the opening kickoff. They fumbled the football at the LSU 43-yard line. The Tigers would immediately take over. Garrett Nussmeier, 3 plays, 57 yards. Hits the big one to Malik Neighbors for the score. And then LSU's defense able to force a punt on a 3-and-out the last time Georgia had the football. And again, they will start this from their own 5-yard line. And a team that came in -2 turnover margin. They put the ball on the carpet a couple of times. They lost the fumble last time. Bennett going to work inside the 1-yard line out of the shotgun. 2 receivers left just off the formation, 1 to the right. He's got McIntosh back there. McIntosh will get the carry, and McIntosh crosses the 5 and then helps move the pile up to the 10-yard line and pick up 5 yards. It'll be 2nd down and 5. It's got a little push from those big offensive linemen there after LSU trying to stand him up. But he picks up 5 yards for the Bulldogs. A little more breathing room now. Can't emphasize enough critical moment of this game. 7:30 remaining 3rd quarter. Down 35-17. They have Georgia backed up here at their own 10-yard line. 2nd down and 5. Bennett gets the snap. Again, handoff McIntosh. Hit behind the line and twisted down at the 8-yard line. Tigers get to him. Ali Gay. Blast right through that offensive line of the Bulldogs. Went right to McIntosh. They'll say officially lost a yard. Back at the 9. It'll be 3rd down and 6 here for the Bulldogs. Has there been a bigger 3rd down play so far this afternoon? Bulldogs 5 of 8. LSU got to dig deep here defensively. Find one more play. Try to force a punt. Maybe change field position. 3rd down and 6. Ball at the Georgia 9. Quick screen. And with room, out racing on the near side hash with the 1st down and then some across the 20 to the 25. Boy, Georgia comes in late, just hitting people after he was slowed up. That's Rosemy St. Jack. But after the play was basically halted, you got red hats flying in everywhere.
I'm surprised they didn't call that, Chris. I mean, refs are focused on player safety. That's just unnecessary. You don't clean up on the pile like that.
So Georgia converts the 3rd down. A lot of breathing room now. 1st down and 10. This drive started at their 5. They're now at their own 27-yard line. 3 receivers right. Single back. Going to hand it off. Milton trying to stretch it, turn it upfield, and crosses the 30. And finally brought down at about the 34-yard line on a gain of 7 now. Under 6 to play, 3rd quarter, 5 minutes, 46 seconds. LSU's defense worn down there in the 2nd quarter leading into halftime. Got a little bit of life after forcing the turnover.
I was going to mention, Chris, only Weeks is in as a substitute. This is the original starting 11 minus Weeks in for Baskerville right now. They played a lot of snaps.
2nd down and 3 for the Bulldogs. Ball at their own 34-yard line. Again, they'll go to the ground to Milton. Milton up the middle. Milton loose. Near side. 45, 40, 30. Stiff arms a man to stay upright inside the 20. Eventually out of bounds at the LSU 15-yard line. They kept going back to the run game. Determined they would pop one, and that one for 51 yards off the legs of Kendall Milton, the backup running back for the Bulldogs. just like that. The complexion of that drive and this game changes considerably. It's first down and 10 now at the LSU 15-yard line. Again, just a run play right up the middle. Offensive line gave him the crease. Milton does the rest. McIntosh back in. He'll get the carry, running to his left, and then decides to dive down inside the 15 after gaining 3 down to the 12. Jacoby and Guillory in there to make the stop. Clock now under 4.5 to go, third quarter. And that last run play of 51 yards are the type of plays you have to make if you're the #1 team in the country. Second down, 7. Ball at the LSU 12. Bennett steps up to the line. Talk to his center, Cedric Van Pran. Now move McIntosh to his right. He'll hand it off, running to his left. McIntosh inside the 10, battles his way inside the 5. They're still battling, helping push him forward, and eventually brought down by LSU at the Tiger 3-yard line. And it'll be first down goal to go inside the 3 as Georgia relying on the passing game in the first half, dedicated to running the football here so far in the third quarter. And on this drive, it has benefited them well. First down goal to go. Give to McIntosh, and up the middle. He'll get in for the score, and Georgia extends the lead now 41-17. A drive that started at their own 5. 8 plays, 95 yards, and for the most part ran it right at LSU. Big 51-yard run by Milton eventually sets them up inside the red zone. And with 3:32 remaining, 7 runs, a single pass, covering 95 yards. They're a point after away from making it a 42-17 ball game. Waiting on the snap. Here it comes. Perfect on the year in point afters, and it will remain such. 42-17. Georgia gets a little more distance from LSU with just over 3.5 minutes remaining in this game. Tiger fans, introducing the greatest hits from the lottery. Play Hit 50, win up to $1,000. Visit any lottery retailer. Pick up Hit 50 today for your chance to win. Must be at least 21 to purchase. Conference championship weekend all across college football, and big win today by Kansas State in overtime. Gets by TCU, a team that had had so many escapes late in ball games, had come from behind in the second half. Kansas State getting it done today, which will certainly shake things up atop the college football playoff committee and the rankings, which will be the final one and lock them in place after the action this weekend. Interesting, Gordy Rush. We mentioned that Stetson Bennett really the hero for Georgia in the first half with his arm. LSU doing a pretty good job against the run, and even though Georgia was only up 35-10, you made the point that you still feel like there's more work to do if you're Kirby Smart. They decided to come out and run it right at LSU. They had the costly fumble, but then on that drive, they had everything clicking.
Yeah, they did. And look, give Matt House credit. I thought he had a nice game plan to shut down that Georgia run. You didn't want the same game plan that A&M ran at you. You didn't want Georgia to do the same thing because they got multiple backs, better linemen, more linemen, and a better quarterback. But sooner or later, this LSU defense just has been on the field entirely too much here tonight. And as we mentioned, they don't have the numbers. They do not have the depth. They're playing. That defensive line is playing 80-90% of the time, and they're going to wear down at some point. So give Georgia credit. They're #1 for a reason.
Here's the ensuing kickoff. This time a knuckleball kick that will go out of bounds inside the 10. Rare mistake there by Pottlesney, but LSU happy to take the extra field position. They'll start first down and 10 at the 35-yard line. Checking the Caesar Sportsbook scoreboard today across college football. As we mentioned, Kansas State outlast TCU, handing them their first loss, 31-28 in overtime, as Kansas State gets the win. Tulane in that rematch against UCF for the American Athletic Championship. Exercising some demons. Tulane right now in the fourth quarter leading 31-14 over the Knights of UCF. And of course last night Utah wore out USC 47-24. First and 10 for LSU at the 35-yard line. Again, Garrett Nussmeier, the quarterback for the Tigers here, in place of Jaden Daniels, who gave it a go, just could not complete it due to that bum ankle. As Nussmeier comes out firing, gets it to Booty up across the 40. He's brought out of bounds far side at about the 42-yard line. A gain of 7 yards. Javon Bullard was there to make sure Booty did not go any further. Coming up later, of course, Purdue and Michigan at 7 o'clock. Clemson and North Carolina in the ACC will get underway at 7 p.m. as well. Second down and 3 for LSU. On the handoff, Williams is free across midfield, down the center of the field, 20, 15, and eventually brought down at the Georgia 11-yard line. Biggest run from scrimmage tonight for LSU, and who else but Josh Williams, a 47-yard ramble. That time made a nice little cut to get through the crease, and then just right down the center of the field before Georgia's able to bring him down. LSU inside the Capital One red zone once again. Last time turned away on turnover on downs. Down 42-17. They used the run to put him in position here. Nussmeier in the shotgun, working with John Emery as Williams gets a breather. Play clock dwindling down as Nussmeier calls for the snap and has it. Looks to his right. Throws the fade, and Jerry Jenkins nearly tackled. There's the flags. Didn't time that one out right. Ringo was on coverage, and he just decided to wrap up on Jenkins near side. An easy call for the officials here. I say that when, of course, last
pass
week
interference
there were no
on the
flags.
defense. Number 5. Foul occurred in the end zone. The ball will be placed at the 2-yard line. First down.
So this time it is a penalty. Last week, of course, we all remember on Jure, he was basically tackled, and they threw the flag and then said, there's no penalty on the play. This time there is. Ringo whistled for it. And Tigers now looking first down goal to go from the 2 as Noah Cain checks in. Cain, the junior, out of Baton Rouge, transferred in from Penn State. He's got 7 rushing touchdowns on the year. So we'll see Cain join Nussmeier in the backfield. First down goal to go from the Georgia 2. Low snap. Give it to Cain. Squares his shoulders, but he's going to be stood up by Georgia after he reached the 1-yard line. A gain of a yard. It'll be second down goal to go from the Georgia 1. 2:07 clock moving third quarter. Marcus Dumerville wearing number 81. They go big here with Mashburn, Taylor, Cole Taylor, Mason Taylor, and Marcus Dumerville. Again, Cain in the backfield. Going to get the carry, and Cain is into the end zone. Touchdown, Fighting Tigers. LSU determined to get through that defensive front of the Bulldogs. They bring in all the heavies, and Noah Cain able to get through right at that Georgia defense. LSU looks to be going for 2 here as Cain picks up his 8th rushing touchdown of the year. Coach Kelly running down, talking to the official far sideline. And LSU's going to line up for 2.
They're going to put the ball in the hash. Actually left center, same position they put it for the 2-point conversion against Alabama. You figure to give Nussmeier some room to his right, and nobody gave Charles Turner the memo. They were going for 2. He's running off the field. Brian Kelly had to get him off.
Now another Tiger just now making it. That's Cain, and he checks in out wide to the left. Again, there's an empty backfield, and eventually a timeout. A little confusion that time by LSU. Again, Cain was late coming off. He scored the touchdown, went to the sideline. LSU again decided to go for 2. As Gordy mentioned, Charles Turner was already bouncing off to the sideline. They had to get them all back out there. And wisely, as the play clock was going down, LSU has to burn the timeout. So they're going for 2 here. It's a 42-23 Georgia lead. Brian Kelly said his team, a lot of matchup issues against Georgia, but they were going to go to Atlanta and fight. And after getting down big in this game, and still down big, the Tigers are still swinging. So they'll try for 2. Now they get all the personnel out there for LSU. Josh Williams back out at running back. They'll have Thomas and Bucci wide to the right. Malik Neighbors, the lone receiver, to the left side. Last time, LSU just overpowered Georgia at the line of scrimmage. This time going for two. We'll see what Nussmeier dials up. Taylor motions from right to left. He'll stack behind Neighbors to the left side. Nussmeier checks the defense, now takes the snap. Here comes Georgia. Nussmeier off his back foot, throws back of the end zone. It's broken up, incomplete, looking for Thomas. Covered up that time by Javon Bullard, and the two-point try is no good. So it will remain 42-23 with 1:46 still remaining here in the third quarter. Again, Doug, as I mentioned several times after it looked like Georgia was going to take the football, run away with it, LSU still comes out and swinging. How about the spark Garrett Nussmeier has provided tonight at quarterback, coming in to replace the injured Jaden Daniels? And so far he's, again, we knew all along going back to last year, he has no fear. He's not afraid of this stage. He's not afraid of the Georgia Bulldogs. He will sling the ball, and so far he's 5 of 8, 129 yards and a passing touchdown to Malik Neighbors.
And he seems to also be getting better and better as time goes on. You know, he becomes more courageous about taking the shots. Doesn't care whether the shot is going to be a misfire or not, but he's become a better marksman than he was at the beginning of it. So that's a real challenge for somebody, and he's got a lot of competition coming back from next year, you know.
4 plays, 65 yards, 1:46 off the third quarter clock for LSU. All set up by the 47-yard run by Josh Williams, his second longest run from scrimmage as an LSU Tiger. Noah Cain then checks in. Again, he's kind of that short yardage goal line running back, and he delivers his 8th rushing touchdown of the season. In fact, he leads all of LSU's running backs with those 8 scores this year. Doug, we talked about the first quarter, ton of action between Georgia and LSU. And this third quarter, just when it looked like Georgia could maybe just keep that separation going and LSU would eventually just hang their heads and call it a day, has not been the case. LSU still battling here as the kickoff is going to sail out of the back of the end zone off the foot of Dibert. And it will be first down and 10 at the 25 for the Bulldogs. A reminder, Our Lady of the Lake, proud to be the championship health partner of LSU. Our Lady of the Lake and LSU, champions for Louisiana. Together we roar. Learn more at olrmc.com/LSU.
Chris, you know, it's interesting to see a team like that gets behind, and many teams just kind of throw in the towel when it gets to that point, and the game is just finished up eventually, but they kind of lose their interest in it. LSU's not done that.
First down toss near side and give it to McIntosh. He tried to stiff arm Baskerville. That didn't work. Baskerville fought through the stiff arm and brought him down after a gain of 3. That is a solid tackle by Micah Baskerville, who wanted it more than McIntosh.
I tell you, McIntosh has a first-round NFL grade. He is a grown man. That's a whale of a play right there by Baskerville.
1:16 clock moving third quarter. Second down and 7 after that 3-yard run. Ball up at the 28-yard line of the Bulldogs. Here's the snap to Bennett. Now he's going to look to throw, and down the seam, Bowers bobbles but holds on. Up across the 45, across midfield into the LSU 49-yard line. That's why Brock Bowers has a bright future in the NFL. He's a sophomore out of Napa, California. Again, that was pretty good coverage by Jarek Bernard-Converse. 28-yard gain, and again, Converse did everything he could do to try to separate the football from Bowers. And again, just strong arms, great hands, makes the catch, and it'll be first down and 10 now at the LSU 49-yard line. Earlier in the third quarter, Georgia coughed up the football at the 43 of LSU, so stranger things have happened. They'll go to the third string running back, Edwards, who's going to be pulled down after he had some room inside the 45, right up the gut to Quaylen Roy. Able to avoid the face mask, but get a hand on him and wrestle him to the ground. Gain of 8. It'll be second down and a little less than 2 here as 10 seconds remain. They've got a pause in action here. They stop the clock with 10 seconds. There's a player down for LSU, and it's Major Burns. Quaylen Royal Again, showing some upper body strength that time. Had to take on the running back Edwards at full speed and still able to bring him down basically with one hand. So time taken here as Burns being looked at by the LSU training crew. Lights on cell phones starting to come on here inside Mercedes-Benz Stadium as we're 10 seconds away from the start of the fourth quarter. Burns now hops up and for the most part on his own power will make his way to the far sideline. So a good sign there. Taking a look at these totals so far. Georgia 450 yards total offense. LSU at 392. 337 of that for LSU through the air. That's combined. Jaden Daniels had finished 16 of 24 for 208 and a touchdown and a very unfortunate interception on a tip drill off the back of Jack Besh's helmet back in the first half. Garrett Nussmeier 5 of 8, 129 yards and a passing touchdown. So they started the clock and it rolls down, and we have finished 3 here in Atlanta. The fourth and final quarter coming up in the SEC championship game. Georgia dominant lead at the moment, 42-23 over your Fighting Tigers. Back to the fourth and final quarter after this on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
When you're a fan, you wear your team's jersey on your back and your heart on your sleeve. After a win, your world glistens. Lose, and the hurt permeates your soul. You'll always have a place with us in the Cox Fan Zone, where everyone can play and connect with other fans in a big group hug. See, in the Fan Zone, you're not some crazy fan. You're home.
Hey, Tiger fans, say Fan Zone into your Cox voice remote to play. Not at home? Visit cox.com/fanzone and go Tigers. Together, we are partners, setting a new standard for health. Together, we prove that no matter how battle-tested we are, our spirit remains undefeated. Our Lady of the Lake and LSU are creating transformational change and impacting Louisiana with a new standard for healthcare, research, and education. Together, Our Lady of the Lake and LSU are champions for Louisiana. Together, we roar. Learn more at ololrmc.com/LSU.
2023 is a great year to be a People's Health member. There are no premiums and no deductibles. Expanded network of doctors, specialists, dentists, and vision providers. Enhanced dental benefits, including $0 for fillings, extractions, and dentures. With the flexibility to see dentists out of network. Plus, now use your OTC benefit to shop in-store at more than 55,000 national retailers. Call People's Health, 1-855-821-2666.
Hey, Tiger fans, G.W. Oliver Pool Construction exists at the intersection of creativity and craftsmanship to deliver an excellent experience. Born in Baton Rouge, their brand has expanded to be a leader in commercial and residential pools throughout the entire Gulf Coast. So no matter where the project, G.W. Oliver's mission is to turn your dream into a reality. Find out more at gwoliver.com.
Fourth quarter action continues. Presented by J&J Exterminating on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Fourth and final quarter here of this 2022 SEC Championship game from Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta. Georgia, #1 team, reigning national champions, winners of the SEC East after going 12-0 for the second straight year of the regular season, 8-0 in conference play. They lead 42-23 over LSU. Kirby Smart, in his 7th season, has certainly set the standard in Athens and now really is the standard bearer of SEC football, and because of that, the standard bearer of college football across the country. Brian Kelly's in his first season establishing a goal of excellence. His team able to secure the win for the SEC West, finish up 9-3 in the regular season, 6-2 in SEC play. Nobody thought LSU would have a chance to be here before this season began. And you just got two programs that are in different stages. Again, Kirby Smart, 7 years in, has done an incredible job recruiting. You've seen that tonight with waves of players checking in offensively and defensively. They go 4 and 5 deep in a number of positions. LSU, again, super talented, not very deep. But they are fighting tonight when it would be easy to fold up the tent and head back to Baton Rouge. Hadn't been the case. So we start the fourth quarter of action. Stetson Bennett and company now attacking left to right with 15 minutes up on the board. Looking at 2nd down and 2 from just outside the LSU 40, and they'll hand it off near side, and here goes Edwards inside the 25 to 20, and eventually Greg Brooks able to bring him down inside the 15 at the 13-yard line. 28-yard run by Dajan Edwards, and I mentioned, Doug, the 5 deep. Well, we certainly know they are 3 deep at running back, and they're all 3 good. McIntosh, Milton, and Edwards have had their highlights tonight.
And when you line them up against that same depth of defensive team that LSU has, which is the same guys playing the entire game, eventually you're going to wear out, and that's what's happening to LSU.
By design, if you're Georgia. Handoff, Edwards tripped up in the backfield, stays upright, finds his way inside the 10, brought down at the 6-yard line by Micah Baskerville after a gain of 7 yards. LSU's not the first team that is worn thin late in the game against this Georgia Bulldog program. Again, they'll go right back to Edwards, and this time LSU going to pull him behind the line. No gain, maybe lost half a yard as Waylon Roy able to get to him first. Cavalry comes, and Edwards goes nowhere. So now they're looking at 3rd down and 5. They'll mark it at the 8-yard line of the Tigers. Georgia up 42-23. It's now McIntosh will check back in. So far on the night, 13 carries, 47 yards, and a score for the senior out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Receiver to the left, one to the right side. They'll go double tight, no surprise. Washington and Bowers right side of the formation. They'll do the toss. They got lead blocking near side, and into the end zone. Front right corner is McIntosh. And an 8-yard touchdown, his 2nd of the night. Going to be hard for just about anybody in college football to stop that caravan. Bowers 6'4", 230. Washington 6'7", 270. And a full head of steam for Kenny McIntosh at 6'1", 210 pounds. They just put up a wall, and McIntosh finds the end zone. That'll make it 48-23 with a point after upcoming.
They're going to go for 2. I'll tell you, I'm not really crazy about it. The obvious is 2 makes it 50. 50 seems a lot bigger than a 49 number here. So let's see if LSU's up to it.
So they will huddle up, try for 2 here. Pistol formation, McIntosh behind Bennett. A receiver to each side, again double tights, and they're going to try the reverse and throw to the end zone. They get it to Washington at 6'7", right side, and it is good. So a little gadget bag for Kirby Smart, and pencil that one in the memory bank if you're LSU. Mitchell on the reverse coming near side, immediately looked to throw, and LSU had already bit, and Washington was open in the right corner for the 2-point try, and it is now an even 50-23. Enjoy it while you got it. Timeout on the field. Georgia 50, LSU 23 on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
GOAT, G-O-A-T, acronym, stands for greatest of all time. As in, spaghetti sandwiches for dinner? They're my fave. Dad, you're the GOAT.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care would love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
A Tiger fans, 3 Olives Vodka reminds you that no tailgate at Tiger Stadium is complete without cocktails featuring the smooth premium taste of 3 Olives Vodka. Our quadruple distilled recipe will bring all the spirit you need this season. It's sure to be a crowd pleaser. 3 Olives Vodka, official partner of LSU Athletics. 3 Olives Company, Jersey City, New Jersey. Please drink responsibly.
Fourth quarter action continues. Presented by J&J Exterminating on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Well, I'm not sure where in the book, when you look at the data and all the analysis of a game, that you go for 2, run an end-around pass up 25 points with 13 minutes to go in the game, but that's what Georgia elected to do. Something tells me that play might be on a loop inside a certain building in Baton Rouge for a long time to come. But Georgia tonight has had the upper hand. They lead 50-23. And get set to kick it back to LSU here with 13-13 to go in the game. And again, LSU down to a second-string quarterback who's played great tonight for Garrett Nussmeier. You go out and keep on doing what they've been doing so far here in the second half, which is putting up yards and putting up points against the Georgia team. You got to keep swinging if you're LSU as that kickoff into the end zone. It'll be first down and 10 at the 25 for the Fighting Tigers. Georgia took a thrashing here in 2019. Something tells me that was on their mind today as well. They got 491 yards total offense, 392 for LSU, which is again going to skew those defensive stats for Georgia. They've already given up 23 points, which is a rare occurrence against this Bulldog defense, especially with a backup quarterback in the game so far here in the second half. First down at 10 at the 25. Nussmeier working with Williams. Mason Taylor motions from the slot, goes left to right. 3 wide to the right side. Nussmeier takes the snap, looking to throw, gets it out to Taylor in the flat, across the 30, the 35, and slung out of bounds after a 10-yard gain. First down at 10 for LSU. And Nussmeier came in late in that second quarter on 3rd and 16, threw an incompletion. And then once the decision was made due to Jaden Daniels' injury to go with Garrett Nussmeier, he has really been solid for the Tigers. Stands back in the pocket, wants to unload, far side, and boy, the Tigers were tackled down there. Malik Neighbors was the intended receiver. There were 2 Bulldogs in the vicinity. Ringo on direct coverage of Neighbors, but the ball uncatchable. Obviously it's ruled as Neighbors was grabbed and then pushed down. No flags. It's incomplete. Second down and 10 at the 35. Nussmeier will have 3 wide to the left, 1 to the right side. After the incompletion, clock stops. 12 minutes and 40 seconds here in the fourth quarter. Here's the snap to Nuss. Steps up, throws into the flat. Coming back for it is Lacey. He will secure the football at the 42-yard line. Gain of 7. Set up 3rd and very manageable here. 3rd and 3 for LSU. Performance report brought to you always by Kubota and the Louisiana Kubota dealers. Visit LSUKubotaDealers.com for the dealer near you. 3rd and 3. Nussmeier again wants to throw, and a target wide open. Jack Besh has it, breaks 1 tackle into Georgia territory inside the 40, and eventually brought down at the 35-yard line of the Bulldogs. It's a first down at 10 for LSU on a gain of 23 yards. Now Nussmeier running a little tempo, lines up the Tigers here with 11:56 clock moving fourth quarter. 3 wide to the left, 2 to the right side. Snap back in an empty backfield for Nussmeier. Long throw to the boundary as Williams will haul it in, but basically a half yard. That's about it. Just shy of the 34-yard line. It was a long throw. But it will set up second down. They'll give him a yard. It'll be 9 for LSU as we see Noah Kane check back in at running back for the Tigers. I mentioned the performance report. How about Garrett Nussmeier? So far 9 of 13, 169 yards and 1 passing touchdown to Malik Neighbors. Second down and 9. Handed off to Kane up the middle, pushes the pile inside the 30. Gain of 5 yards. Set up third down and 4 here for LSU. Neighbors on the night, by the way. 5 catches, 128 yards. Ball on the near side hash. LSU attacking right to left. Under 11 to play here in the SEC title game. Nussmeier, empty backfield. Going for the long home run ball, but it's going to be intercepted at the goal line. Overthrew Keyshawn Boutte, taken away by Christopher Smith, who already had a 95-yard return after the block kick earlier in the first quarter. He'll get the INT as Nussmeier throws his third of the year. So the Tigers certainly desperate, having to sling the ball, and that time just overthrown into double coverage, and Smith, the safety, comes over, takes it away.
Yeah, Smith's just back playing cover 2, reading Nussmeier's eyes, and really that was the double coverage. Something was open, either a check down or in the middle of the football field. Nussmeier forced it, trying to make something happen, intercepted.
Timeout on the field. We'll return to Atlanta. Georgia with another turnover. Back in business, leading 50-23 over LSU on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hey everybody, let's have some fun. The time is right, the party's just begun.
Ford F-Series has been keeping the good times rolling as the best-selling truck in America 44 years straight. And with the smartest F-150 and most capable Super Duty ever built, this dynasty will keep right on rolling. Drive the new 2021 F-150 at your Southern Quality Ford dealer, proud partner of the LSU Tigers. Based on 1977 through 2020 calendar year sales.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of LSU Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
LSU fans, your first bet with Caesars Sportsbook is on us, up to $1,250. Download the app using promo code LSUFull and then place your first bet. If you win, congrats! But if not, you'll get your wager back as a free bet. Open to new users in Louisiana who are 21 or older. Not available in prohibited parishes. Licensed through Horseshoe Bossier City and Harrah's New Orleans. If qualifying bet loses, bet amount returned is credit. Must use within 14 days. See Caesars.com/promos for full terms. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-770-STOP. Caesars Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of LSU.
Fourth quarter action continues. Presented by J&J Exterminating on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
50-23, Georgia in control here in the SEC Championship game. Just 10:43 remains on this Saturday now evening in Atlanta. Georgia, of course, they hold on to win, which things look pretty good at the moment. Continue to be the #1 team in the college football playoff, and they will be the #1 seed when things are decided in that final top 4. Again, TCU losing today, lost to Kansas State in overtime. USC got throttled last night by Utah. So there could be some changes, and will be some changes. On first down, they'll hand it off to Kendall Milton, and Milton just keeps banging and bouncing off of Tiger defenders. Now we got a late flag coming in after a 7-yard gain, and LSU trying to pull some players back after tempers starting to flare a little bit late in this game. David Smith, our crew chief out of the SEC, our head official, is again now some more after the fact.
Yeah,
to separate the teams.
Major Burns is fired up, and Brian Kelly's pulling him off the field.
After the play was over, personal foul, number 69 on the offense. Penalty is half the distance to the goal. It will be second down.
So Georgia got the pushing started first, according to our officials. Tate Rutledge, the sophomore out of Rome, Georgia. And Gordy's right. Although I didn't think the officials did a pretty good job. They looked a little confused.
I mean, Burns has a reason to.
Yeah, it was a horrible.
Hammered in behind. And, I mean, Kirby Smart is letting him have it. They pulled him out of the football game. And I understand why Major Burns was fired up, and Ryan Kelly pulled him just to calm him down because he kept going back in the huddle.
Well, I thought the officials did a pretty poor job of separating the teams there after there was that first initial melee. But nonetheless, we get back to action here. Again, that penalty against Georgia sets them back. Now at their own 14-yard line. Bennett. Handoff Milton. He'll try to stretch it far side. Got a lead blocker and finds a little seam up across the 20. Stopped at the 23-yard line on a gain of 9. Still set up 2nd down and 16. 3rd down and 7 rather. That was a 2nd and 16 play. A 9-yard gain. So it'll be 3rd and 7 here for the Bulldogs, who again on 3rd down so far tonight, 7 of 10. We talked about last week LSU's defense giving up 10 of 15 efficiency on 3rd down to Texas A&M. You can ill afford to do that against a team like Georgia. That's what results in a 50-23 score. The handoff, they give it off far side to Edwards, and he's ran into the boundary far side. Looks like he's going to be about 3 yards shy of the first down sticks. And on 4th down and a little less than 3, they'll bring out the punt unit. We'll see Brett Thorson again. So he picked up 5 on the carry. LSU will get the ball back. Again, still 9:30 remaining here in the 4th quarter. Thorson stands at the 14-yard line, and he will punt this one away. This is a beautiful punt, deep punt. Taylor, or rather Clayton, goes back inside the 20, calls for the fair catch, and he'll have it at the 17-yard line after a 54-yard punt off the foot of Thorson. So we got another timeout on the field. 9:07 remaining. Tigers with the football, down big, 50-23 to Georgia. Back after this on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Albertsons is making shopping and saving easier than ever. Check out Albertsons For You in our mobile app, where you can shop for groceries and save weekly with digital coupons all in one place. With Albertsons For You, you can earn rewards points every time you shop and redeem them for free groceries. Brand new Albertsons For You members receive $5 off their next $25 purchase just for signing up. Download the Albertsons app or go to albertsons.com to sign up. Albertsons, fresh food, local flavors.
Hey, Tiger fans 12 and younger, don't miss your chance to be a part of Mike's Kids Club, presented by Shell, the exclusive kids club of LSU Athletics. Join Mike's Kids Club for only $25. Get the official Mike's Kids Club t-shirt, free admission to select LSU athletic events, and much, much more. To learn about upcoming events and to join, please visit LSUMKC.com. The Mike's Kids Club, presented by Shell.
Hey y'all, I'm Amanda Shaw. We all know Louisiana is as fun as all get out. So get out, take a road trip, and explore our state. Fill her up, then try a new restaurant that's as fun-loving as it is food-loving. Grab the family and take off for monumental adventures at our 21 state parks. Or take a magical minivan tour along our 19 scenic trails and byways. Louisiana's a trip. Take one today.
This is Lieutenant Governor Billy Nungesser. Plan your road trip at LouisianaIsATrip.com.
4th quarter action continues. Presented by J&J Exterminating on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
9:07 remains here in Atlanta in the SEC Championship game. Georgia leading big 50-23. Again, heavy favorites coming into this matchup. LSU finishing up 9-3 on the regular season, 6-2 in SEC play for Georgia, 12-0 and 8-0 respectively. Fans J&J Exterminating, Louisiana owned, customer focused, and results driven for over 60 years. Call the local pros, get the shield. J&J Exterminating, yeah. So the Tigers take back over, 1st and 10 from their own 17-yard line. Again, Garrett Nussmeier provided a spark to LSU in that 3rd quarter. He's 9 of 14, 1 passing touchdown, 1 interception on that last drive at the goal line on the interception by Christopher Smith II. Nussmeier working with Williams, calls for the snap. Again, looking downfield, delayed blitz. LSU picks it up, throws, and out of the reach of Mason Taylor near side, up at the 38-yard line. It'll be 2nd down and 10 for the Tigers. Fans, remember StubHub, the easiest way to experience every Tiger game. Check the virtual view, score your seats, get your tickets delivered instantly. StubHub, the official ticket marketplace of LSU Athletics. StubHub, be there. Two receivers right, two to the left. Single back once again with Williams on 2nd and 10 from the LSU 17-yard line. 9 minutes even. 9:01 to be exact here in the 4th quarter. Nussmeier pedaling back in the pocket, delivers, and caught by Jeray Jenkins. Jenkins up across the 40, the 45-yard line. That time Georgia had good coverage. Looked like they were going to try to intercept it, but got a little lazy going to the football. Thought it was going to come to him, and Jeray Jenkins just made a cut towards the boundary and grabbed the ball out of the air. Looked like Ringo was waiting to pick it off, but not to be the case. 1st and 10 now at the 47. Again, they'll throw the ball, and Lacey will have it inside the Georgia 35, middle of the field, down to the 33-yard line, a 13-yard strike. Again, he found an open spot there, middle of the field against the Georgia defense, and a great throw by Nussmeier. And it'll be 1st down and 10 now at the Georgia 33-yard line. 200 yards passing for Nussmeier so far here in this game. 1st and 10 from the Georgia 33. Nuss again looks right, throws but high, out of the reach of Taylor. 11 yards down the field inside the 25. It's incomplete. It'll be 2nd down and 10 for LSU.
Nussmeier's mad at himself because the pass was overthrown by a good bit, and it didn't have to be. He could have thrown it right at the belly button for an easy completion.
Nussmeier 220 yards, career high for the redshirt freshman quarterback. Again, trying to gamble a little bit, try to get points on the board here. You still have to be smart and judicious when releasing the football. 2nd down and 10 at the Georgia 33. Snap back to Nuss, looks left, back center of the field. Now throws to the right, looking for Thomas. Jump ball and broken up. Oh, Thomas had a chance to pull it in inside the end zone, and Thomas slow to get up as he came landing awkwardly. He is down in that right corner. Training crew racing out to see him. It was almost held onto by Thomas. He made the leap, tried to hold it with one arm, and it ricochets off the front of the jersey and can't hold on to coverage by Ringo. But boy, that was a great effort by Thomas, who immediately grabbed, I believe, his left arm, left elbow. And again, he is still down in the end zone. It'll be 3rd down and 10 upcoming at the 33.
They're looking at his shoulder, as you mentioned, left shoulder, the way that he fell on that, trying to get underneath the shoulder pads right now. He's in a lot of pain.
So play halted here with 7:57 to go in the game. And you hate to see that. Again, it was great coverage. Good throw by Nussmeier. Gave Thomas the chance to make the grab. But after the ball ricocheted off his jersey, he came down awkwardly on that shoulder. And again, did not move once he hit the ground. Now they've helped him up. And he is still giving heavily to that arm as they walk him to the far sideline. Tough break there. Sets up 3rd and 10 for LSU at the 33-yard line.
Hey, Chris, the obvious is you can't say enough good things about Garrett Nussmeier. And when you think about that, obviously you got some work with the ones this week, but that's about it. It's been all Jaden Daniels this year, and timing. I mean, this passing game is so much about timing, and he's been fantastic for the most part tonight, and fearless. And we knew that about him. He sees man-to-man matchup. If he's got somebody, especially on the edge, he's not afraid to take a shot.
So again, Thomas being looked at. Doctors are with him as he is making his way, it appears, to the tent. Again, kind of holding on to that left arm, left shoulder. .757 remains in this game. LSU again outmatched. Coach Kelly talked about it coming into this matchup. Not a surprise. Georgia outmatches most everybody they line up against and will continue to do so. So it looks like they're just about set for play. Looking at 3rd down and 10 at the Georgia 33. Cole Taylor checks in. He'll stack as a receiver behind Neighbors to the right side. They'll have 3 wide to the left, including Jenkins, Booty, and Noah Kane. It'll be an empty backfield here for Nussmeier on 3rd down and 10. Now they'll bring Kane back into the offensive backfield at the snap. Nussmeier rolling to his right, throws this one a little short-armed, and it is a catch down at the 15-yard line. Great job by Neighbors on the 8-yard grab. Looked like that one was going to go right to the turf. Neighbors able to put hands. They may take a look at this. LSU better line up and snap it. So it'll be 4th down and about 2 yards. Looked like the football may have touched the turf. He got his hands underneath it, made a clean grab, but on the first replay, it looked like it may have caught the turf first, and they are going to take a look at it. So it will come down to whether or not the bounce of the football came off the hands of the turf, but the initial looked like this one may be overturned. But we'll wait and see. Another official review brought to you by Acme Oyster House. We'll take a look at the initial call on the field, which was ruled a catch as Neighbors came flying back for it. May was just able to lift it off the turf. Looking at the backside, I'm not sure that football ever touched the ground. He was able to get his hands under it. He bobbled it, but I don't think it touched the ground. That one there is a little closer.
That's a hard angle from the back to see. I mean, he definitely got his hands underneath.
Well, I don't have a great record on guesstimating reviews, so we will just wait with bated breath to see what Mitchell Wilkins here at the Mercedes-Benz Stadium and collaborative replay back in Birmingham tell David Smith, who is peering into the small monitor down here in front of us at the 18-yard line. Ruled a catch. See if they found the evidence to overturn the call. And it looks like Mr. Smith is done, and he will relay the information right now.
After further review, the pass was incomplete. The ball hit the ground prior to the receiver making possession.
So as we all kind of felt, that would be overturned, and it will set up 4th down and 10 for LSU at the 33 of the Dogs with 7:21 remaining in this game. Fans, Walk-On Sports Bistro puts everything they've got into bringing you game day with a taste of Louisiana. Walk-On's family and friends bundles are available to go. Pick your favorite starter, side, and entree. Feed a group of 4. Order online or in the app. Walk-On Sports Bistro, more than a restaurant. So the Tigers trying to keep a drive alive, maybe add some points here late in this contest, down 50-23. Looking at 4th and 10 again from the Georgia 33. Williams in there to help pass protection. Nussmeier breaks out of an arm tackle, running to his right, throws towards the end zone, wide open, waiting for it. Jeray Jenkins, touchdown, Fighting Tigers. Nussmeier extends the play, breaks an arm tackle, and finds Jeray Jenkins from 33 yards out. 6th touchdown of the year for Jenkins, and the Tigers find some more points. It's 50-29.
He is fearless, Chris. Doug, he just threw to a spot, and give credit to Jenkins, who was in the corner, and this is a scramble rule, right? And they say if you're in the back of the end zone, run sideways or run forward, and he did that. The defensive backs got caught looking at Nussmeier scrambling. Touchdown, Tigers.
Dare I say that was very reminiscent of a play made by another LSU quarterback in 2019, only this time it results in a score as Nussmeier finds Jenkins. Ramos connects on the point after, and it's 50-30. Georgia now leads by 20 points. What a play. I mean, they had him dead to rights in the backfield. Grabbed by the jersey by Robert Bill Jr., a senior out of Dublin, Georgia. Nussmeier with a little Houdini escape act. able to roll to his right, and as Gordy mentioned, Jeray Jenkins never gave up on the play, went from the corner to the center of the end zone, and Nussmeier put it right on the numbers.
And he had his palms together and above the ground. The ball never touched the palms of his hand while they were touching the ground at all. He decided from that previous call he better do it safely.
7:12 remains in this game, and again LSU not going down without a fight. Not the result you want if you're in the purple and gold here in Atlanta, or watching wherever you are, listening wherever you are tonight. But we've said it a couple of times now, it would be very easy to just pack it up and call it a day. Here's the ensuing kickoff, and Dybert again. Georgia ready for the good hands team, but Dybert will kick it deep out of the back of the end zone, and with 7:12 remaining, it'll be first down and 10 at the 25 for the Bulldogs. Again, both quarterbacks tonight for LSU over 200 yards passing against this Georgia defense. Jaden Daniels 16 of 24 for 208 yards, had a passing touchdown and a very crazy interception on what looked to be an incompletion, but the ball came bouncing off the top of Jack Besh's helmet. Georgia able to take the INT. Nussmeier 12 of 21, 253 yards, again a career high for the redshirt freshman, 2 touchdowns and also with an interception. On first down and 10, Georgia content to keep it on the ground, and they'll put in their 4th running back of the day, Denylon, or rather Branson Robinson. He'll pick up 2 yards off the right edge. It'll be second down and 8 for the Bulldogs at their own 27-yard line.
You know, Georgia, this is more like SEC football 10 years ago, Chris, because we've had more injuries on both sides of the football than I think we have in the last 3 or 4 games. It's just been a physical brawl, and people there. Jay Ward got up. There's been a lot of contact out there. Different game than we're used to these days with all the spread and throwing the ball over the park.
Second down and 8. A little delayed handoff, but again, they'll give it to Branson. Branson going to be hit low and then stopped. LSU will bring him down after a gain of 2 more yards. That'll set up third down and 6 for Georgia as we approach 6 minutes remaining in this game. The Tigers, of course, will wait to find out their destiny for a bowl opportunity here in 2022. And again, considering all the talking heads in college football said LSU would be lucky to win maybe 6.5 games, maybe as few as 5. Again, LSU way ahead of schedule here. Georgia, of course, will undoubtedly be the #1 seed in the college football playoff, and they will try to go back-to-back as national champions. This time another handoff. Branson trying to stretch it far side. Again, LSU able to get to him, eventually bring him down short of the line to gain at the 35. He stopped at the 34-yard line on a gain of 5. It'll be 4th down and a yard. And well, here's a surprise. Kirby Smart going to bring the punt unit on. Doesn't want to go for it here on 4th down, the 4th quarter. Gregory Clayton Jr. back deep for LSU. You better believe they'll get the ball back. Garrett Nussmeier is going to continue to throw the football, get as many yards and points as LSU can get. Thorson will punt it away, angles near side, takes a bounce for Georgia at the 25 down the center of the field, and will be down at the LSU 10. So a 57-yard punt, and Thorson has been impressive tonight. A couple of 50-yarders in tonight's game. So it'll be first down and 10 at the 10 for LSU. Nussmeier working with Williams in the offensive backfield. Split out to the right will be Booty, Taylor, and Jenkins. Neighbors the lone receiver to the left. Now Taylor motions right of the formation. Low snap. Nussmeier handles. Pressure, gets tight, Throwing on the run, and Mason Taylor with a great grab at the 35-yard line. Comes down at the 37. Picks up the first down, and that time it was a 70-30 ball in favor of Mason Taylor, who wanted it more. A gain of 27 yards. First down at 10 LSU. Move it up to the 37-yard line. Nussmeier quickly working. Drops it off in the flat. Williams, he's going to be hit hard as he reached the 40-yard line. Massive hit, clean hit that time by David Daniel Sissevan. And now there's a flag down. Wait a minute.
Yeah,
Man led with. Oh, yeah, that's
absolutely.
That's textbook. I mean, just watch the replay here. Launched, crown of the helmet. That shouldn't take very long to figure out. There's a flag.
Personal foul, targeting number 14 on the defense. The previous play is under further review.
So automatically go to review. Again, presented by Acme Oyster House, but at first glance, I thought he had maybe caught the shoulder pad of Williams, but watching it very quickly on the replay, the freshman out of Woodstock, Georgia, David Daniel Sissevan, pretty clear that's launch, crown of the helmet, helmet-to-helmet contact. LSU on their sideline immediately saying that should be targeting. So we shall see with 4:17 remaining. Again, LSU looking at 2nd down and 7. But again, we'll wait and see if the penalty is assessed. LSU will pick up a first down and make their way into Georgia Bulldog territory here. So again, they're taking a little time here to watch it. But now quickly decided, I think this one is going to stand. We'll see.
After further review, there is no targeting by number 14 on the play. He may remain in the game. It is 2nd down.
Oh, man. You know, they talk about block charge in college basketball being so ambiguous. Well, I can tell you, targeting in college football, no better. Good news is Williams was okay. It was a dangerous hit by the freshman safety. So it will be 2nd down and 7 again from LSU's own 40-yard line. 3 wide to the left. That's the wide side of the field. Kyron Lacey, lone receiver to the right. Brian Kelly again talking to the officials a little bit. Did not seem to be pleased with that non-call. But the Tigers got to get back. Put it behind them here. Get back to the next play. Nussmeier, along with Noah Kane, who checked in for Williams. Slaps the hands, gets the snap. Late pressure comes. Nussmeier off his back foot throws this one up in the air and into the boundary far side, incomplete. So that will bring up a critical down here for LSU. Again, just trying to make this thing look a little bit better. And more importantly, continue to fight. As it will be 3rd down and 7 from their own 40-yard line. Three wide to the left. Lacey, the lone receiver, short side of the field to the right. Nussmeier gets the snap. Delivers the football. Catch made by Mason Taylor up across midfield near side. Picks up 8 yards and will pick up the first down for LSU. So Nussmeier and Taylor connect. And the drive stays alive for the Tigers with under 4 minutes to go. 3 minutes and 44 seconds. Working from the near side hash. Empty backfield. 3 wide to the right, 2 to the left. Nussmeier airs it out near side, and it's overthrown. He was looking for Lacey, who was covered up down the field by Malachi Starks, the freshman out of Jefferson, Georgia. LSU tonight, 502 yards passing offense, 3rd time in school history. And again, they're on the short end of a 50-30 ball game, but as I mentioned earlier, some of those stats for Georgia are going to change a little bit after this game. 2nd down and 10. Ball at the 49-yard line of the Tigers. Williams going to exit out of the backfield at the snap. Nussmeier under pressure. Going to throw this towards Williams, but overthrew it out of bounds into the boundary far side. And that'll set up another 3rd down and 10 here for LSU, again from the 49-yard line. Reminder, call Louisiana-owned J&J Exterminating as your first defense against termites, pests, and mosquitoes for your home or business, shielding Louisiana for over 6 decades. J&J Exterminating. Coming up, we'll have the Fighting Tiger post-game report. Give our final thoughts here from Atlanta before we head it back to the Capital One studios. Hunt Palmer, Marlon Favorite, and Brandon Taylor. Still 3:28 remains in this one. 3rd down and 10 from the 49 for LSU. Nussmeier again. 3 to the left, 1 to the right. Looking left. Backside pressure coming. Ball stripped loose. On the carpet, Georgia has it at the 38-yard line. That time the clock did not go off soon enough for Garrett Nussmeier. Warren Brinson able to recover the loose football, the junior out of Savannah, Georgia. And another turnover for LSU. Give it back to Georgia here with 3 minutes and 21 seconds. I mean, Coach Kelly talked all week. Small margin for error. Got off to a unsolid footing, to say the least, on the block kick that was returned 95 yards to give Georgia their first score on special teams. Then a couple of interceptions, and now a strip sack. Fumble recovery by Georgia. Easy to tell why this game has gone the Bulldogs' way. So they'll start at the 38-yard line of the Tigers. 1st down and 10. Expect to see a heavy dose of the run here, at least early in this possession. Branson again will get the carry. Big running back, young back runs. Branson Robinson rather picks up 7 yards down near the 30-yard line.
2nd down 3.
Incredible depth for this Georgia football team.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Give Kirby Smart all the credit in the world. In a day and age where there's the transfer portal and all the rules after the pandemic with 6-year seniors, to keep his players, take nobody from the portal and keep the continuity. It's rare that you see that in college football today.
Looking at 2nd down and 3 from the LSU 31-yard line. Again, they'll hand it off to Robinson. Robinson now going to be stood up, pushed back there. It was forward progress, though, going to give him about 3 yards right near the line to gain. We'll see if they give it to him, and they do. It's a 1st down for Georgia. Robinson, by the way, 4th string running back for the Bulldogs. 5'10", 220 pounds. Out of Canton, Mississippi. Played high school at Germantown High. Again, they all pretty much look the same. McIntosh, Milton, Edwards, and Robinson. All big physical backs, something Georgia has certainly been known for a long time, but now they've got a stable full of them. 1:52 to go, and it looks like it's victory formation time for Georgia. Stetson Bennett under center. We'll take the snap, take the knee, get that clock running. 1:45. They'll have a couple of more to do to finish this one out. It's Stetson Bennett. 27-3 now as a starter for the Georgia Bulldogs. He helped build the big lead in the first half. 23 of 29, 79% completion on the day. 274 yards, 4 passing touchdowns. Down to 1:13. Bennett again up under center. Expected to take the snap and a knee, and he does. Milton led the way on the ground. 8 carries, 113 yards. Edwards, 12 carries, 77 yards. Kenny McIntosh today, 14 carries, 55 yards, and 2 rushing scores. Georgia again fairly balanced when it all finished out. 560 yards total offense, 274 through the air, 256 now on the ground, and one more snap, and that'll do it. Georgia gives Kirby Smart his 2nd SEC championship with a dominating performance here today. Georgia 50, LSU 30. Bulldogs remain unbeaten. They avoid stumbling as they did a year ago in this very game to Alabama, a team they would eventually beat in the college football playoff championship game. But the Bulldogs remain unbeaten and will be the #1 seed in the 2022 college football playoff. Final seconds roll off. Horn sounds. This one's in the books. Tigers come up short to #1 Georgia. Final score, Georgia 50, LSU 30 on the LSU Sports Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Kevin Falk, LSU Hall of Famer. My years at LSU were amazing. I've always loved celebrating with my teammates, especially when someone was serving up some delicious Manda sauce. For a lot of Tiger fans, it's just not game day without Manda in the mix. Serving top quality sauces and original seasoning is Manda's strong side. But it's not Manda's flavor that's always got me running back for more. You get it, running back for more. After 75 years, the flavor still says it all. Manda Fine Meats, the official smoke sauce of LSU Athletics.
Southern Air Heating and Cooling is proud to be an official sponsor of LSU.